Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us in person here today at the Atlantic Council and virtually around the world for our conference titled China in the Global South, Development and Influence in a Shifting Global Order, a joint effort between the Council and the University of Notre Dame Keough School of Global Affairs as part of our China Global South initiative to better understand and respond to China's impact across the Global South. My name is Dave Schulman, Senior Director of the Atlantic Council's Global China Hub, which has the mission of devising allied solutions to the global challenges posed by China's rise, leveraging the Atlantic Council's work on China across our 16 programs and centers. It's a true pleasure to kick off this two-day conference on a topic that could not be more timely and which is central both to big questions around the state of the international order amidst intensifying strategic competition, as well as to the state of progress towards critical development goals across much of the world as countries look to rebound from the pandemic, address massive infrastructure financing gaps, and harness the benefits of emerging technologies. In recent years, China has devoted significant resources to deepening engagement across much of the developing world, or what these days is commonly referred to as the Global South. From the $1 trillion Belt and Road Initiative to the creation of new multilateral forums, conferences, and summits, China is portraying itself as a champion of and for the Global South. And in many ways, these efforts are paying off. China is now Africa's largest trading partner and the second largest for Latin America and the Caribbean. In Africa, 53 countries have joined China's Belt and Road Initiative, with Eswatini being the only exception. There are, of course, political ramifications of deepening economic engagement. Eswatini is the only African country to officially recognize Taiwan, and since 2017, targeted BRI investments in Central America have helped entice the Dominican Republic, El Salvador, Honduras, and Nicaragua to switch diplomatic recognition from Taiwan to the PRC. We've seen a similar story play out in the Pacific Islands. 6 years ago, 6 Pacific countries recognized Taiwan, but that number has now been cut in half as China has deepened its economic and, in some cases, political and security relationships with those nations, with significant geostrategic implications. Meanwhile, in the Middle East, Beijing is slowly translating mounting economic engagement into political and diplomatic influence. Last March, Beijing was credited with mediating a historic détente between Saudi Arabia and Iran, potentially reshaping the region's politics. Now, even as it maintains a traditional risk-averse approach to involvement in the region, China aims to use the Israel-Hamas war and U.S. support for Israel to bolster its narratives in the region and across the developing world, narratives that question the merits of the U.S.-led global order and democratic governance, offering developing countries an alternative vision at a time when, as Xi Jinping puts it, the world is undergoing changes unseen in a century. The consequences of Beijing's increasingly close ties across these diverse regions are magnified in multilateral forums like the United Nations, where China has sought to rally Global South countries to defend its human rights record and support its efforts to transform the global order into one more suited to China's rise under the Chinese Communist Party. Over the next 2 days, we will explore China's renewed strategic focus and engagement in the Global South. But we will actually spend the bulk of our time doing something that's not done enough here in Washington, which is to take a nuanced look at developing countries' perspectives on China and whether their engagement with China is helping them to achieve ambitious development goals. We will explore what this picture looks like across varied domains, from tech innovation and digital ecosystems to investment, debt, and trade, to the rule of law and the information environment, and much more. Benefiting from the participation of experts from across Africa, Latin America, the Middle East, and Asia, we will explore how relations with China are playing out across the vast and diverse regions that make up the so-called Global South. I'm thankful to those of you who have traveled long hours to join us here in Washington. In bringing together your diverse perspectives, we hope to listen and learn, exploring the circumstances in which developing countries are truly benefiting from engagement with China, what is working and why, and conversely, where are ties with China undermining countries' prosperity and sovereignty. And we will close the conference tomorrow by discussing how the United States and its allies and partners can better engage Global South countries to benefit their citizens, present viable alternatives to China's offers, and ultimately ensure that the emerging strategic competition we are witnessing across the Global South creates a more sustainable, prosperous, and secure world. So I'm truly excited about what we have in store for the next 2 days, learning from an array of experts, practitioners, and policymakers from around the world. And lastly, as the leader of a Global China Hub program here at the Atlantic Council, that leverages deep expertise on China across the Council in recognition of the fact that China's global impact across domains is now simply too pervasive to be understood without such a matrixed approach. I'm proud that we are taking full advantage of our unique collaborative model during this conference, with regional and functional experts from more than half of the Atlantic Council's centers taking part and enlightening us on everything from BRI debt restructuring to China's shaping of information ecosystems, to the adoption of Chinese technology and standards, to the export of surveillance tools in developing societies. Thank you to my colleagues from across the Council for your participation in this groundbreaking conference. A conference which, I'd like to underscore, is only possible due to the Council's partnership with Notre Dame University and with my friend and longtime collaborator, Joshua Eisenman, the co-leader of the China Global South Initiative and Associate Professor of Politics at Notre Dame's Keough School of Global Affairs, who I will introduce now. Dr. Joshua Eisenman's research focuses on the political economy of China's development and its foreign relations with the United States and the developing world, particularly Africa. He has been a visiting faculty member at Fudan University, Peking University, and NYU Shanghai. He was a policy analyst on the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission and has been senior fellow for China Studies at the American Foreign Policy Council since 2006. Before coming to Notre Dame in 2019, he was assistant professor of public affairs at the University of Texas at Austin. Josh, over to you.
Thank you, Dave. I really appreciate the introduction. It really is wonderful to be here with you today. And let me begin by saying that the China Global South Initiative, the CGSI, is really transformative in that it's bringing together a top research university at Notre Dame with all of the benefits and all of the accoutrements that come with that, with a top Washington think tank with the policy chops that Dave was mentioning in his speech. And so it really does further both of the interests of both of the institutions. And I'm really proud to work with Dave to be a part of it because it's with the CGSI that we're going to be engaging with people, well, in this conference and going forward throughout the Global South and also working on issues in the Global South. And that's fundamental to the Keough School's ambitions going forward, as Dean Appleby will talk about in a moment. But what I want to do is just pump prime a couple of issues for us, put them on the table, and then for us to discuss later. I first want to just say it's pretty amazing here that we are talking about this in this environment, because in 2007, Ambassador Derek Mitchell and I did a book called China and the Developing World, Beijing Strategy for the 21st Century. We could barely find a publisher, and when we did, it was a two-tone cover. I don't think we sold many of them, and this town really wasn't all that interested. So to see all the interest that has come about since is really quite fantastic. And in some ways, we owe this to Mr. Xi Jinping himself, right? That he has decided to make a change, and instead of biding and hiding, he is striving for achievements. And as part of that effort to strive for achievements, he's been engaging the Global South and the rest of the world in ways that we haven't seen before. And so a lot of this development we've seen over the last decade is because Mr. Xi Jinping made it so. And decided that he was going to strive for achievements. And it's under that rubric that we have this increasing tension developing between the United States and China, what some have called a new Cold War. So it's within this context that these middle countries, and the Global South in particular, become geostrategically important as well in ways that may be reminiscent in some ways of the way they were important during the first Cold War. However, I would like to suggest that this is a different world we live in today, right? During the first Cold War, the United States found itself in proxy wars with the Soviet Union all around the globe. In Africa, Angola, Ethiopia. In fact, we were fighting with the Chinese against the Soviets in Angola, right? So I do not believe in this current world, this current Cold War, if you will, that we're in, is going to lead to these proxy wars across the globe. In fact, in many ways, the U.S. and China are interested in some of the same things: stability, growth, prosperity. How they go about doing that can be very different, but the fact that they're interested in the same outcomes or similar outcomes can be juxtaposed with Russia, who in places like the African continent is more than willing to benefit from chaos. And so I think that China and the U.S. have their strategic rivalry, but it's in the Global South where there may be opportunities, maybe not for cooperation, but for deconfliction, so at least we don't come into conflicts with each other as occurred during the first Cold War. That being said, I do believe that our study of this 2007 to period to 2024 period has been under a time of China's great rise, right? We've seen the Chinese economy growing by leaps and bounds during this period. We've seen the Chinese population growing this period. We've seen Chinese going out, as the strategy says, more and more. We see China striving for achievements. And so one of the questions that kind of hangs over our conference here today is, will any of these trends continue? Right? We're looking at the Shanghai Academy of Social Sciences new information indicates that China's population may fall by up to 60% by the end of this century. If you have a China of 500 million people, that's a fundamentally different kind of country than a 1.4 billion, right? The Chinese economy is facing major headwinds, as many of you know, and it looks unlikely for systemic reasons that those headwinds are going to relent. So if our entire discussion is predicated on the fact that we're going to see continued Chinese growth, that would be wrong. Right? And part of our discussion here today is not only to look in the past, but also to understand what these new trends mean for China's engagement in the global South. And so I hope we can talk about this transition moment I feel that we are in right now. And there's also one other thing I kind of want to add here, and this is perhaps my own view, and I'm very interested to hear what others say throughout our conference here today. But I, in my view, see China using what I would call relatively cynical methods in order to stoke anti-American and anti-Western sentiment in the global South in ways that serve its own interests. And I wonder sometimes if this isn't an effort to, what we might call confirmation bias, right? There is a lot of residual resentment throughout the global South because of colonialism about the West. So it's easy fodder to come in and simply say the West is bad, remains bad, was bad, and is bad now. And that will serve China's interests in terms of the strategic competition with the United States. But my question for our panelists, many of which have flown in from countries all around the world, is it really serving the interests of countries in the global South to make a choice? Or are they better not served by engaging as many countries as they can and benefiting from those relationships? Is this effort to kind of split the world between more pro-China and more pro-US camps not antithetical to the interests of the global South writ large? And I don't want to necessarily say one way or the other. I'm very interested to hear from people who have come to hear their views on this. But I am concerned that we have a country in China, which is an authoritarian fascist state, which is using the language of diversity, equity, and inclusion to essentially galvanize progressives around the world behind its cause. And I find that very interesting, fascinating, and somewhat troubling that people around the world haven't recognized that this is somewhat duplicitous. So I'm very curious to hear from our many panelists about their views on this particular issue and whether they believe that China is leading these countries down the primrose path, or whether or not China is truly the leader of the global South that it portends to be. So those are a few kind of preliminary comments that I just want to put onto the table to prime our discussion. And without further ado, then, what I want to do is introduce the Dean of the Keough School of Global Affairs, Dean Scott Appleby, without whom we would not be sitting here today, without whom I would not be sitting here today. Dean Appleby is a professor of history at the University of Notre Dame. He is the author of 15 books. He was the founding dean of the Keough School of Global Affairs, finishing off his second term now. And the Keough School of Global Affairs, as he may tell you, only has about 8 or 9 years of history. And he has led us from our birth pangs to where we are now, which is a major college within the university. So I'm very pleased that he's come from South Bend to introduce the conference here today. And so why don't I introduce Dean Scott Appleby to the podium.
Thank you, Josh. I think with those preliminary remarks, as extensive as they were, we can adjourn the meeting now and enjoy the fall spring outside, walking around D.C. It would be a fall spring in South Bend. It might be a real spring here in D.C. I'm really pleased to have this opportunity to thank the Atlantic Council for partnering with Notre Dame's Keough School of Global Affairs on the China Global South Initiative, which seems to be a very promising and exciting project designed, as you know, to understand, analyze, and better respond to China's strategic intentions, methods, and ultimate political and economic influence in the global South. Notre Dame aspires to be a force for good in the world. It is our mantra as a university. We're a force for good, although you may be more familiar with Go Irish. In order to participate in do-gooding, though, we must and do engage beyond the classroom. The China Global South Initiative partnership between the Atlantic Council and the Keough School is an example of what that engagement looks like. Over the course of the Keough School's relatively brief life, we are currently in our 9th or 10th year of existence, depending on who's counting. Since I'm the founding dean, it's the 18th or 20th year, by the way I'm counting it. We've been keeping over these 10 years, we have been keeping a pretty frenetic pace of hiring world-renowned scholars to staff our interdisciplinary research, teaching, and policy school, including Dr. Joshua Eisenman, from whom you just heard. Josh leads our discussion and collective plans to explore ever more intensively China's presence in Africa, in particular, never losing sight along the way of the domestic drivers, larger foreign policy contexts, and economic dimensions of that presence. At Notre Dame more broadly, our Asia experts from several disciplines track and evaluate the numerous ways China's role across its spheres of influence is shaping the future of its own people as well as the international order. At the Keough School itself, given the array of social scientists, legal scholars, ethicists, international conflict mediators, engineers, historians, anthropologists, and environmental governance experts that comprise our faculty, we pay particular attention to the impacts of China's policy and presences on questions raised directly to the question of integral human development and human security, including poverty, sustainability, human rights, multilateral peace building and conflict resolution, and good governance. These are the areas of expertise we have some expertise in already and are building stronger faculty every year, hiring at a pretty good clip to continue to build a faculty that now numbers about 70. Assessing China's presence in the Global South is best done in collaboration between diplomats, policymakers, China experts, and an array of related areas of specialization. That's why I join my colleagues participating in this conference, including Professors Susan Osterman and Victoria Hoy, in celebrating this partnership from which we have already learned a great deal and by means of which we can further leverage the Keough School's and Notre Dame's growing expertise in the study of China. Last but not least, I thank the Atlantic Council for hosting this remarkable two-day conference and for taking the lead in organizing it. Among my colleagues here present is Professor Mara Policelli. There's Mara, who oversees the Keough School's Washington, D.C. office, which is just down the street. We look forward in the coming months to organizing a variety of events on China in the Global South and to hosting the next major conference of this promising partnership. Over to Dave.
Thank you, Dean Appleby. Now it is my honor to introduce General Todd D. Walters to kick off the conference on behalf of the Atlantic Council. General Todd D. Walters is a distinguished fellow with the Atlantic Council's Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security. In 2022, General Walters completed a distinguished 40-year active duty career in the U.S. Air Force as the Supreme Allied Commander Europe and Commander of U.S. European Command. As Supreme Allied Commander Europe, he led Europe's transition out of Afghanistan, ensured the COVID-19 health crisis did not transform into a security crisis, and led NATO's military allies and partners through the organization's response to the largest invasion of a European nation since World War II. General Walters, it's an honor to have you kick off our conference today on behalf of the Atlantic Council. Over to you.
Dave, thank you very much. And on behalf of the Atlantic Council, it's my privilege to welcome all of you for this great gathering for the China in the Global South initiative. As all of you know, it's a strategic imperative to improve global integration in the diplomatic, informational, military, and economic spectrums. And the more that we can get at this strategic integration, the greater our ability to promote our democratic values. And from a firsthand experience perspective, I was able to see the great power competition in play with respect to every single tidbit of information that came out of Moscow was instantaneously received in Iran, China, and North Korea. And that nexus reveals how fast the globe spins in the 21st century and the dramatic need that all of us have to be aware of what takes place in all dimensions across the entire globe. So on behalf of the Atlantic Council, we're very excited to have all of you for this gathering, and welcome.
All right, moving right along, it is my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker. There he is. Daniel Kurtenbrink is Assistant Secretary of State for East Asia and Pacific Affairs since September 2021. He's a career member of the Foreign Service at the class rank of Minister. He has served as the Senior Director for Asian Studies on the National Security Council from 2015 to 2017. And he served as Deputy Chief of Mission in Beijing, where I think we met many years ago. Back in the day, about 10 years ago now, from 2013 to 15, he has served in multiple overseas posts, as I said, in Beijing, in Tokyo, and Sapporo. He speaks Chinese and Japanese and holds a degree from the University of Virginia, a master's degree, that is. So thank you so much for joining us here today, Dr. Kurtenbrink.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Joshua, for the kind introduction. Thank you to the Atlantic Council and the University of Notre Dame for inviting me to speak at this important event and for giving me an opportunity to get out of my office at the State Department. It's always a pleasure to be with you all. I'm, of course, the Assistant Secretary of State for East Asian and Pacific Affairs, honor of a lifetime to have this job. But candidly speaking, given my focus on the East Asia-Pacific region, I don't often have the opportunity to speak about countries beyond those in my region. But as Secretary Blinken has said, the People's Republic of China is the only country with both the intent to reshape the international order and increasingly the economic, diplomatic, and technological capacity to do it. It's a major player on most policy issues and in most regions, and that is in part why we approach it through a global lens. The world, of course, is also more interconnected than ever. The global reverberations of the conflicts in Europe and the Middle East are a tragic reminder that what happens in one region has a direct impact on others. And of course, that is a fact that the Atlantic Council's Global China Hub and Notre Dame's School of Global Affairs understands well. And it's clear looking at the panelists and the participants here today that you not only have global reach, but critically, you both are ensuring that voices from around the world are heard and amplified. As Secretary Blinken recently said, we recognize that leadership starts with listening and understanding shared problems from the perspective of others so that we can find common ground. And again, that's precisely why institutions like the Atlantic Council and Notre Dame are so important to provide a space for the exchange and free flow of ideas. And again, it's why I'm so honored to be here with you today. Let me say a little bit about the U.S. global approach. At a macro level, this notion is fundamentally what our broader U.S. foreign policy is all about, creating a world that is open, free, prosperous, and secure. A world where ideas can flow freely and individuals can say what they want, where economic partnership generates broad-based inclusive growth, and where countries can choose their own path. A world where rules, norms, and institutions prevail over outdated and dangerous concepts of might making right. This is not a world for the United States to define or advance alone. Quite the contrary. We can only build, preserve, and nurture it together with our allies, partners, and friends. And that's why our main focus, and where I spend the bulk of my time every single day, is working to cultivate and deepen our alliances and partnerships in pursuit of this affirmative vision. But of course, we can't deny that strategic competition is also a critical part of this moment. And since China, of course, is the focus of this conference, let me take just a little bit of time to explain our approach to the PRC. The PRC has itself benefited from the stability and the opportunity that the international order provides. But unfortunately, the PRC often takes actions that undermine those principles rather than reinforce them. The PRC has undermined them in the South China Sea, where it's advancing unlawful maritime claims that threaten peace and security, freedom of navigation, and commerce. Undermine them in the economic sphere, where it's imposed trade restrictions on countries that have taken sovereign decisions not to Beijing's liking. And undermine them in our own backyards, where it commits acts of transnational repression to harass, surveil, and intimidate individuals around the world, including our own citizens. In short, over the past decade, the PRC has become more repressive at home and more aggressive abroad. The PRC is advancing an alternative vision for global governance. The PRC has proposed the Global Development Initiative, the GDI, the Global Security Initiative, GSI, and the Global Civilization Initiative, GCI, as the strategic guidance for its alternative vision. And the Belt and Road Initiative is the platform for its implementation. But these initiatives represent a departure from many of the principles that lie at the heart of the international system. For example, the GSI contradicts the UN Charter by privileging the security interests of large states over smaller ones, and it delegitimizes their right to collective defense enshrined in the UN Charter. The GCI seeks to redefine human rights as unique privileges of the West, rather than inherent and universal rights that accrue to all people. And under GDI, PRC projects have often failed to meet important standards related to environmental and social protections, as well as debt sustainability. The PRC is actively seeking Global South endorsement of these initiatives to demonstrate support for its governance and development vision. Now, given our competing visions for the world, our relationship with the PRC is one of intense strategic competition. At the same time, the United States is committed to managing this competition responsibly so that it does not veer into miscalculation or conflict. And we're always willing to work with the PRC where our interests align and where there is an imperative to do so. And that's evident in our recent cooperation on transnational challenges such as climate and counter-narcotics, following the summit between President Biden and President Xi at Woodside, California. The strategy that we've put forward for our approach to the PRC challenge is what Secretary Blinken laid out in his speech nearly 2 years ago. And our paradigm is invest, align, and compete. We invest in the foundation of our strength at home, our competitiveness, our innovation, our democracy. We align our efforts with our network of allies and partners, acting with common purpose and in common cause. And harnessing these two key assets, we compete with China to defend our interests and build our vision for the future. Now, at the State Department, we primarily focus on the align and competitive pillars of our PRC strategy. So let me just share a little bit about what we've achieved in those areas. First, on align. The United States' unique comparative advantage in the world, we believe, is our extraordinary constitution of alliances and individual partnerships. In the past 3 years, we've been renewing, rejuvenating, and even reimagining them. That's evident through the traditional alliances and partnerships, again, that we have re-energized. For example, the leaders of the Quad countries, which include, of course, India, Australia, and Japan, have met 5 times since March 2021 and put forward major initiatives on infrastructure, maritime security, public-private partnerships, climate health, critical and emerging technologies, and space. Similarly, in 2022, after welcoming the leaders of ASEAN to Washington for an historic U.S.-ASEAN Special Summit, we upgraded our partnership with ASEAN to a comprehensive strategic partnership. And we've even opened a U.S.-ASEAN Center right here in D.C. In partnership with Arizona State University. We've also launched new ASEAN-focused cabinet-level engagement in health, climate, in the environment, energy, transportation, and women's empowerment. And we've sustained top-level participation in long-standing dialogue tracks with ASEAN with the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, and the U.S. Trade Representative. Our approach is also evident in the new collection of countries with which we're partnering, even as we engage with multilateral groupings that are fit for purpose. For example, last September, we launched the Partnership for Atlantic Cooperation on the Margins of UNGA, which is a new multilateral forum that brings together 32 coastal Atlantic countries across 4 continents to address a broad range of issues from economic development to environmental protection to science and technology. After organizing the first Summit for Democracy in December 2021, we've partnered with over 100 governments around the world to take meaningful steps to build more resilient democracies, combat corruption, and defend human rights. Last year, we co-hosted the second Summit for Democracy with the leaders of Costa Rica, the Netherlands, the Republic of Korea, and the Republic of Zambia. And this diverse group of co-hosts underscores the universal desire for accountable, transparent, and rights-respecting governance. And we very much look forward to Seoul's hosting the next Summit for Democracy. In September 2023, for the second year in a row, President Biden hosted the leaders of the Pacific Islands for a U.S. Pacific Islands Summit. And building upon the historic first Pacific Islands Summit in 2022, the President reaffirmed the U.S. commitment to our shared regional priorities and to deepening our cooperation around them, including tackling the climate crisis, advancing economic growth, promoting sustainable development, strengthening health security, countering illegal unreported fishing, and expanding our people-to-people ties. In other words, I think that this summit with the Pacific Island leaders represented what American foreign policy is all about, meeting our partners where they live, understanding what their top needs and priorities are, and then working together to address them. That is our affirmative vision. And finally, our commitment to engaging partners is evident as we deepen our bilateral relationships with the countries, institutions, and people of emerging partner economies, or what the Atlantic Council, of course, refers to as the Global South. I know there's a lot of controversy around that term, but you've used it, so let's go with it. During historic leader level visits in 2023, we upgraded our bilateral relationships with Vietnam and Indonesia to comprehensive strategic partnerships. In December 2022, we hosted the second U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit, which included delegations from all 49 invited African countries and the African Union, alongside members of civil society and the private sector. Building on this historic summit, 17 cabinet and U.S. government leaders visited 26 countries in Africa in 2023. Meanwhile, in the Pacific, in my area of responsibility, we've recently opened embassies in the Solomon Islands and Tonga. We intend to open an embassy imminently in Vanuatu, and we're actively discussing our interest in opening an embassy with the government of Kiribati. We've also opened a new U.S. embassy in the Maldives, and we've recognized the Cook Islands and Niue as sovereign and independent nations and established diplomatic relations with them. But it's not enough to just show up. It's not enough to just hold conferences and summits. It's about delivering. As Secretary Blinken often says, we don't want countries to have to choose between us and the PRC, but we want to help ensure that they have a choice and that they can make their decisions free from coercion. That brings me to the compete pillar of our China strategy. We're competing with the PRC to offer a better value proposition to developing countries. One, again, that is in line with their interests and values and supports their ability to make their own sovereign decisions, again, free from coercion. At last year's UNGA meetings, for example, we reaffirmed our commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals in recognition that when countries come together under a common development vision, then they have the capacity to deliver for both people and the planet. As a longstanding leader on global development, the U.S. remains the single largest bilateral donor, investing over $100 billion in ODA over the last 2 years alone. This includes over $43 billion to help end poverty, SDG 1, over $20 billion to drive inclusive economic growth and decent work, which is SDG 8, and over $16 billion to promote peace, justice, and good governance, which is SDG 16. The U.S. is also the largest provider of humanitarian aid at a time of unprecedented need, including in Gaza, where Secretary Blinken, of course, has visited the region 5 times since the conflict began in October, and where we have ensured the delivery of aid to address the ongoing suffering of Palestinian civilians. Since January 2021, the U.S. has provided $17.5 billion to tackle global hunger, and we provide more than 50% of the World Food Program's budget. We're devoting $1 billion annually through Feed the Future, which is the U.S. government's global food security initiative to strengthen food systems, social safety nets, and nutrition in more than 40 countries. We're also strengthening food systems over the long term through initiatives like the Vision for Adapted Crops and Soils, or VACS. This was launched in partnership with the African Union and the FAO, and VACS is now mobilizing the international community to boost agricultural productivity and nutrition by investing more in expanding access to diverse, climate-adapted crops and building fertile, healthy soils. We've directed $150 million in support for the vision, and we rallied a broad coalition of governments, corporations, and nonprofits to work alongside us in support of these goals.
We are closing the infrastructure gap in developing countries through the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, or PGI, catalyzing investments in values-driven, high-impact, and quality infrastructure and related investments. And we, along with our G7 partners, have already mobilized more than $30 billion towards a collective commitment of $600 billion in infrastructure financing by 2027. Through PGI, we, in partnership with the European Union, are making a series of transformative investments in the Lobito Economic Corridor, which is a band of development connecting Africa from Angola's port of Lobito across the DRC and Zambia, with port upgrades, new and upgraded rail lines, bridges and roads, new green power projects, 4G and 5G access through trusted vendors and agribusiness development, among a multitude of other projects. PGI announced projects to date that will deliver 500 megawatts of power to Angola, enough to provide electricity for more than 1 million people, cut around 900,000 tons of carbon emission every year, create thousands of jobs for Africans, thousands more for Americans, and bring critical minerals like copper and cobalt to global markets to support the clean energy transition. We've also recently launched the landmark India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, or IMEC. Together with Saudi Arabia, the UAE, France, Germany, Italy, and the EU, we are layering transformative investments across multiple sectors to leverage broader effects of boosting economic development, securing supply chains, and bolstering regional connectivity. IMEC has the potential to usher in a new era of connectivity from Europe to Asia, with a railway linked through ports connected by the Middle East. This will create novel interconnections to facilitate global trade, expand reliable access to electricity, facilitate clean energy distribution, and strengthen telecommunications links. We're also forging and nurturing partnerships to leverage public finance to achieve climate action. For example, we're engaged in just energy transition partnerships, or JETPs, with South Africa, Indonesia, and Vietnam to accelerate their ambitious energy transitions, strengthen the policy and regulatory environment for clean energy investment, and build a pipeline of clean energy projects. We co-lead the International Partners Group, the IPG, for the Indonesia JETP with Japan, and we worked with our JETP partners and the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero to mobilize over $20 billion in public and private financing. And we're working with our IPG partners to mobilize $15.5 billion and $8.5 billion in public and private financing for Vietnam and South Africa, respectively. So part and parcel of delivering on our promises, though, is also ensuring that we are seeking to deliver for those to have a seat at the table when we're making decisions that impact them. That's why Secretary Blinken has said our goal is not just to preserve the international order, but also to modernize it and ensure it represents the interests of all nations so that it can address new global challenges, whether it's climate change or global pandemics like COVID-19. That's why we also support increasing the number of both permanent and non-permanent representatives at the UN Security Council. This includes permanent seats for those nations that we've long supported and permanent seats for countries in Africa and Latin America and the Caribbean. It's also why we supported the African Union's bid to join the G20, a reflection about the G20's vitality and the important role of Africa in the global economy. And it's why we support a proposed deputy managing director role and executive board chair for sub-Saharan Africa at the IMF to give greater voice to the global South. So in conclusion, in outlining this incredibly long list of policies and initiatives, I hope it's clear that while we're in the midst of intense strategic competition to shape the future of the international order, we also refuse to see the world solely through those terms. Indeed, we engage all regions and all nations across all of these issues, not in terms of what we are against, but in terms of what we are for. And what we are for is a free, open, prosperous, and secure international order. And we draw strength knowing that what we are for is a goal shared across geographies and people. We are for an order that allows individuals to enjoy their basic universal rights and freedoms, that provides all nations that sign up to these principles an opportunity to participate in and have a role in shaping these rules. that empowers all nations to continually raise the standard of living for their citizens, and one that is free from aggression, coercion, and intimidation. That is our vision for the international order. We will continue building the strongest possible coalition of nations to advance this vision and to improve the lives of the American people and peoples around the world. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to share our views, and I wish you a very successful conference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we have about a 10-minute break here. We're going to reconvene at 9:35 for our first panel with Dave as the moderator.
Welcome back, everyone. So I'm so glad to welcome everyone to our first panel for this conference. And what we are going to aim to do here with this first panel is really kind of lay out some of the broader themes and dynamics around China's growing attention and strategic focus to the Global South at this moment where we're clearly at an inflection point in the global order. Look a bit at what are China's goals, how China's going about achieving those goals, and what we think is the likelihood that China will achieve those goals. What will its success be? And we could not have a better group to kick us off here with this first panel. So let me introduce them very briefly. I won't go through their full bios. Those will be on your kind of virtual program. And they're very impressive bios, but I'm just going to give a quick introduction of each of our panelists now. We have on the screen here Bilahari Kausakan, chairman of the Middle East Institute at the National University of Singapore. We have next to me Paul Nantulia, a research associate at the Africa Center for Strategic Studies at National Defense University. Nadège Roland is a distinguished fellow in China Studies at the National Bureau of Asian Research. And on the screen, joining us from Beijing, is Michael Schumann, who's a non-resident senior fellow with the Global China Hub, as well as a contributing writer for The Atlantic magazine. So I should just say at the outset here that we will take audience questions for the last 10 minutes of our panel today. And audience members can submit questions via askac.org, askac.org. So we'll get to that at the end, and please feel free to jump in and ask questions. So what we're going to do now is just jump into our moderated discussion for this rest of the conference. We won't be having opening remarks. We just want to have kind of a free-flowing conversation. And so what I want to start off with is really a question for you, Nadège, maybe just very broadly, why is Beijing so interested in the Global South to begin with?
Well, thank you very much for having me today. It's great to be here and to focus on such important questions for a couple of days. Well, I think that China's interest in the Global South and what we call the Global South is not new. It dates back the decolonization movement. Over time, it has evolved, obviously, and during the reform and opening period, China's interest was more focused on economic development and getting resources, raw material from the developing world, and also using it as a way to asphyxiate Taiwan's diplomatic space. But for the past 10 years, really, what has changed is a vision that's much more strategic, much more comprehensive, that is looking at multi-domains, starting with the economic one, an interest in developing the markets for its companies, in the diplomatic area, trying to build coalitions with developing countries in international institutions to align with China's political and diplomatic interests, and politically, kind of partnering or shaping the way the countries in the developing world are helping China, maybe shaping norms on the global stage. So it's a much more strategic vision where Beijing looks at these countries as a vast area in which it can expand its power, expand its influence. And I should maybe start also by saying that domestically, China doesn't talk about the Global South. It talks about developing countries and the emerging world. And that tells you how I think the vision is about this emerging force on the international scene that will basically upend the current order, that it's dominated by Western countries, and being replaced with that emerging force with China as its leader and composed by non-Western countries. So it's the West and the non-Western world. That's the bifocal of their interest.
And as Josh kind of discussed at the outset of the conference, I mean, this is not a new dynamic, right, in terms of China's bid to lead the Global South, the G77. This is kind of a return to that dynamic, is that right?
Yeah, and I mean, of course, during the 50s, throughout the 70s, the interest was somehow similar in the sense that it was a global vision, something that was supposed to upend the world order. But that's the only thing that is very similar in that way. Today, of course, it's not about communist revolution. It's more about those like malleable and flexible coalitions to reduce the influence of Western, what Beijing thinks is a Western-led order, Western concepts, and to instead replace it with ways to vision for a world that's very different, and in which Beijing thinks that the developing world can be partners and allies.
So I think it's worth at this point digging into this question that you touched on, that Assistant Secretary Crittenbrink touched on, which is this notion of the global South. Nobody likes that terminology, but we don't seem to have a better one. So maybe Bilahari, I'll turn to you. What is this creature we're calling the global South? Is this a useful terminology? Is there a better way to be thinking about this? Because I think it's something that's on everyone's mind as we kick off our conference.
Well, that's a very good question. And the short answer is there is no such creature. We use what we now call the global South. I think from political correctness, we used to call the third world. We used to call the less developed countries. We used to call the developing countries. We used to call them we can call it the non-Western world, right? It really represents a certain mood, a mood which is partly a hangover from the colonial experience, a sense of being disadvantaged economically and politically in the global system, certain resentment at the inequalities of the system, a certain irritation with the sanctimoniousness of certain aspects of Western diplomacy, particularly European diplomacy, but also American, and a sense that Western definitions of norms are not the only definition of norms. But I think it's also important, and it takes form in organizations such as the Non-Aligned Movement, the G77, and most recently, BRICS. But this mood and these forums, I wouldn't even call them organizations, do not create any cohesion of interest, except perhaps at a very high level of generality. So high and so general that it really prescribes nothing very practical in terms of policy. The Non-Aligned Movement, the G77, they have a certain relevance in international organizations like the UN, but I wouldn't overstate the case. Perhaps because I did some evil things in a previous life, I spent a lot of my youth as a young diplomat working in the Non-Aligned Movement and in the G77. I can tell you there is very little cohesion in them. It represents a mood. Now that mood should be taken seriously. And China, if insofar as it has any success in cultivating, we'll call it the global South for convenience, is because it takes that mood, or it pretends to take that mood seriously. And if its successes are perhaps even more so the result of the West, Europe, North America not taking that mood seriously enough. I think what Nadine said at the beginning is all correct. But I think one of the reasons China is making a concerted effort, not new, but a renewed effort to cultivate the global South is really because its policies towards the developed countries, the global North, if you like, towards North America, towards Europe, towards Japan, have been failures. I can't think of any country in the so-called global North, and in fact, many countries in the global South that are not without concerns about anxieties about one aspect or another of Chinese behavior. Now, I think that's important. They also have concerns about Western behavior, one aspect or the other. But I think it's important to understand that these generalities like global South, third world, developing world, conceal a multiplicity of interests. And that multiplicity is much more important or as important as the mood. It doesn't mean that these countries however resentful they may be about different aspects of Western policy, are going to drink deeply of Chinese Kool-Aid. They have their own interests, they have their own agencies. Some of those interests, maybe even many of those interests, will align with China's interests, but not all of them. Some will align with Western interests, and some will not align with either Chinese or Western interests. And that is certainly very clear in my part of the world, Southeast Asia. But I think it's clear, generally speaking, in this amorphous animal we call the Global South.
Great, thank you. That's a great way to tackle that I think, difficult question around this terminology. And I want to
it's a nonsense terminology, but we're stuck with it, so we have to use it.
Exactly. I was hoping you'd give us you'd make news and give us the terminology we can all use going forward, but I guess we're stuck with Global South for now. So building on that, I wanted to ask Michael, Bilahari was starting to talk a little bit about, as did Nadej, kind of China's shifting interests and relations with members of the Global South and what it means for China's influence there. So I'd be curious if you wanted to add on to that and talk a little bit about, as China has grown richer, more powerful, how have its interests in the Global South changed, and what impact is that having on those relationships it's having across this creature we're calling the Global South?
Yeah, thanks, David. Well, as we've already mentioned, China likes to see itself as, or present itself as, kind of a fellow traveler with the Global South. This is another developing country, poor country that was a victim of Western imperialism and therefore has a shared experience and therefore has shared interests. But I think that's becoming less and less true. The Chinese economy is only a little bit smaller than the entire rest of the Global South combined. And China is becoming an incredibly dominant player within the emerging world. It's, for many countries in the Global South, China is already the largest trading partner. China is the largest official bilateral creditor. It is a major creditor for many low-income countries, some cases the largest. This is creating, well, in the old days when I was in college, I won't tell you when that was, but we would have called this a kind of a first world to third world relationship. That in some ways isn't all that different between the relationship between the North and the South. And in many ways, the Chinese have not been particularly generous dominant partners. When you look at the way that they're handling, for example, the debt restructurings for low-income countries, where they've been extremely reluctant to give these countries significant debt relief. So I think as this power balance has shifted, this is opening divisions between China and the rest of the Global South, and potential points of disagreement and conflict. And my sense, actually, though, sitting here in Beijing, is that the Chinese government actually likes this unequal relationship on a certain level, because my sense is that the Chinese don't really want to see a multilateral Global South. They want to leave the Global South, and they want the Global South to fall in behind China and support Chinese interests and Chinese ambitions on the global stage. And you can see this in the way that China deals with the Global South, in terms of it's always China offering the initiatives, China offering the programs, and other countries are expected to kind of sign up, whether it's the Belt and Road Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, Global Development Initiative. And because of the way that this unequal relationship is developing, I think what you're also seeing is the emergence of other voices within the Global South that don't see it in their interests to have China lead the Global South in a way that it intends. You see this also, for example, with India, which is trying to exploit some of these new tensions and divisions that China is facing within the global South. So I think going forward in terms of what Chinese aims are globally in terms of remaking the global order in its geopolitical confrontation with the United States and the West, that this changing nature of the relationship between China within the global South and its role within the global South is going to be increasingly important.
So it's fair to say that you would say, and I think others, that China now views the relationship with the global South generally, as kind of fundamental and central to its geostrategic objectives. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I would not agree with that. I think from a diplomatic point of view, yes, but substantively, no. I'm sorry, Michael, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's okay. No, my view on this is that the Chinese policy towards the global South, I think, is becoming increasingly consumed, like many aspects of Chinese policy, with this global competition with the United States, and it's starting. Beijing is starting to see its relations with the global South more and more in that context, and I think because of that, the Chinese government is actually, I think, intending on kind of weaponizing the global South against the U.S. and its allies, to use the global South as a foundation to promote its own strategic aims, its own vision for a new global order, and I think that too is, I think, also going to be creating problems for China within the global South. As has already been mentioned, the most members of the global South really don't want to take sides between the U.S. and China. They don't want to take sides with the U.S. against China, and they certainly don't want to take sides with China against the United States, because they benefit from both of these relationships. So I think as China sees the global South increasingly in these geopolitical terms, and sees the global South as a more and more as a foundation to support its own interests and power on the global stage, that this is going to create more divisions within the global South as well.
They don't, I mean, China doesn't need the developing world to take sides necessarily, I think they're very much aware that each of them have their own interests and their own agency. It just needs to have their support in some areas, but some areas that are actually very consequential for the shape that the global order is going to have in the future. And so it's not necessarily that it's going to be, two separate camps with the West isolated on one hand and China leading those developing countries on the other. It's more fluid and complex than that. But it doesn't mean that using those relationships, using that increasing influence that China has economically, politically, in terms of security, in terms of governance in those countries, it cannot sort of steer them in a direction that is more beneficial to China's own interests and isolate and reduce the influence of Western countries and universal values. So I think that's the broad picture here. And I don't think that China's economic slowdown is going to change that. To the contrary, because China is going to feel more sort of more cornered in a way, maybe more like with reduced options. It's going to use more a diversity of tools for influence that are cheaper than just investing in big infrastructure projects. We've seen that already happening with the Belt and Road. It started to decline back in 2015 already, those big ticket infrastructure projects. It was never the objective of the Belt and Road anyway. So investing in other areas that are more, shaping governance, training, and I think that Paul can talk about that in other areas that are not as costly but very consequential for the future shape of the world.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, a lot of subjects that have just been brought up that I want to come back to, especially the impact of the struggling economy and the demographic changes. But yes, I want to bring Paul in here and talk a little bit about the training, the security aspects here in terms of China's interests and engagement around the global South, and how big a factor that is in the way that China's looking at its engagement in the developing world.
Well, thank you, David, and it's great to be on a panel again with Nadej, and there are many other colleagues that I've worked with in this room for many years. Let me just associate myself with remarks that Nadej made earlier, which is this term, the Global South. If you talk to African diplomats, they don't use the term Global South at all. They'll talk about developing countries, developing regions, regions that were once colonized, regions that feel not well represented in international multilateral institutions, regions that basically constitute the vast majority of the world's population, but have very little voting power in institutions like the IMF, the World Trade Organization, and the World Bank, right? That's the language that you're going to hear from African diplomats. Now, Global South, yes, it will be used in different ways, but it's really not seen as a fundamental term of art when it comes to African countries. And I think we saw this in the recent non-aligned movement and the Group of 77 summit, which I was accredited to observe. And when you listened to the discussions in those rooms, and you listened to what the delegates were talking about, there was very little usage of this term Global South. People talked about Group of 77, Group of 24, which is a group within the G77 that defends African interests inside the IMF with the Secretariat in New York. Those are the sorts of conversations that were taking place there. But in terms of the security picture, in terms of China's security vision, I would say perhaps four things in this region, in Africa, in Latin America in particular. One is to socialize security concepts. So the Chinese defense establishment believes that it has, that the military, China's military and its military influence around the world has grown to such a level that China has a legitimate interest in promoting, its visions and its ideologies of security and security management. And I think that is fundamental. There are quite a number of platforms, I wouldn't call them institutions, defense dialogues that have developed, the SEO, the African China Defense Forum, similar defense forums with Latin America, which are younger, because I think the African ones are much older, having been established between 2000 and 2006. In Latin America, these were only established in 2014. But nevertheless, you see these as a mirror image, right? Quite a number of platforms that have been established by the National Defense University in Beijing, which gathers African, Latin American, Asian officers once, twice, 3 times every year, to discuss global concerns, global problems, but from an alternative kind of perspective. So I think this is key. The second is to build alternative defense dialogues. And again, these are not institutions. I mean, if we look at the Xinjiang Forum, that took place 2 years ago, for the first time, African countries were invited to participate in it. And it was hosted by, the PLA, National Defense University, and the dean of that university, one of the things he said, which was very interesting, he said that these forums provide an opportunity for African, Latin American, Asian countries, giving them a space to discuss their issues frankly and freely, right? These are the terms that he used, as sort of like, he didn't mention the Shangri-La dialogue, but you could see that that's where it was heading. So again, there's that sense of trying to construct different or alternative defense dialogues, which I think is consistent with the larger policy. China does have a vision of international order, does have views of how the international system is organized, how it should be organized, and a lot of those views, whether we like it or not, do dovetail with the statements released, the policies of the non-aligned movement, and all these other organizations. If one looks at the non-aligned movement outcome document that was released after the Kampala meeting, you can clearly see, in these different areas that they're looking at, you can see that there's a lot of alignment with some of these positions that we're talking about. The other element is to market professional military education. Now, this is a major area of Chinese engagement, probably the most important, I would say, on the military side. I mean, if we look at on the African side, for instance, from 2015 or 16 or thereabout, when African countries demanded for the inclusion, they demanded that the peace and security need to be included as part of the FOCAC mechanism, the Forum for China-Africa Cooperation. There was agency from the African side. It was not an imposition from China, right? And China was very reluctant to get into that space because China was very aware of the sorts of relationships that the United States military, for instance, had built with different African countries. So from that period, we've seen that the Chinese side educates more African officers than any other industrialized country. And this becomes extremely important. And if you look at the reorganization of the Chinese candidate officer schools and officer academies, there's been that reorganization. African countries now access over half of those, right? The Nanjing Military Academy, the PLA and its different colleges and so on. We could say the same thing about Latin America. So I think this is a major low cost, but high impact. It's really high impact in terms of exposing foreign officers to the Chinese way of doing things. Now, as to whether those concepts are actually adapted and applied, that's a different story. I've worked on a number of projects that has been looking at how African officers perceive, the education that they receive in Chinese institutions. Then I think the fourth one, after the PME element, which is very general to developing countries, is reinforcing other lines of effort. So the People's Liberation Army has been socialized and schooled and raised to see itself as part of the architecture of the Communist Party of China. It's a political army, right? It serves the CCP. It does not serve the constitution. It does not serve the nation. It is an army. It's the backbone of the Chinese Communist Party. So PLA officers are political cadres in their own right, right? And we see this in the strategic guidance, right, that the Chinese release regularly after 4 or 5 years or so. This concept that the PLA or the Chinese military establishment is supporting larger objectives, cultural, ideological, the party-to-party work, right? You do have uniformed officers that participate in party-to-party work with African political parties, for instance, and that sort of thing. And Latin America, the same thing can be said about Latin America and countries like Pakistan, in South Asia. So it's not just purely military, right? It is much broader than that, and I tend to term this as a blended security approach, where the PLA also discusses the Belt and Road process. It discusses culture. It discusses Confucius Institutes. There's a lot of training that Confucius Institutes are doing with African militaries, for instance, right? It's not military, but it is being done, with a strategic kind of framing in mind. So I think, David, these would be the 4 or 5 issues that I would say characterize Chinese security engagements within developing countries. Yeah.
That was fantastic. Thank you, Paul. I think, and you put so much out there in terms of not just what China is offering countries in terms of military education and engagement, but pointing out how this ties into other dynamics that China, in the ways in which China is engaging across the developing world, the BRI, and all these other aspects. And also, I think, importantly, noting that this is not something China's imposing on countries, that in many cases, at least in the Africa context, you were saying, there's agency here and there's a demand signal for this engagement.
Little bits of agency. I mean, there's pockets. There's variation. I mean, some countries negotiate better than others. Some countries get better deals with China than others. But the point I'm making is that there is a level of agency. So the tendency to look at African countries as simply supplicants, who basically do China's bidding. I mean, the story is a little bit more nuanced than that. Yeah.
I think this is a good way to transition into the question of, what is it that China is offering many developing countries that is working, that they want, that they appreciate, and is China ultimately, at this moment, getting what it wants out of its increased attention to the global South and the developing world? So I don't know if anyone wants to jump in. Maybe I'll turn to Michael to kick us off if you want to answer that question. Is China getting what it wants out of the global South right now? Is it working what it's doing?
I think it's getting some of what it wants out of the global South. I mean, I think that the Chinese see the global South as a huge future economic opportunity that they're doing a very good job of capitalizing on. The Belt and Road Initiative was very much about developing new bonds of trade, finance, technology between China and the developing world. And when Chinese companies see the developing world as future markets, future consumers to buy their products, the Chinese are challenging Japan right now for the title of world's largest car exporter. Those cars are not going to the United States; they're going to Southeast Asia and Africa and Latin America. So in that way, the Chinese are getting what they want. I also think they're getting a fair degree of diplomatic and political support. The Chinese see the global South as being more receptive to its ideas about reforming global governance and some of its political and ideological principles, the kind of things enshrined in the Global Security Initiative, Global Development Initiative. These are very much targeted at the global South. You can see Chinese benefiting from support from members of the global South in promoting its ideas and initiatives at the international institutions like the United Nations. But they're not getting everything that they want, and I think it's going forward, things will be more difficult. Going back to what we were talking about earlier, I think as the Chinese see their relation with the global South more and more in terms of geopolitical competition with the West, I think they may find themselves somewhat disappointed, as we've all reiterated at this point. There is no such thing as a global South that has one common interest as multiple interests. I think the Chinese would like to see as many members of the global South more or less fall in line behind China and behind Chinese interests. And increasingly, I think that's what the Chinese want. You see that, for example, in my opinion, the recent expansion of the BRICS and how that played out. You can see it at the recent Belt and Road Forum in October in Beijing, where I think the Chinese increasingly want to see the members of the global South act to a certain extent as client states or supportive states for China's own ambitions on the global stage. And I think that's where, going forward, the Chinese may find themselves a bit disappointed.
Bilahari, did you want to jump in here?
Well, I just want to jump in to support what Michael just said and add to it. I think the Chinese, insofar as they see the global South in geopolitical terms, in terms of its competition with the US, is almost bound to be disappointed because it's not a cohesive group. When somebody earlier mentioned, I can't remember who, that most of the countries that make up the global South, and certainly those in Southeast Asia and Asia, always say we do not wish to choose between the US and China. Now, what do we really mean by that? What we really mean by that is not that we want to do nothing, lay low, and hope not to be noticed. What we mean is that we want to have the agency to take an eclectic approach to our interests. Some of our interests may align with the US or Europe, some may align with China, and some may align with neither of these major powers. But it is our interest, even if it aligns with one or another. That's, I think, an important point to bear in mind. I think China plays the game in international multilateral institutions like the UN much better. It understands the mood, or professes to understand the mood that constitutes the global South, better than the West. It avoids what I would call sanctimonious diplomacy, insisting that its interpretation of values is the only possible interpretation of values, and the conceit that one interpretation of values needs to be universal. The idea of universality of norms is a myth. It doesn't exist except, again, as I said, at a very high level of generality that prescribes nothing practical. So I think it is a game, it's a diplomatic game that China plays, not badly, but it will not get what it wants if what it wants is some weight on its side vis-a-vis the US or vis-a-vis the West generally, because the weight isn't there. And even for China, its most important interest, economic interest, where are its most important markets? Perhaps one day they will be in the global south, and perhaps they're already there in certain domains like, EVs, for example, automobiles. They are quite good automobiles. You can see them in Southeast Asia, so why should we not buy them, right? But their own interests, their most important interests in technology and so on, are in fact with the global north. And that is true of countries in the south. India is certainly a very important member of the global south, is an important member of the non-aligned movement and so on, but does its interest align with China? I don't think so. Indonesia, some of Indonesians' interests align with China, but many do not. In fact, I think there are two things that have become more and more evident over the last 10 years, at least in my part of the world. One, there is a growing awareness that in order to deal with either China or the United States effectively, you have to deal with both simultaneously. Secondly, there is a growing sense that we have concerns about both certain aspects of Chinese behavior and certain aspects of American behavior. And you put this all together, what it means? What it means is countries are going to look for maximum flexibility to align their interests in any particular, in any direction they think is most advantageous to them. Nobody is going to line up all their interests across all domains in one direction or another. In that sense, there is a new world order already. It's not a binary world anymore. And there is a very strong tendency, particularly in the United States and Europe, to look at the world in binary terms. But most of the countries in the global south, I dare say, do not look at the world that way.
And one would think maybe that this kind of dynamic you're talking about, where countries, in a negative sense perhaps, because it's a lot to deal with, have to think about dealing with the United States and China simultaneously. But there's also benefits to that, as there was during the Cold War, in terms of playing the United States and China off one another and gaining benefits from that, perhaps.
No, I don't think it's so simple. I don't understand why you said, if I heard you correctly, saying it's difficult to deal with both the US and China simultaneously. I think it's very natural to do that. It's not a binary choice. And I think this idea that you play one against the other, that's a mug's game, okay? You'll get into trouble. The better way to conceive of it, and even during the US-Soviet Cold War, people who tried to play that game eventually tripped themselves up,
Fair enough.
It doesn't mean you have to. What a better way to conceptualize this is to think of your own interests and follow your interests in whichever direction they take you. Some will take you in the direction of China, some in the United States, some in neither direction, some India or Africa or Europe. It's what I call dynamic multipolarity. You're going to have a central axis of US-China relations because that is certainly the most important relationship in the world. But around that, you're going to have coalitions forming and reforming themselves around different interests. You already see it, actually, in a nascent form, in Asia at least.
Well, I welcome others to jump in here, but I think this comes back a little bit to what you were saying, Nadej, as well, in terms of China's perspective, which is, and I'll try to paraphrase, but please correct me, that you were saying it's not that China necessarily wants countries to choose, or that there needs to be this new order that China is setting up, but that in kind of achieving what Bilahari was just kind of laying out there in terms of this much more multipolar order in which countries have this choice, China has already, to some extent, succeeded in some of its aims.
Yeah, I would think so. And it's like, I believe that Beijing's view is very binary, for sure. It's there's only one obstacle between its objective and where it is now, its objective of being a risen power on the global stage, and where it is now, it's the West. It's the Western influence. So in a binary zero-sum perspective, as the Beijing government has, it can be difficult to, I mean, there's no other way to then isolating the West. It's like this. It's your power grows, my power grows, your power is declining. So it's very zero-sum. And in that game, if I can put it that way, countries in the developing and emerging world are part of putting the numbers on the shifting weight of power. So this is when this idea of the democratization of international relations come in, because the multiplicity of countries that are non-Western, if you just look at the list on the, just by numbers, one country, one vote, it's very important for China to be able to work with these countries in order to achieve this shift in the in the balance of power. I mean, this is very sort of basic, but it's I think this is the main objective, and yes, I think in some issues that are more important from Beijing's perspective than others, those like flexible, malleable coalitions that we're all starting to see emerging might be very consequential. And sometimes you don't need 160 countries on your side to be able to, shape the direction that the world is taking. You can have 54 that vote with you on, the fact that the camps in Xinjiang are not a violation of human rights. And is that consequential or not? Well, I believe it is. So it's it is flexible, and there's a lot of dynamic, and we're all saying the same thing. It's not like these countries are pawns in the hands of Beijing, but Beijing certainly sees them as such, and so it's a very binary vision for what the world order looks like. It's a rejection of the existing one, and it's trying to shape it in a very different direction.
Right, and I want to come back to a point you made earlier in terms of the capacity to be able to shape the order in a way that fits China's interests better, and that is the point about what is the impact of China's slowing economy, which I think we all agree now is not going to be returning anytime soon to the galloping growth of the past. You already mentioned, Nadej, the kind of pullback from the massive kind of infrastructure projects of the past, although it's not entirely gone, but certainly a pullback on financing with the Belt and Road Initiative. And you talked a little bit about other ways in which China will achieve influence, but I'm curious from you and also others, do you think that both with this economic slowdown and with the demographic changes and then the shrinking of China's population that it looks like we're going to be witnessing over the next coming decades, is it really the case that China is going to continue to be able to have the kind of influence and achieve the kinds of things it's trying to achieve through its engagement in the developing world, or is this going to really fundamentally, ultimately shape the way countries view the value of a relationship with China?
I think what we're going to see is a Belt and Road. We're already seeing Belt and Road 2.0. And at some point we'll see Belt and Road 3.0. The Belt and Road is not going to go away. I don't think it was designed to be an economic. Yes, it's doing a lot of economic work in terms of infrastructure, but that's not what the Belt and Road is. The Belt and Road fundamentally is an ideological vision. It's an ideological vision that is telling other parts of the world that, look, the world is not binary, and and international arrangements can be shaped in different ways, and this is what China is. This is the vision that China is offering. I think that's what the BRI is. The physical elements of the Belt and Road, the connectivity, the infrastructure, and so on. Yes, those are there. Those are physical manifestations of this concept. But fundamentally, the Belt and Road is fundamentally an idea, and I think it's going to live on. Mm-hmm. Now, certainly, there's less funding. We've already seen this with African countries, right? The Kenya government has been trying to get China to extend the standard gauge railway from Naivasha to the Ugandan border. I mean, these are very, very tough negotiations. It's not very clear whether the Chinese will do that. The Tanzanian and the Zambian governments have been trying to get China to revive the TAZARA, the Tanzania-Zambia rail, and they're not the only ones. We see this in Peru. We see it in Nicaragua. Mm-hmm. They're all basically, these governments have become much tighter in terms of in terms of the way they're trying to get the Chinese government to fund different initiatives in the context of an economic slowdown. So I think we're going to see that. We're going to see less. I think it's going to be much more targeted. I think what has happened is the Belt and Road has encountered problems along the way, problems in terms of environmental impacts, complaints that have been made by civil society and so on. So it's adjusting as it moves along, but I don't think it's going to disappear. Secondly, I think that Belt and Road program it's part of a much larger effort, right? So, there's culture, the Confucius Institutes that I mentioned earlier. There's the political party-to-party training. There's the Luban workshops, which even, which recruit, which touch high school mm-hmm. students and so on. It's such a wide array of domains in which China is engaging that I don't think that influence will. It may change somewhat, but I don't think that the Chinese government puts all its eggs in one basket, so to speak. I think it's a multiplicity of engagement, and whether it is succeeding or not is another question altogether. But I think on the diplomatic front, as Ambassador Bilahari was talking about earlier, I think there's been some success. If you look at the African voting behavior, for instance, on issues of Xinjiang, the national security law in Hong Kong, on Taiwan, right? It's very, very clear, right, which way African countries are voting. When the former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, when she made her visit to Taiwan, if you look at the condemnations that came in, hard and fast, a lot of them came from African countries, mm-hmm. right? So on the diplomatic side, I think there's some wins. I don't think China is going to win everywhere, and I think the Chinese understand this. But I think it's in terms of volume, in terms of what you put out there. Yeah. And if you can get maybe 20 or 30%, that's fine. So I think that is really the strategy. It's really a multi-domain operation. And that's how I see the Belt and Road. It's not just an infrastructure building initiative. Right. So I think responding to the Belt and Road should not just be about infrastructure. I think it should be about something much more fundamental. And that's really the power of ideas.
That's really helpful, and I think that will be the subject of many of our panels to come over the next 2 days is what is the nature of the Belt and Road and how to respond to it. Michael or Bilahari, anything to add on those points? And then we'll turn to
Sorry. Okay, so Michael, go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead. You're in Beijing, so you are at the top of the hierarchy, so you should go there.
Okay, well, I would argue that as the Chinese economy struggles, that China is going to be even more aggressive in promoting its leadership of the global South. Mm-hmm. That I think you can make a case that the Chinese leadership has come to recognize that they may not be able to overtake the United States economically. But the goal of overtaking the United States and the global order remains the same. So how does China do that? If it's not going to see the kind of economic gains going forward that its leadership had expected and hoped for. And I think the way that the Chinese are going to do that is that they're going to try to basically overcome the United States in aggregate, which is trying to build a coalition of support mainly within the global South, and use that as a foundation to basically overwhelm the U.S. by numbers. And so I think the slowing economy actually makes the global South more important to China economically, of course, but also diplomatically in pursuing its geopolitical aims.
Okay, let me jump in here now. I think, first of all, on the BRI, I tend to agree it is not just, it is a vision. I wouldn't even call it an idea. It is a vision, a very ambitious vision. But ambition and vision are just that, ambition and vision. That does not mean they are not reality. And I tend to see the Global South, the BRI, as a collection of projects, a very disparate collection of projects, taken for different reasons, wrapped up in a slogan, and presented as a strategy. I actually see very little strategic cohesion in it. Secondly, I agree with Michael that, and I think Nadine said it too, we all said it too, the numbers game is important. But they're important only in certain specific and rather narrow domains. Votes in the UN, votes in the Human Rights Council, that kind of thing. Yeah, it has a certain importance, which we should not completely dismiss, but neither should we exaggerate that importance. I agree with Michael that as China's economy slows, and we shouldn't exaggerate that, right? Last year they said 5.2, is it 5.2 or 5.3? And let's say discount, let's round it out to 5, and that's not the same as in the past. It will never be the same in the past, but that's about adding one Australia to the Chinese economy. And that's not inconsequential, even slowing down. But I think it's wrong to draw too close a correlation between influence and economic weight. Of course, it has a role, but I think insofar as China has influence in the Global South in that numbers game, which is important only in specific and rather narrow domains, it is not just due to its economic weight, it's not just due to its ability to build infrastructure projects, it's due basically to exploiting that mood I talked about from the beginning, and as much due to the failures of Western diplomacy in understanding and trying to work with that mood, rather than lecturing to the Global South all the time. My last point is this, there is a very fundamental paradox in Chinese approach to the world. They talk very eloquently and at great length about democratization of international relations of the world. But that comes from a perspective that is instinctively hierarchical. The Chinese view of the world is hierarchical. And when they talk about democratization, they really mean the replacement of one hierarchy with another, with themselves, of course, at the apex. I think we shouldn't forget that. And I don't think many people in the Global South are as foolish or as naive as some people, not everybody, not this group certainly, but some people in the West seem to think that we are all in the Global South. We are either so naive as not to know our own interests, or also irredeemably corrupt as to sell our heritage for a mess of pottage. It's not so, And I have often reminded it is true that governance is an issue in many parts of the Global South, including in Southeast Asia, right? And the Chinese exploit that. Let's be frank about that. But I've always reminded my Chinese friends not to forget one thing. Even the most corrupt person can be a nationalist. This is not a contradiction. And therefore, they have a sense of their own agency and their own interests. And there's one very big country in my part of the world, Indonesia. I've said it in public, so I'll say it again. Indonesia has taken money from the Soviet Union. It has taken money from Maoist China. It has taken money from Japan, from Europe, from the United States. And it's always gone its own way. So I think this is something that I've told my Chinese friends to bear in mind, because they are being disappointed here and there. They will have faced further disappointments. Disappointment is one of the characteristics of being a global power and trying to be a global player. They're just beginning to learn that.
Thank you for that. We could probably spend a whole nother hour talking about Indonesia and where things are headed now there with its relationship with China. We only have a couple minutes left. I have one question that I wanted to ask from the audience. We've talked about, Africa, we've talked about Indonesia. We haven't talked about South Asia much. There's a question here about India. India's, the question is what does it mean for India, all of the things we're discussing here, which is a part of the BRICS, a part of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. What does all of this mean in terms of India's approach to China and India's response to China's bid to lead the Global South? That was I slightly shifted the question, but this is from Senga Tsering. Anyone want to jump in on the role of India?
Okay, I'll jump in on this. I think it's become very clear that New Delhi has woken to the danger of a global South dominated by China. These are countries, two countries that don't get along on their own bilateral interests, but also have extremely different worldviews, extremely different views about where what kind of global governance there should be. Very different relationships with the West, different relationships within the global South. And I think it's clear from Prime Minister Modi's enhanced diplomacy within the global South, and we saw that, and more broadly, we saw his role at the G20 last year, that he has decided that India has to take more action to challenge China and to challenge China's aim to be the leader of the global South. And I think this is important because as a couple of people have already discussed, we're too prone to see the world in bilateral terms. That this is that the world has become a U.S.-China confrontation or a confrontation between China and the West. It's much more complicated than that. And India's emergence as a more assertive power within the global South is just I think the most prominent example of that. And China's increasing a large role within the global South is actually going to be driving that dynamic as other countries with other visions will want to get their voices out and expand their own influence to push back China's influence within the global South.
Great, thanks, Michael. Any other thoughts there?
Yeah, I think when we look at India, I mean, India is always the big elephant in the room in these sorts of discussions. But if you look at the relationship with Africa, which I'll focus on, India has a very, very, very special relationship with Africa and with African countries that goes way back. In fact, the conventional thinking goes as follows: that Chinese senior leadership visit African countries more than any other industrialized country. That may be true. It's highly institutionalized within the Chinese state. But India, when you look at the foreign ministers of India from independence to today, there've actually been much more engagement with African leaderships than China, for instance. China came in much late in the day. And so India has a very, very multifaceted approach in Africa. Obviously, a huge Indian diaspora in Africa that supports that to some extent. But what I find very interesting, and which goes back to the discussion of dynamic multipolarity, India and China on the African continent, and if it's like countries like Seychelles and the Maldives, there'll be some element of rivalry there that will be clear, right? But on the rest of the African continent, Indian diplomats do not talk about China, and Chinese diplomats do not talk about India when they're in African spaces. And it's very interesting. And one, sort of like very visible manifestation of that at the BRIC summit, this BRIC summit that was held in South Africa, you had Modi and Xi Jinping together, right? That sends a message. And I mean, within African think tanks and within the broader African public opinion, the rivalry between India and China is actually not really discussed. And that's because of the way the two countries engage. You know, they both understand that you know, they've got different levels of engagement with the continent, but there's almost a sense that they tend to de-emphasize their rivalry when engaging African audiences. So I think it's a much more complex and nuanced picture. But certainly India is a major player on the continent. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, and I'm sure this is a subject we will dig into even more in our Africa panel coming up next, as well as our panel on Asia. I think this was a fantastic way to kick off the conference. We're already at time. We covered a whole range of different issues here around China's shifting approach to the global south and the impact that it's having, the role of the BRI, the role of security relationships, the geostrategic competition with the United States. So really a great way to lay out some of those issues that we're gonna cover in more depth, I think, or at least from different angles over the next 2 days. So I want to thank our panel. Please, everyone, stay seated as we transition to our next panel on Africa. Thank you.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here, and welcome to all our panelists and to our guests. This is the Regional Lightning Talk. So I will go straight to first introducing myself. My name is Jane Munga. I am a fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace at the Africa Program. And this morning, I'm joined by three experts in China-Africa relations, and I'll introduce them. First, I have Joe, who's right next to me. Joseph Asunka is the Chief Executive Officer of Afrobarometer. Joseph has previously been the Program Officer at William and Flora Hewlett Foundation. Before joining Hewlett, Joseph was a lecturer in political science at the University of California, LA, where he taught courses on African politics. Political economy, development, and research methods. If you have not interacted with the Afrobarometer, I encourage you to. It's a great data set on perceptions of Africans. The bios are long, but I know they are online, so I will also just do a quick summary. Our next guest is Oscar. Oscar is just told me he came from Nairobi, so welcome to DC. It chose a very cold day to be here. Oscar Otella is a non-resident fellow with the Global China Hub here at the Atlantic Council. He's a political scientist with 15 years of working experience spread across lecturing, research, and consultancy services. Over the past 10 years, he has lectured at 6 universities, offering his insights on political science, including comparative politics, international relations, and political philosophy. He has published a number of journal articles with journals such as the African Affairs and policy papers with the Council on Foreign Relations. Next, I turn to Paul. Paul is no stranger. He was here in the previous session. But I will still go ahead and introduce Mr. Paul Nantulia, who is a research associate at the African Center for Strategic Studies. Paul researches and prepares written analysis on contemporary African security issues. His areas of expertise include Chinese foreign policy, China-Africa relations, African partnerships with Southeast Asian countries, mediation, and peace processes, the Great Lakes, East and Southern Africa. Prior to joining the African Center, Mr. Nantulia served as a regional technical advisor on South Sudan for CRS, where he supported crisis mitigation with the government of South Sudan. So, I think that's the introductions. I think we will go, like in the previous session, the organizers of this conference, and again, thank you to the Atlantic Council and the University of Notre Dame for having this session. It's going to be a lightning round, so we're going to try and keep things moving quickly. There is some Afro-pop musicians who sang a song called Short and Sweet. I don't know if some of you know it. I won't ask you to dance, but let's try and keep it short and sweet as we keep the questions going. We've been talking about the increasing China-Africa relations, and I want us to start on that conversation because I think it's interesting that we frame this discussion. And the first question will go to you, Oscar. And I want us to start framing this with Africa's interest in China. And then I'll come to Paul, and who can tell us about China's interest in Africa. So, Oscar, Africa's interest in China, how do African countries leverage their relationships with China to advance their own agendas and diversify their partnerships? What is the need for them?
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, colleagues, for joining the panel, and to our audience, both here at Atlantic Council and those joining us virtually. It's interesting to join this session to shed light on African interest, talking about the leverage of African countries from my own works and other colleagues who have passionately spoken about this discussion. We frame the question of African agency from two perspectives, and just building from what the previous panel have discussed. And I know the ambassador dismissed the idea of global South. Some platforms, if you look at the published works in the Third World Quarterly, the concept of Global South has been elevated to higher levels. But let me then use politically correct terminology, developing countries. And from a structuralist perspective, we see African countries, being part and parcel of that group. And if you read and follow the rhetorics of Chinese diplomats, as other speakers have said, they are very specific on the use of developing countries when they're referring to African countries. Reason, of course, that has a historical connotation. And the idea here is to evoke the colonial sentiments and forge that sense of shared belonging among African countries. So seen from that perspective, then, African countries are simply perceive China as one of them, a brother, a sister, whom we have a shared history. We have suffered, and therefore we can be able to engage on an equal footing, rather than the hierarchical north-south or structural, that north-south. Let's see each other as partners, all right, as equal. And so we see China, bringing in interesting terminologies like win-win situation, mutual benefits, sort of just to, extend and forge, extended engagement that we have seen since the turn of 21st century. And obviously, the question of what then is in place for African countries, that has actually been the subject of our discussion, and we're asking now, how are these countries benefiting more? Paul and others in the previous panel have talked about bargaining power. Who is bargaining and who is benefiting in this engagement? Where is the place of African people? Where is the place of civil society? That has been a question myself and others have asked, and we have come to the conclusion that predominantly we are seeing more and more African political elite driving and benefiting in this engagement, to the extent that other sectors of society are also benefiting, is a subject of debate. But more importantly, as I let others to also join in, how then is the elite structuring this power relation? That is important because China is coming as this powerful actor on board. Are these elite, of course, speaking on behalf of African state, are they in a position as they negotiate to put up a strong fight against this powerful actor? That then gives us a room to start now questioning the extent of bargaining power in this space. So I'll stop this as I allow others to ventilate this.
Thank you, Oscar. And you've raised a very important point that I'm going to come back to Joe, because I know he does some perceptions, and we'll move down from what is being perceived. But before that, I want to hear Paul's view of this, because now we've talked about China's interest in Africa. Let's take a look on the other side. I would want to hear, what is China's interest in Africa? So if we can frame your remarks on that, and how does China's involvement in Africa development align to their broader foreign policy, the BRI, and all these other things that you mentioned earlier?
Right. Thank you so much, and it's great again to be on another panel with colleagues that I've worked with and whose works that I really admire. China in Africa is part of China in the developing world, the emerging world, and China in the world. It is not China's engagements in Africa are not divorced. In fact, I think they are a subset of its larger global vision. So I think that's important. I might break it up in 5 key strategic elements. The first is China has a profound interest in reminding African audiences and African stakeholders about the journey it traveled with them during the struggle against colonialism and apartheid. Why is this so important? You see, China understands that modern Africa is young. By modern Africa, I mean independent Africa. Independent Africa is just what, 60 years? This is yesterday. The gentleman sitting on this table belonged to the first generation of Africans that were born free. All our parents were colonial subjects. So the memories of colonialism are fresh. Countries like South Africa, 1994 was this morning. You know, Namibia, 1990 was 4 o'clock in the morning. These are recent experiences, and these are countries that are being governed by elites that were part of that. Not all of them were armed. Some of them were in the civic movements, in the civic space, and so on. But these memories are fresh. And I think China understands that very well. India as well understands that in terms of the language that you see, the diplomatic language that you see when Indian diplomats meet with their African counterparts. It's fresh. So I think that's the first element. And I think it translates into diplomatic support, which brings me to my second point, which is that China is interested in the numbers because Africa as a bloc is the largest bloc within the G77. It's the largest bloc within the non-aligned movement. It is the largest regional bloc in terms of plurality of members in the UN General Assembly. And these are important forums for voting on issues of international consequence and so on. And like I mentioned in the previous discussion, African voting behavior in the UN and in other multilateral institutions is very, very important to China. Not just China, but also other powers as well. So I think that's key. The more voices China can recruit or co-opt to support its policies, for instance, on Taiwan, its policies in Xinjiang, Hong Kong, and so on, the better for China, diplomatically speaking. So I think that is a key element. In terms of isolating Taiwan, that is a clear manifestation of this. Africa is a Taiwan-free zone in terms of diplomacy. Only one country, Eswatini, recognizes Taipei.
One.
All the others, and this was not the case even 20 years ago. So that diplomatic maneuvering is extremely important. So mobilizing representational strength, legitimizing China's emerging alternative multilateral architecture has emerged as a key strategic objective. China, from the end of the 1990s to 2023, has constructed 21 new multilateral arrangements. Some of them compete directly with existing multilateral institutions like the World Bank and IMF and so on. So China has a keen interest in increasing and sustaining African and larger global South participation in these institutions. It gives them legitimacy. It allows them to mobilize diplomatic positions. So I think that is a key element. The other elements, of course, access, market access, very important. Over 10,000 Chinese firms that are operating on the continent. What is interesting is I was looking at data from the China-Africa Research Initiative, and they found that the profits that Chinese state-owned enterprises are making in the construction space are actually triple the amount of foreign aid that China gives African countries over the same period, right? So there's a profit motive there, which is dominant, which we sometimes forget to address. Norm shaping, as I mentioned in the previous panel, through professional military education, developing military partnerships, and that sort of plays into the larger economic dimension of it. I mean, Chinese state-owned enterprises are either the sole managers or the financiers of over 40 port developments on the African continent. So again, it's a mixing of commercial, political, cultural, and military interest, which I think is quite evident on the continent.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very good roundup. I was even taking notes. It sounds like an essay already lining up here. But I also meant to mention this, sorry, my apologies, that if you have any questions for any of our panelists, please go to askac.org and type in your questions, and we'll be taking those questions in the next 10 or 15 minutes. So I meant to say that in my opening remarks. But now we want to go over to Joseph or Joe, who is the Afrobarometer. And I'm interested in hearing more just about the Afrobarometer for those who are not familiar with it. But what is interesting is what even has been said here by Paul is a norm shaping, and also about the elites. Is it an elite question? So there's also perceptions we need to understand. Is what the elites doing also mirrored by the populace? Are we also beginning to see any norms being shaped, are democratic norms being shaped within the African continent? So I want to hear more about that and what your research is doing.
All right, yeah, thank you so much, Jane, and thanks to Atlantic Council and the Q School. Really appreciate the invitation to share briefly about the Afrobarometer, and I'm happy to talk about what the Afrobarometer is for people who may not know. I can share more about that. But just directly to your question, whether China's influence and engagement on the continent is having any impact on democracy, and that's always a critical question that we get most of the time. First of all, I'll just start by talking about where Africans are in terms of their commitment to democracy and democratic norms. The first key thing I should point out here is, on the continent, throughout the period, Afrobarometer has been in this business for 25 years today. So in July, we'll turn 25. And we have surveyed Africans from across the continent over time with increased country coverage from our beginning 1999 in 12 countries. We're now into 40 countries. And over this period, commitment to democracy on the continent is very solid, right? Large majorities are committed to democracy. They prefer democracy to any other form of government. And they reject all the other non-democratic alternatives that we often would mention: one-man rule, one-party rule, military rule. And military rule is roundly rejected across the continent by more than 3/4 of Africans. So that is something I want to put in on the table just as context. The second thing is actually the commitment to democracy, as I mentioned, is not just the D word. People really are committed to the institutions of democratic governance, whether it is free and fair elections, the presidential term limits, talk about rule of law. All of these indicators have been very strongly endorsed by majority of Africans since 2014. So over the last decade, we've seen this endorsement being almost at the same level. But a critical thing we have also observed is Africans demand for accountable governance over effective ones. We often put this question to Africans: do you want a government that is accountable even if it is not very effective, or you want an effective government that can deliver even if it is not accountable? It started off in 2014 as a minority view, around 30%. But just in the recent 2 surveys, we have seen it tick up very strongly, and now it's a majority view on the continent. So there's a deepening commitment to accountable governance, and people prefer their governments to be more accountable to them than just being effective in delivering goods and services. And so I do think this is a critical element of the deepening of democratic values on the continent. But then to turn to your question, so how does the influence of China shape some of these views on the continent? As I've mentioned, the commitment has been very strong, growing in some cases like in accountable governance. But the influence of China on the continent, first of all, the last survey round we did, we asked people, do you think that the influence of A, B, and C, whether it is China or the US or Russia, do you think the influence has been generally positive or negative, or you don't know? And a slim majority, about 52% of Africans said the influence of China has been positive. About the same, so 47% also held the same view about the United States, that the influence has been generally positive. Okay. But in the previous surveys that we conducted between 2019 and 2021, we asked Africans, for the future development of your country, which country's model do you think is the best for your country to imitate? Is it the US, China, is it a former colonial power and the like? And at that time, of course, the US was far ahead of China. So 33% chose the China model and 22% chose 33% chose the US model and 22% were in favor of the China model. So what we wanted to then check is, okay, if people are drawn to the China development model, does it have any effect on their commitment to democracy and democratic norms? The short answer is no. There's absolutely no relationship between their preference for the China model and how they feel about democracy. If you look at the results and even separated by those who prefer the China model and the US model, the levels of commitment to democracy, preference for democracy, rejection of authoritarian alternatives, including one-party rule, as well as their commitment to democratic norms and institutions is just the same. There's no difference at all. Okay. And so that answers part of your question. We think that in our analysis, one of the most corrosive factors when it comes to citizen commitment to democracy is corruption. When people feel or even perceive corruption or real corruption is being reported, then you see their commitment to democracy beginning to tick downwards. Even with that taken, we still have a majority who are committed to democratic norms on the continent, but we've seen that for countries where there's rampant corruption, that is beginning to tick down. But this finding, we think it has implications for geopolitics. Because if international actors, whether it is the West or China or any other country, if we turn a blind eye to corruption for geopolitical expediency, then we are just signaling to citizens that democracy doesn't matter. And I think that's a critical view, that if we have international actors engaging in Africa, fighting corruption will be one of the critical things to enhance citizen commitment to democracy on the continent. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Wow, that's some interesting statistics coming out. And I'm wondering, is there almost some contradiction beginning to emanate in the continent? We have seen, especially in your opening remarks, you started talking about countries are still looking to be more democratic. We've seen a lot of coups happening. And even those have not been related directly to China, there's still some lessons there because some of these countries are heavily still investing in China. So I would still be interested to hear, do we see any kind of a contradiction happen? And this is actually open to any of the panelists. These influences, that the perceived influences of China in Africa when it comes to democratic principle and norms. So is it just a myth, or do we believe there's something there also? Is there an ideology?
All right, so I'll start from the data side, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues, Paul and Oscar. But from the data side, when it comes to especially military rule and military intervention, and we have to make a distinction between military intervention and military rule, okay? And as I said, military rule is roundly rejected by majority of citizens. It's only in a few countries, Burkina Faso and Mali in particular, where military rule is gradually getting hold of people's attention, that they would prefer military rule to some other alternatives. But when it comes to, just thinking about military intervention in particular, when recently we asked, if your elected leaders abuse power, do you think the military should intervene? And that question about military intervention is critical because at least a small majority feel that if their elected leaders abuse power, the military should intervene. And there are two reasons for this. The intervention is not for military rule. It's not that they're in favor of military rule, but they want some correction to a country that is spiraling out of control. How do you correct what is happening now? And I think that's where the attraction to military rule comes in. But of course, also the second fact being that the military tends to be the most trusted institution on the continent. If you ask about all democratic institutions on the continent, the military is always on top of the list. And so that sense of trusting the military and feeling that they can step in and correct something that's going wrong is probably what is appealing to citizens. And I don't think there's a contradiction that they want a change. But how will the change come about?
Thank you. Before Paul, you go, I also want to add an extra question to you, because you've done some work on this, and some of the Chinese military bases that are being established in the continent. Is this also a signal? Is it also showing us there could be something happening here with some kind of influence?
That's a hard question. It's a hard question, but China at the moment has only one overseas military base that we know of, and that base is in Djibouti.
Right.
It's a naval base. But if we look at what that base does and the size of that base, and the diplomatic language that China has used to describe what that base does, it has been built as a light footprint, so-called. So, for instance, if you compare it with the British base in Kenya, it's night and day. It's just doesn't. It's not. What the British have in Kenya is of a magnitude that cannot be compared to that base in Djibouti. But I think there were other elements that China was trying to exploit, and that was it's not the only one in the neighborhood, in the Djibouti neighborhood. There are many other foreign powers that have got military bases in Djibouti. So in that sense, it made it very difficult to kind of, raise, fingers to why China is establishing this base, because, you're basically all in the same pot. China will find it very difficult in any other African environment, because Djibouti is very, very unique in that sense. So should China go ahead and establish a base in another African country, it will be very visible. It will be very conspicuous. The Chinese boots on the ground will be seen. And that is something that the People's Liberation Army has a very deep aversion to that for ideological reasons. So that's what I would say in terms of that base. In terms of how China has reacted to coups, it's very interesting, because there's been a variation in how the Chinese government has reacted to these coups. In Niger, China initially was very forceful, basically demanded that Bazoum, should be released, and that China does not support this kind of action. But that was because the relationship with Bazoum was very close, and China had economic equities. But after a while, China became quiet, and the leadership, the military leadership, there were meetings and so on. And some of those equities have continued, right? In Mali, again, it was the exact opposite. In Burkina Faso, there was silence, because Burkina Faso is the newest, countries that recognize, that switched relations from Taipei to Beijing. Burkina Faso is the newest. So, China may not have wanted to kind of ruffle, to ruffle those feathers. So I think. The Chinese reaction to the different coups that have taken place in the Sahel region tell us something about China's intent and its intentions. When it comes to civil society organizations, and I'm very glad, I'm a huge fan of Afrobarometer. I mean, there's no report I do that doesn't build on Afrobarometer data. China faces some headwinds. Because if the vast majority of Africans, prefer democracy to one party state, prefer democracy to military rule, then it means that there's not much China can offer in that space, right? Given the nature of the Chinese political system, and we see this criticism that mainly comes from NGOs and professionals that you might, emulate or imitate Chinese experiences in different domains, but not in the political domain. So I think that is a key element, and I think it shows that there is a sophistication in African attitudes, right? If Africans welcome Chinese influence, but that welcoming of Chinese influence does not tamp down the demand for democracy, that tells us something, right? So yeah, that's what I wanted to throw out. It would be a hard sell for China, because the demand for democracy is very strong.
Yeah.
And
It really sounds like this is a very nuanced. There are a lot of layers happening here, and it's not just a binary. I think there's in the earlier panel it was said it's not just an easy way to look at these things. And I'm looking at Oscar because I want to also hear from your experience, especially since you've been with transparency and understanding the whole governance. If you've seen any influences there, just your feedback on that.
Thanks. Paul has left at an interesting point where he mentions sophistication in African public opinion, and I totally agree with that. That resonates with my working paper I completed in October on the same issue and using Afrobarometer data, exposing variation in African perception around China's model, and when you heard Joseph speak about how the variations, are demonstrated, and we may, for the purpose of our audience, to expose how different publics view Chinese engagement. For example, looking at the coups on, especially in the Western and Central Africa, how do they perceive Africa vis-a-vis relatively open countries like Kenya, Zambia, and Africa? I might not have the exact digit, and maybe Joseph may may shed light into this. But you find that countries that are relatively open, hypothetically based from what I have gathered before, for example, Kenya, Zambia, South Africa, trying to be more open in terms of how China is engaging in different sectors. For example, in Kenya, civil society is very, relatively strong compared to Ethiopia, and any Chinese engagement, if it's not subscribing, for example, what our constitution talks about, what other legal framework like access to information is talking about, issues to do with disclosure, public participation, or right, transparency, accountability. Civil society organization and other activists have filed petition to courts, and the courts have had their prayers. We've had courts even, saying that financial engagement around SGR did not conform with the constitutional principle, and that whole thing is should be cancelled. So that in itself, pulls further the discussion on democratic governance, and how then China is aware of this institutional variation in Africa, to the extent that in some countries it is able to carefully adjust local circumstances compared to other contexts. Yeah,
fantastic. Thank you for those insights. And I want to go back to something that was mentioned earlier, that the influence on China has also been quite great on training. They've been offering a lot of capacity building for government officials, even scholarships. So there's a lot of training. And this is going to a question that has also come in on the platform. So what role, or is there any impact in any on ideological political training of what China is offering African countries? Paul, I'm looking at...
Okay. Look, I would say three things. One, I think China, or more specifically the Chinese Ministry of Education, has understood the value that Africans attach to education, to skills building, to professionalization. It is almost a mantra in Africa that education is essentially the key to everything, right? I mean, it's been that way for a long time. So the idea of improving one's educational qualifications abroad, whether it's India, Singapore, Australia, it doesn't matter, is hugely popular. And I suspect that that might be contributing to the Afrobarometer, and that's the question I wanted to ask Joseph. The one of the reasons why the perception of Chinese influence as being positive, the argument is often made that it's because of infrastructure. I wonder if education might not have something to do with it, because China before COVID was educating more African civilians, students, than any other industrialized country. That changed during COVID. It's unclear whether it will pick up, because the next Forum for China-Africa Cooperation is taking place this year. And it remains to be seen whether China will up that offer. But certainly this is key. And the thing with these students is the visa overstays in China are far less than what you'd have in the US or any other country. I think the Chinese really enforce the immigration laws. So these colleagues go back to the African continent. So I guess one might make an argument that China is in fact, or rather Chinese education institutions, and they're not perfect. I mean, they're all, but one can make the argument, one can make a reasonable argument that capacity is being developed. But nevertheless, it is popular. As to whether students are swayed or professionals are swayed to go back home and kind of implement the Chinese model, the Chinese way of doing things, I think the picture is nuanced. Okay. I don't really think that, I think there's a sophistication about it. And I think a lot of those opportunities are really looked at as opportunities. What worries me is when you compare the visa rejection rates of China and, for instance, the United States. Last year, our visa rejection rate in this country was 74% of African, students, professionals who wanted to come to the US for training. It was 74%, right? And it's been at that level for many years, right? When you look at the visa rejection rates of China, Chinese visa rejection rates, I would suspect they're anywhere between maybe 10 and 12%, right? So I think again that the Chinese, they understand that this is popular, but it's low cost. Yeah. It's low cost, but I think it's high impact. So that's what I would say concerning the educational packages of the Chinese.
Thank you so much. I could go on into a whole tangent of visas, but that's for another panel. Right. We have barely 2 minutes left, we have 1 minute left, and this is where I'm going to come now seriously to the short and sweet. Okay. Okay. China influence continues to grow within the African continent, and Africa's role also globally continues to grow. It's beginning to make global headways and a force to contend with. So how do you foresee this relationship going? In your closing remarks, and I'll start with you, where do you see this? What's the trajectory?
Yeah, I think China's engagement in Africa is going to be mostly economic. The political realm is certainly not going to have a lot of impact, but on the economic front, that is exactly where I see this relationship growing, and economic as well as education, as Paul just mentioned, because increasingly more and more Africans are educating in China, and so I do see the economic engagement and the educational side blossoming in the near future.
Thank you very much. Paul?
No, likewise. I think it's economic, but as China's economy slows, I think the Chinese are going to ramp up. There's already signals that they're going to ramp up on these other soft areas, culture, education, and so on, because they know that it's high impact. But I think we're also going to see an increase in things like strategic litigation. Strategic litigation has been growing on the African continent as a strategic tool that African communities are using to hold Chinese state-owned enterprises accountable. We've seen this being used successfully in Zimbabwe, that stopped a Chinese investment in a coal mine that was located in a very sensitive biodiversity park. We've seen this in Kenya with the decision of the Court of Appeals that came, that queried the Chinese SGR. There's quite a number of other African countries where we're starting to see strategic litigation, becoming a key tool, and I think that's going to grow in the coming years.
Thank you, Paul. 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
So increase of agency and
10 seconds. To what Joseph and Paul have said, allow me to add political and future prospects of China-Africa relation will depend on political economy. And the reason why I'm saying political economy is a reference to 2021 Dakar Action Plan. A lot of points were directed towards elevating political engagement. For quite some time, the talk has been economic. Economics have dominated, and there are a number of political issues that are now coming up. People-to-people exchange, for example. Capacity building, we talked about capacity building. And party-to-party exchange is also taking place in a number of South African countries.
Thank you very much.
Right.
So political.
Political.
Please join me in saying thank you to our panelists. It's been a wonderful discussion. Thank you very much. And thank you again to the Atlantic Council and the University of Notre Dame School of Global Affairs. We'll take a 10-minute break, but please continue interactive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jeremy Mark. I'm a senior fellow with the Geoeconomic Center at the Atlantic Council. And I'd like to welcome you to our next session, where we are going to dig into development and finance, China's lending, its aid, its investment in what is being called the Global South. But I'm going to use the moderator's privilege and refer to low-income and middle-income countries. That seems to be a more neutral term than what we were using before. Real quickly, just to introduce the topic, we've heard a great deal today about a lot of the big picture aspects of China's interaction with the developing world. And I think what we're going to try to do here is to sort of dig into the lifeblood of this interaction, which is money. The lending, investment, and aid that China has offered to both low-income and middle-income countries over the past decade amounts to a vast sum, well over $1 trillion. And based on aid data's statistics, the commitments are even larger than that. So, there's a lot of issues that now revolve around the flow of capital out of China to these countries. And many of you are aware that the lending in particular has contributed to a debt problem in many countries now that has to be addressed. And it even presents a potentially serious risk to Chinese lenders at a moment of economic downturn in China. So what we'll get into this now, and what I want to do is real quickly introduce our speakers, and then we'll turn to questions. We have two speakers today who are joining us remotely. First from New Delhi is Veda Vaidyanathan, an associate fellow in foreign policy and security at the Center for Social and Economic Progress. She is also affiliated with Harvard University's Asia Center and the Institute of Chinese Studies in New Delhi. Joining us from Copenhagen is an Atlantic Council colleague, Wawa Wong, who is with the Global China Hub. She's also a senior fellow, and she is director of Just Finance International, a non-government organization focused on issues related to development finance. We are having some technical issues today, and so Wawa will be with us in voice and not by picture, and I'm sure that won't interfere with her participation in the slightest. Now, sitting here at the table at the center is Samantha Custer, who is Director of Policy Analysis at Aid Data, which is a research lab at William & Mary College's Global Research Institute. Sam's team at Aid Data examines foreign policy and development issues and is well known, very well known for its work on Chinese lending. Now, last and certainly not least, to my left at the table is Jude Moore, a senior policy fellow at the Center for Global Development here in Washington. He's a lecturer at the University of Chicago's Harris School for Public Policy and a former senior official in Liberia under President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Welcome to all of you. Why don't we get right into the questions? I'm going to focus in on the debt issue for the moment. And I'd like to start with Veda, please. Can you talk to us a bit about China's approach to development aid in lower and middle-income countries, how it might differ from the practices of traditional Western donors, multilateral institutions, and what do you see as some of the key principles guiding China's policy?
First off, very quickly, it's wonderful to be here, and thank you so much for having me. I'm actually going to use the term Global South only because it's easier to say at this point. I think there are a bunch of factors that set Chinese lending to the Global South, especially countries in Africa, a region that I study closely. One of them would be the number and the sheer types of lenders there are. I think it was the China-Africa Research Institute that came out with a study a few years ago that said in early 2000s, there were 3 Chinese lenders, and now there are, I think, 39 or so. So I think the sheer number of Chinese, the kinds of lenders, the kind of terms that they lend on, all of that is incredibly diverse. There's also a lot of innovative instruments that we see that the Chinese have included. For instance, just to give you one example would be the agricultural technology demonstration centers. It encompasses a lot of things, but the idea of tech transfer, of technology, not just transfer of technology, but also transfer of skills. In theory, it is a model where Chinese scientists work very closely with scientists from different countries where they are hosted. One of the ones that I'd studied, and we can talk about this later, is the one in Zambia, where Jilin University was working very closely with professors from UNZA. So the model itself was very novel. The construction, again, the money for the construction of the building came from China, but some of the labs and some of the equipment were locally sourced. A lot of the smallholder community farmers came to the center, but the impact of the center itself and what it did, that's a different story. Similarly, this emphasis on capacity building. I think a few members in previous panels talked about high-level educational visits, sending bureaucrats from countries in Africa and other parts of the global south to China. That's definitely there. But in some spaces, just to give you another perspective, I was in the Copperbelt province in Zambia, and there was this tiny vocational center in Ndola, and there were a lot of flyers and a lot of conversations about how they could send technicians from these tiny universities to places in China. So the idea of really going, bringing like a nuanced perspective to this idea of capacity building also sets it apart. Then, of course, the idea that Chinese lending is not uniform. So I think 5 or 6 countries in Africa account for over 50% of China's lending. But these are some of the things that sort of set Chinese lending apart. And I think this is one of the reasons why China is seen as an alternative to a lot of the countries in the global south. And one of the reasons that China is winning or has been, maybe not winning, that makes it sound very gamey, but one of the reasons China's been doing really well is also because of these reasons. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sam, let's turn to you and let's sort of take a bigger picture view of the debt issue, if we could, please. Can you talk a bit about your understanding of how China manages its lending practices, debt relations with countries, and what are some of the implications of China's debt diplomacy for the recipient country's economic stability and sovereignty?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And I think I'll start by building off of Veda's great answer. So, when I think about what are the differences and uniqueness of what China offers to the world, I go to my 5-point cheat sheet, which is my rule of thumb. So one is the scale of what we're talking about here. Over 2 decades, we're talking about $1.3 trillion in financing. That far outstrips most other donors on the market. Speed. When we're talking about delivery of things like big ticket infrastructure projects, a typical Chinese financed infrastructure project, 2.5 times as fast as a competitor from a multilateral development bank. Focus. I think Veda alluded to this a little bit. Traditionally, when you think about the chronic infrastructure deficits that the global south is facing, when you're looking to where to finance that, China used to be one of the only funders in town. Terms are important, and that kind of starts to transition us into this debt-related question. So China, I have a colleague who likes to call China a banker and not a benefactor, and that's because when you look at how China is financing most of these infrastructure projects, it's using debt instruments, and it's debt instruments such as loans that are approaching market rates, and that's a little bit different than what we see traditionally. And then finally, transparency, and this is also challenging when it comes to these debt conversations. Unlike an actor like a US or UK that has to report its terms and its projects to the OECD, you don't see the same thing with China. So how is China managing all of this portfolio? It's been interesting to watch. I think China has been strategic and opportunistic, but it didn't have a master plan from the start of this. If you think back to 2013, it positioned itself as a go-to infrastructure lender, and it was credible because it was seen as being willing to bankroll infrastructure projects at scale. I think what we see 10 years in, though, is that we're dealing with some of the unintended repercussions of these choices. We now see that 50% of the, or 55% of these loans that China has been providing to the Global South are actually now entering into repayment. By 2030, that's going to be more like 75%. The Global South has accumulated a rather large debt burden. We're talking about $2.6 trillion, including principal and interest. That's a lot of money to repay. And we're seeing some growing pains with this, and China is trying to adapt on the fly. And you see them starting to deal with the fact that they have now become not only the largest infrastructure banker, but they're the largest debt collector in the world. And so you're seeing interesting things like the inclusion of cash collateral. 75% of projects now include things like escrow accounts. You know, if you're engaging in risky markets, you need to park money somewhere so that you can access this if borrowers are starting to slow to repay. You see penalties are being sharper if people are late on repayment. You're looking at emergency lending starting to pick in. How do you increase the liquidity of borrowers that are struggling to repay? And then you're also seeing some professionalization. You know, Veda said 39 different actors. We're actually counting now over 700 actors. And what's been fascinating is the shift to commercial entities. So these are commercial state-owned banks in China, but also Western commercial banks like Standard Chartered, and they're co-financing these same loans. So some different things to try to navigate these risks.
Okay. Increasingly, restructuring is now becoming a part of the debt picture. Do you see China's efforts to restructure as beginning to damage its relations with recipient countries? We've heard various reports about debt trap, et cetera, whether or not that's an accurate description of China's policy. It's part of the narrative. How do you see this playing out?
Yeah, I hate the term debt trap diplomacy because I think it has the unfortunate coincidence of being wrong. But you know, aside from that, I think it assumes that countries lack agency. It takes two people to sign up to these agreements. But I think you're right. Like there is this challenge of what happens when countries start feeling the burden of having to repay. What happens? And similar to what I said before, China is fundamentally a banker with this. What you don't see often is outright, I'm writing off these loans. I'm forgiving them. You see it sporadically. Every once in a while, they're like really old loans that are basically bad loans at this point, or they were the ones that were earlier on that were like 0% or very low concessionality. So it's kind of like not too much of a burden for China to just write that off. That's not what is happening in most cases. What you see is kind of a willingness to restructure and defer. So to push out when these loans are due, to restructure the financing terms of these things, that's far more common. What you see on the demand side in Global South countries, there's a variety of reactions. So on the one hand, there's caution. You are seeing an uptick in projects that are being suspended or canceled. So there are about 94 of them now. And I think that when you look at the details of most of these things, it's often domestic governments that are starting to pull back, right? So that's an early warning signal of maybe not, the heyday of this is not quite as high as it used to be. I think also you see approval ratings for China, kind of a course measure going down globally because of some of the high profile difficulty that these countries are having. But here's the challenge. It's not all bad news or all pushback from countries. Countries are still signing new agreements. I saw one from Sri Lanka the other day. This is a country that had a major, embarrassing, messy default, not only because of China, but partly because of China, and is still signing on to new agreements with China. China is still the #1 preferred infrastructure partner in the Global South. We asked leaders in 120 countries. 40% of them said China is our preferred partner. In Africa, it's even higher. So I think it's, there's a wariness that you have to be careful in engaging in this debt finance development, but I think China is still a partner.
Judy, let's take this a little further, sort of the perspective of recipient countries at this point. How do they perceive, recipient countries, how do they perceive China's development assistance, lending finance? What factors do you think are shaping their decision to engage with China on development initiatives? And do they see clear benefits to engaging with China like this?
Yeah, again, it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you. I think Kenya's experience over the last 7 or 10 days is pretty instructive. For the last 3 years, most emerging economies, but most of the ones in Africa, were effectively shut off the international financial markets. They couldn't go to the markets to issue debt. And the terms at which Kenya actually did over the last, say, 7 to 10 days was 10.5%. So the sovereign had to borrow. The coupon rate is 10.5%. That's how steep it is. And there's a study that shows that countries that issue debt at 10.5%, more than 60% of them eventually default on that. That's how bad it is. And so for many African countries, the debt they actually got from China wasn't concessional. It was close to market rates. But it wasn't as if African countries just had this myriad opportunities and for some strange reasons decided to choose the Chinese option, right? The number of options available to them weren't that much. And one of the things that I like to stress about this relationship is that a part of what we are seeing is a reflection of African interest and demands. I'm just speaking from the African side. That, you know, from 1975 to 2002, investment on the continent had been declining at almost 8.9% a year. Across the OECD, it was increasing by 20 to 25%. In East Asia, it was almost 30%. So if this is the context, when the Chinese show up, they were literally the only game in town. And for certain projects at above a certain margin, especially for mega projects, 500 million or more, only the Chinese were financing that. So I think there is an understanding of the debt implications of this, but what options are there, right? I mean, this is a continent where the population has been growing faster than economic growth, which means that, and the terms of trade, I mean, since the 1990s, there was a report last year, actually, I should use that, from UNCTAD, that said 45 of Africa's 54 economies depend on commodity exports for more than 60% of their revenue, which means Africa isn't adding value to what it's exporting. And the terms of trade are negative. It means that Africa is earning less and less from trade. How does it pay for its infrastructure? How does it pay to provide social services? And if China is the only lender credible enough who at least has an appetite for perceived African risks, then this is the partner that they're going to deal with. So it's not an absence of understanding the implications of debt, of understanding the implication of the deals they're entering. It's just, if you're going to govern, you have to do something. And the final thing I would say here is, I have this thing where I say that the more democratic an African country becomes, the closer it becomes to China. Not because but democracy means that in campaigning, we promise we're going to deliver, and what is the greatest need across the continent? Infrastructure. So once the democratic government sets in, you turn to the partner most likely to provide infrastructure, and they become closer and closer to China.
And of course, we're at the point now where we're seeing Chinese lending, not just in Africa, but across the developing world, drop sharply.
That's correct.
Because of the debt problems that have emerged and because of the problems the Chinese economy is facing. And it's a point I want to come back to in a moment. But first, I'd like to turn to Wawa. Please bring her into the discussion. I think it's useful at this point to sort of look beyond just the economic and widen our lens a bit to address the issue of the impact of Chinese lending, Chinese finance on issues related to governance, issues related to the rule of law, and particularly when it comes to how these interplay with infrastructure lending, for example. And I know you do work on this, Wawa, and could you talk about the extent to which China's finance, its form of conditionality on loans, the increased diplomatic involvement in recipient countries that occurs as a result of all of this financial support, how this alters policies of recipient government and how it can affect recipient governments' interaction with their own citizens. Please.
Thanks, Jeremy, for having me here. I would like to take the moment to actually offer a practitioner's point of view from observing the so-called Chinese investments and impacts in recipient countries. As an organization, we work extensively with citizens and civic actors in recipient countries. And unfortunately, I have to really play the devil's advocate here and challenge the notion that Chinese investments in projects actually fulfill development needs from our observation and monitoring. What we have seen really is that the vastness and readiness of China's financing with very little socioeconomic or environmental conditionalities attached to it, unlike multilateral development lending, have actually led to ruling elites changing and altering legislation that govern environmental, social, and human rights protection in order to facilitate greater capital flows from China, even as Chinese investors have repeatedly flaunted demands for greater transparency. Obviously, the impacts are multifolded in terms of the scale. I think, as Samantha put it very well, China's been bankrolling infrastructure projects at scale. The majority of those projects to date are large-scale infrastructure projects that ultimately, first and foremost, benefit the export demands and needs of Chinese companies, many of which have been blacklisted and debarred by multilateral development organizations for a variety of reasons. So the question really is, against this backdrop of context, and particularly the type of risks associated with that kind of projects, recipient countries have actually wreaked devastating impacts on their own climate, environment, and human rights. So I think, listening to today's discussion, there's been quite a lot of back and forth on how China and recipient countries reconcile narratives about the type of Chinese investments and benefits. But ultimately, I think if I could, use the so-called civil society and civic actors cheat note, there are a couple of points where we are really concerned. First and foremost, transparency and access to information. I think speakers, in previous sessions, have illuminated on the sense of agency and demands from host countries and recipient countries of Chinese investments. But the question is, have citizens actually been given access to providing input and putting forward their own demands? Do citizens really want mega bridging projects, mine and road corridors that actually do not provide any benefits from them? Secondly, we are also witnessing on the issue of access to information transparency, how across several countries in Southeast Asia, in East-West Africa, in Southeast Europe, and Central Asia, where countries actually circumvent their own legislation in preventing citizens access to critical environmental, social, and financial information that are very, very important for ensuring the fitness of those projects. Secondly, where's the public in the so-called agency discussion and demand discussion? Let's not forget the particular Chinese characteristics, which are basically denying the public's participation in such discussions. Unfortunately, as a result of that, we are also seeing how recipient countries are increasingly developing and employing the so-called blended approach in securitizing and militarizing those projects in order to protect both Chinese companies and the host country's interests in ensuring the implementation of those projects. Most importantly, I think, we talk about citizens, which are the foundation of every nation, hopefully, still. Very few of their rights are actually recognized, and there is an increasing criminalization and clamping down on citizens and civil society organizations in countries where China actually is a leading or one of the largest FDI actors. And so, so those are the reflections that I can offer.
Can we just follow up a little bit on the point you were making at the end about the impact on the citizenry? What issues and what options does that present to civil society organizations on the ground in these countries in the face of these issues? And that's to you, Wawa.
for that question. Obviously, this is a question that requires days and months for us to delve into. I would say, unfortunately, over the past decade, since the peaking of the so-called China going out strategy, which then transformed into this non-cohesive BRI ideation, we are actually seeing an increasing shrinking of civil society space. In concrete terms, and out of an abundance of caution, I'm not going to name the countries where we have worked with civic actors and citizens negatively affected by Chinese lending and investments. But the majority of them actually experience increasing reprisals for even seeking the most minimum grotesque information relating to the nature of the project, concerning environmental impacts, as well as social impacts ranging from resettlement, involuntary rehousing to livelihood restoration. Again, we are actually seeing, despite the so-called $1 trillion amount that has been poured into China's overseas infrastructure investment and development projects, there is an increasing disengagement with the so-called people on the ground. And so I think this is a moment for China to, against the backdrop of what the other speakers have illuminated, the so-called rethinking and pausing the Chinese investments inflow into their countries. This is an opportunity for China really to reconsider whether it's so-called reconciling of the narratives as in development projects facilitated by China are actually helping the people. And I think we need to have a more open and honest conversation about that, in addition to the so-called economics and indebtedness. Ultimately, it is the citizens who bore the debt. And overall, I think there is a total lack of agency if we look at many of those countries in the regions that I've mentioned above. Back to you.
Jude, would you like to develop the points a bit?
Sure. I think this is an important point. Someone like me, with my background, I was the Minister of Works, building infrastructure, and before that, I ran the President's Delivery Unit, which again was about largely infrastructure. And sometimes there is a blind spot for the negative externalities of some of the investment we do and the partners that we go with. And so this is an important point for us to discuss. I think part of it is, at least in my part of the world, something else that sort of, the attractiveness of China as a partner was, when the Chinese first come to Africa in the early 2000s for the first going out policy, they're regime agnostic. It can be a democratically elected government or a country run by a military junta. As long as there is something that calls itself a government there, the Chinese are willing to do business. Secondly, there was no strings attached. It didn't mean that it didn't have an interest. It just meant that they didn't demand policy reforms in exchange for their engagement. And so on a continent where there weren't that many democratic countries and there were a lot of strongmen, it was an excellent partner, so that's part of that. But I remember being here as a graduate student in the early 2000s and going to an event at the Cato Institute. I haven't been back for a while. And President Wade of Senegal was talking about how, as an African president, if you wanted to do anything for decades, the only options you had were Brussels and Washington. And because Brussels and Washington always colluded, whatever Brussels told you, it was echoed in Washington. The rise of Beijing as a third node of international power increased the leverage of countries in his position looking to do something different. So there are always, regardless of what it is, any new thing that bestows advantages also come with greater disadvantages. And so I think Wawa's point about the impact on institutions, I think is something worth taking into account. But someone in my position, that may be a blind spot.
Veda, would you like to come in on this with any perspectives?
No, I just wanted to build on what both Samantha and Gyure mentioned. The idea about the wariness that exists when it comes to China being the only option, and also the importance of alternatives. And I hope we talk about this more in the panel, but I think that other countries like India and even the US need to reimagine how we can provide alternatives. Clearly, we cannot compete with the factors that Samantha mentioned, right? The speed, the scale, the instruments that China has at its disposal. But that just has to force us to reimagine how we can pool resources and find alternative frames of reference when it comes to engaging the Global South.
I think it's a good point to raise, and I'd like to come back at it from a slightly different perspective, and that is to say, I'd like to return to the question about the sharp drop in the volume of Chinese lending that we're now witnessing. And this has really been going on for about 5 years, I believe. And please correct me if I'm wrong in that. But China is experiencing a sharp economic slowdown, which has contributed, along with the debt problems that emerged at the time of the COVID pandemic, to its pulling back to a much higher level of hesitancy about, shall we say, blanket lending and investments across the developing world. I'm curious, Sam, how you at Aid Data are seeing this, how you and your colleagues are analyzing it, and do you see that this, in essence, opens doors for other alternatives for lending from other lenders? And Veda, I'll come back to you in a minute. We might bring India into this most directly.
Yeah, so it's an interesting question. It's the right question. Let me provide some state of play and then kind of break that down. So first, people often tell me or ask me, oh, is this China getting out of the infrastructure game? And I would say, no, I don't think that is the case. But what is happening is it's changing. I like to say that China is pivoting from bankrolling new infrastructure projects to bailing out the old infrastructure projects, meaning that it wants to make sure that these things don't fail before it starts bankrolling new initiatives. So I think you're seeing still a formidable amount of lending that is actually more than what you see from the US, but it's more in the form of this emergency lending and trying to boost liquidity. So it's shifting. In terms of the broader challenges that you outlined for China, I think it's absolutely true. You see declining industrial productivity, you see impatience at home. I mean, China has been grappling with this for a long time. Citizens asking kind of pointed questions, which is interesting given the low levels of freedom of expression. Why are we bankrolling development in other countries where we have substantial inequalities at home? I will say that, the idea that China is bankrupt is probably not really helpful. You look at an indicator like foreign currency reserves. China has over $3 trillion in foreign currency reserves. That far outstrips any other country, including the US. And so, this is what is the fuel to continue to finance things like Xi's signature development initiative with the BRI. So I think, financially, they still have a formidable war chest. Secondly, I think because it's so highly tied to Xi himself, I think it's unlikely. It's almost too big to fail. They can't totally, throw this in the rubbish bin. But I do think the risk appetite is indeed changing because China has gotten burned way too many times. And so, the question of where do we go from here is one of supply and demand. So the supply question is, will China continue to be willing to supply? I think that it will continue to supply, but maybe at lower levels. It's going to be less willing to invest in the riskiest countries. I think it's going to be less willing to take on the riskiest projects. I think you see them already trying to diversify a little bit the types of projects they're investing in. And this raises a quandary of how does that then align to what partner countries say that they want and expect from China. And I go back to that statistic I said earlier. Even as late as 2023, last year, people still view China as the infrastructure banker. If China is not willing to be the infrastructure banker, it puts it at odds with what these partner countries want. So that does create an opportunity for some of these other players that we talked about, but there's also some questions about whether these other players will show up in a meaningful way. I think historically, the G7, including the US, have been long on rhetoric and light on actual bankrolling and financing of these infrastructure initiatives. And so there's a question about whether that will change. So I would say two different ways that alternative players, be it India or others in the region or in the U.S., can think about this. So one is indirect competition, meaning how do you reduce the likelihood that lending can create negative externalities in countries? And that's investing and doubling down in the types of things that Wawa was talking about. It's about building a strong civil society. It's about investigative journalism. It's about watchdog capacity, right? It's about building the capacity of people in those aid management units and in line ministries to effectively assess what is worth taking on debt financing and can we repay. On the direct side, I think if an India or a US or whomever wants to really go head-to-head on delivering infrastructure, we have to majorly increase the amount of money that we're willing to put on the table. I think the US with the Development Finance Corporation, it's kind of an interesting thing. You are starting to see an increase in our own debt financing overseas. If that continues and scales, not only here but in other countries, maybe we'll have something to offer to compete.
And there's been a lot of rhetoric out of the G7 about going in this direction, but fundamentally not a lot of money. Right.
Exactly.
Veda, coming back to alternative sources, do you think that the pulling back by China that we're witnessing, or the slowing down of lending, presents real opportunities for other countries, other lenders? I know that India is active in many parts of the developing world in this, but not on a scale of China, obviously. But I'm curious what perspective you might offer.
Yeah, I think it's been very interesting in my conversations with, let's pick the infrastructure sector, right? My conversations with managers of Larsen & Toubro or Sharpunji Pallonji, several Indian infrastructure companies. Everyone brought up China before I brought up China, which is to say that it's completely changed the way business is usually done. But at the same time, the feedback I kept getting was, let's not get stuck on what the competition that China brings to the table, because the market is so huge. The African infrastructure gap, everybody knows this is it's a huge gap, and there's actually a lot of opportunity for a lot of players to sort of step up. So there was never a problem of them losing out on business or them never finding new frontiers for business because of Chinese competition. So there's definitely so again, Indian actors aren't new to the landscape. They've been active in Africa for many years, especially the private sector. So when we start to reimagine a renewed Indian interest in Africa, the private sector has traditionally taken the lead. I foresee that they will continue to take the lead. What could happen possibly is the government of India working in some form or fashion closely with the private sector, maybe trying to identify strategic projects to try and align their activities. But again, it's obviously not going to be at the scale that China has operated in. But I don't think that China withdrawing necessarily is the only factor that's in play here. But I also do want to mention that a lot of Indian tech companies, a lot of Indian telecom companies, social enterprises in India that have been very successful in finding very low-cost, scalable solutions for big problems in India are now, sharing their knowledge and sharing the models with governments of provinces in several African countries. So you also see various beyond state to state and beyond the private sector, you see models of cooperation emerge from India, which I think has a lot of hope, and which is also what is also very encouraging is a lot of these models, some of these models are financed by funders in the US and Europe. So there's also a lot of potential for triangular cooperation at a moment of time like this.
I'm going to shift direction a little bit before we go to the audience questions. And we're talking debt. Normally, when you talk about international sovereign debt, you end up talking about the Bretton Woods institutions, the restructuring of loans under their guidance. I'm going to stay out of this one, even though I spent more than 20 years at the IMF, and let other people offer probably fresh perspectives. What I'm interested in is what you all think about the role of international organizations, multilateral institutions in monitoring and addressing the impact of China's lending, China's debt diplomacy on the recipient countries who are now turning to the IMF and others for support. Jude, would you like to just to lead off?
Sure. I think big countries, China and the United States and some of the Europeans, attempt to continue to drive their foreign policy through the way their executive directors vote, whether it's at the IMF or at the World Bank. I think the issue of shares reallocation to reflect the expanding growth in India and China's economies create problems with these institutions. But and so for the IMF and the World Bank, they have to be really careful so that they don't step on the toes of one of the very big actors, including China. And in the case of the Zambian debt, even though the Chinese eventually walked this back, well, I don't know how far they did, but initially, China insisted that the multilaterals also take a haircut.
Yes.
Right. China insisted that it was the China Commercial Bank that one of their policy banks be treated as basically not as a state-owned enterprise, but as a commercial bank.
I think it was Exim Bank.
Okay. And basically what it meant was there is no law that says that multilateral institutions would be preferred creditors, but that is the tradition. And if China had continued to argue that point where multilateral creditors were treated like any commercial bank, it would have collapsed the entire development model. Because multilateral development banks, they have the AAA ratings because we know no one is going to default on their debt to the multilateral development banks. And without that risk, they can have a AAA model. But the argument China was making would have completely collapsed that model. It's great that China walked that back. So yeah, there are challenges to monitoring because we need a disinterested, to some extent, third party who can be an arbiter to say who has a fair outlook on what is happening in countries' finances. And so I think China's argument that it is not attempting to change the international system, that China is a contributing member of the international system, would have suffered, that argument would have suffered if China had continued at that point. But I think that remains a challenge. But I just wanted to add, because I just spent the semester in China. And about 4 months ago, Wang Yi, the foreign minister, give this speech locally in which he said that if the West wanted to compete, by West he meant the United States, wanted to compete, we should see who can build the most roads in developing countries, who can do this. And people went crazy on Weibo. Like, who's supposed to pay for this? Like, because the economy in China isn't going as great as when you travel across the country, you see a lot of, I'm not talking abandoned cities without people, I mean stalled projects. And you go to shopping malls and stuff, you can see the visible evidence that people aren't spending. And so that change itself means that the way China behaves globally is also going to change. And it might provide an opportunity for, say, Global Gateway, which is the European thing, or PGII, which is the G7 one that has been led by the United States. But my colleagues at the Center for Global Development Europe reviewed Global Gateway, and their conclusion is that Global Gateway was simply a repackaging of old commitments. So we don't know, even though there's an opportunity here for a new actor to emerge, there doesn't seem to be a new actor on this stage.
While staying with the international organizations, of course, and you touched on this, the Bretton Woods institutions, often their conditionality relates to governance, transparency, and related issues. Do you think that given the nature of the debt crisis right now, that there's a need for them to re-engage or engage with a higher profile in addressing these issues, many of which have, as you suggest, have worsened under the Chinese?
That's an excellent question. I don't know if I can answer the question in its entirety, but I'm going to give it a try. First, I'd like to take a step back and really refocus on governance question and how China has reshaped that. Since the council is based in DC, let's take the World Bank safeguards review really quickly. The World Bank, which is a US dominant bank, was attempting to actually integrate human rights due diligence and a number of other important governance aspects into so-called safeguards, only to have China say no, because this would interfere with internal affairs. In the end, China won. And according to research by Dr. Corina Horta, who's been studying the Bretton Woods institutions, basically this led to China picking up the opportunity in establishing its own competitor to the Bretton Woods institution, the Beijing-led Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank in 2015. What ensued was that with very little support from countries like the United States and Japan, China won a major diplomatic victory where the G7 actually split on AIB membership. And that through the so-called Western donors, the AIB was able to gain major credit rating with a AAA. Please note that China, India, Russia, the AIB's largest shareholders do not actually have such a rating, nor does the new development bank. What ensued was that in 2018, according to Dr. Corina Horta's research, AIB issued first bonds to raise capitals on international capital markets to increase its existing registered capitals to $100 billion. And so, Jeremy, back to your question, it appears to be that China is clearly crafting out an alternative order to what we have been discussing. And obviously, this definitely has an impact on the governance aspect that I think civil society organizations focus very much on, because it's the only way through which to hold any institution accountable and for it to be to allow citizens' participation. Unfortunately, with the AIB rewriting of the rules, we are actually seeing a weakening of standards across the board of US-led or participated Bretton Woods institutions, where it concerns transparency, accountability, as well as human rights, to the extent that the Bretton Woods institutions are now almost adopting the China approach in separating human rights from development. I know I'm probably deviating from your question, but this is what I can offer.
No, thank you. That's very helpful. We've got time for a couple of the audience questions at this point. We've got a little over 5 minutes left. Let's stay with transparency, but from a different point of view. The question comes in, do we see a difference in terms of transparency or lending terms between countries with stronger democratic institutions and civil society versus ones where those institutions are weaker? And even if there is little choice in borrowing, how much agency do local governments have to set more accountable terms? Sam, is this something that you in your work, your team has taken a look at?
Yeah, I mean, I think we could speak to that anecdotally, country by country. I think that, China is still highly restrictive in what it publicizes on the supplier side. I think what can change, depending upon the level of democracy and openness at the country level, is what recipient partners to China are willing to publish. So, for every deal, there's folks on the China side, there's folks on the recipient country side. Depending upon the legal environment, there's a higher burden of disclosure in some of these democracies. I think that how much agency do people have? I think it still comes down to the degree of supply. How many different options do countries have to finance some of these projects? If there are more options, that increases the negotiation leverage for greater transparency. Where there are fewer options, you tend to see very, very high unwillingness to push back.
Another question has to do with a related issue, which has to do with the import of Chinese workers to work on infrastructure projects in various countries. The level of this varies and has changed over time. But Nicole Golden, who's a colleague here at the Atlantic Council, says it remains a significant factor, an issue in many recipient countries. How could this be addressed through the financing side of things? Jude, you were involved in public works. Perhaps you've had to address this issue on the ground.
And in my travel on the continent, the only place I saw this was in Equatorial Guinea, but then there were circumstances that may have prompted that. The Equatorial Guinea chose at the last moment to host the AU summit, and they needed to build those buildings quickly, and they brought in a lot of Chinese workers. I think because of the demographic issues in China, it is probably more expensive to have a Chinese worker come to do work in Africa now than it was. So maybe that was the case, I don't know, up to 2008, but I don't think that's, in my part of the world, in a place that I'm familiar with, I don't think that's an issue anymore. I think you still have foremen and supervisors who might be Chinese, but I would say anywhere between 85 and 90% of workers on construction projects would tend to be locals.
So this is less of an issue than it has been presented at times. Sam?
Can I just jump in real quickly? I would agree with that. I think you're starting to see the shift in two ways. So one, I have seen certain countries start to push back by putting in these agreements requirements for a junior partner that's within the host country, or like requirements on the maximum of Chinese imported laborers you can use. I also think China is recognizing that they are facing headwinds. And so you see things like these Luban workshops, which are partnerships between higher education actors in China and host institutions, and they're training local labor forces to work on Chinese projects. So those are two examples.
Before we finish, is there anything that anybody would like to add before we close?
May I interject really quickly on the labor issue here? Back in 2021, in Europe, we were able to report on the forced labor of so-called smuggled and trafficked Vietnamese workers contracted through Chinese state-owned enterprises, which implies the Chinese state actually authorizes jointly together with the host country. And so, anecdotally, we have actually been observing an increase of the so-called non-transparent exchange and use of bonded laborers across different sectors, which we cannot really go into now, given the time limitations. So, and this also includes quite a few cases in East Africa where China is leading major infrastructure investment projects. So I do think this is an underreported and underregulated issue in some countries still.
Okay. Well, I think that we've sort of hit our limit. We started sort of looking at things in the microcosm, went to some big picture issues, and we brought it back down to earth at the end. It's probably a good place to stop. Obviously, it would be great to continue this conversation, but there's a lot more room to cover in the next day and a half. I'm asked to tell everyone that there's going to be a 15-minute break for a leisurely lunch right now. And then I guess we'll all reconvene around 1 o'clock or so. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
right, welcome back to our session. This afternoon we have a book talk by my old friend, Professor Joshua Eisenman here. So Joshua, welcome to Hard Talk. I hope we get to engage with you more. The book talk is mainly going to be about Josh's latest book with Ambassador Shin, which is a great book. I think if you haven't read it yet, this is probably one of the most comprehensive books I've read on China-Africa relations, and really well-researched, engaging, and if you want to know, deepen your knowledge about China's engagements in Africa, I think it's one of the best books to read. So thank you so much for putting this piece together, really excellent. So what I'm going to do is just ask you a series of questions about this book, at least so that you can help us understand better how it came about. But secondly, at the end of it, I'll open it up for questions from the audience. Just be ready, raise your hand, and then share your question directly with Josh, and I'm sure he would have all the answers from the book for you and even beyond. So thank you so much, Josh, for being here. So what I'm going to start with is just from the opening chapter where you talk about locating Africa in China's geography. Now, if you look at, you say in the book that China's engagement in Africa is kind of a hook for its engagement with the broader global South, as we've used it here. What do you mean by that? Why is Africa kind of a hook for them for their broader engagement in the global South?
Well, thanks, Joseph. It's great to be here with you today. For those of you who don't know, Joseph and I attended UCLA together, so we really go back quite a long time to the student cafeteria. So, but this is, I'm really happy to be here and to talk about this book. Academic books, as you know, take a long time. So this idea of Africa being the cornerstone of China's engagement in the global South is actually something the Chinese say themselves, right? This is actually something Hu Jintao said and Xi Jinping has said. And we can really see that China, and I think Paul sitting in this chair said it, China has an international strategy, a global strategy, and then it has a strategy towards the global South. And within that strategy of the global South, Africa is a core. Africa is at the center of that strategy. Right. And there are a variety of different ways that we can see this. One is that before China created the BRI, it was doing BRI effectively in Africa. Right, so before it had a name, it was actually happening, right? Which is ironic because initially China had left the African countries more or less off the BRI, and then the African countries had to come back and say, no, we are going to be part of this. Right. But the irony being that they were actually doing it first. You also see kind of an expansion under President Xi Jinping of the political portfolio. And for that, if you wish to claim yourself to be the leader of the global South, you need to have extensive ongoing engagements in Africa. Right. Africa is an essential part of the global South. You can't claim to lead it if you don't have support from African nations. Right? And then we also see Africa becoming a part of other things China's doing politically, and here I'm thinking about the BRICS organization. And for those of you who follow the BRICS, we've just seen an expansion of the BRICS to include 2 African nations, Ethiopia and Egypt, right? And this gives you a sense of how important they are in this discussion. So now we have South Africa, Ethiopia, and Egypt all being part of the BRICS. And so this idea, which was discussed before, about a kind of US-China strategic rivalry is another reason why Africa and the global South have risen, because China sees, I think what Ndej was talking about is essentially this idea that the US has become China's primary contradiction, to speak in Maoist terms, right. And that galvanizing the global South to support China in its rivalry with the US is really important. Okay. And the one thing I think we can say that is bipartisan in this country is our neglect of Africa. And so it's also a hit 'em where they ain't strategy, which is while the U.S. has neglected Africa for decades and continues to do so, I think President Biden said he would visit and didn't last year, this is an opportunity then for China to expand its relations and to create this notion that Africa is really central to China's engagement. That being said, the economics do not suggest that Africa is at the center of China's economic strategy. So when we say it's the foundation or the basis or the essential component of China in the global South, we mean this largely in a political sense in terms of this geostrategic rivalry, more than we mean necessarily in the economic sense.
All right. Yeah, thanks for that. I think it does provide a hook in those elements when you think of Africa, in terms of its economic interests, because one of the entry points for China has been, the infrastructure gaps on the continent, and you've already mentioned, and the BRI was happening even before it became known as BRI. And I do think it's a place that you can really get a hook on, because infrastructure is a critical component, and the gaps in infrastructure is quite a big one on the continent. Of course, what some analysts have shown is often, even though China might come and invest $3 billion on infrastructure, it looks like a lot of it still goes back to China, because much of it is paid back to Chinese workers, or ultimately what Africa is paying back is certainly, people have talked about debt diplomacy, even though I'd also like to use that term. But elsewhere in the book, you also talk about China's engagement, where every engagement starts with government to government before it filters down to other relationships. Why is that a strategic move? And is that approach applied uniformly in the different contexts? Or do they adjust it as they go to different contexts?
Yeah, no, actually, something you said just before that I want to touch on. Right? The one reason why I think China sets Africa at the center is because, and it was said here, I think, again, Paul said it, that Africa is still very young in terms of independence. Right. And this history of anti-colonialism is still very real. And so it provides a kind of fertile ground for the narrative, right? If the narrative is the West and the U.S. is bad and China is good, well, Africa is a great place to sell that narrative. It's an affirmation of what many people already believe to be the case, right? The bad guys remain bad. Okay, the world is as I know it. So I think this is fertile ground for the Chinese kind of meta-narrative. In terms of government to government, a lot of this is just about how China engages the world in general, right? It's the government and the party and the state, and even when we talk about people-to-people relations, they're almost always driven at some level financially or otherwise by the Chinese government, right? So if an acrobat team shows up in an African country to perform, these are people who are they're not necessarily acrobats because that's their hobby. They're probably there because they've received some support from the Chinese government, and this is part of the cultural propaganda efforts that are underway. So, when we think about a lot of things that we think about as people-to-people or kind of organic or grassroots, in China, a lot of these things begin with the government. And this is a kind of essential difference, I think, that people aren't necessarily recognizing, that people-to-people doesn't mean grassroots. Because in Western democracies and in African democracies, it does, right? So this is a bit of a different approach. And so China's government is really good at engaging African governments at the right level, right? So if you're an African foreign minister, it doesn't matter how small your country is, and you go to China, you're going to meet the Chinese foreign minister, right? They are very good at rolling out the red carpet and making sure that these African elites feel appreciated. That feel valued, that feel they receive the kind of respect that they deserve, whereas in the West or in Brussels, they may not receive it, right? And so part of this is a kind of a juxtaposition, that China does this government-to-government work really well, right. and they focus on it. And so in a way, they have a strength there, and in other sense, we have a weakness there because we're not focused on Africa. So it's our civil society, hopefully our educational institutions like the Keough School of Global Affairs, and we do focus a lot on Africa. So the strengths that the U.S. has don't tend to be, I think, from my perspective, the government approach. We tend to be strong in the soft power and strong in the civil society. China doesn't have a civil society to speak of. So the government is the one who is leading the engagement, and this is to be expected.
Right, yeah, thanks for that. And of course, with government to government, that does make sense, but we've seen China increasingly engaging with regional institutions. The creation of focus, the engagement with the African Union, the regional economic bodies. And so it does seem like it actually goes beyond the national level government to regional institutions. Yeah. And you write a lot about this in this book. I mean, I think the research into that was really quite revealing. Why do you think this is the case, and what did you find in terms of their relationships at the regional level?
So while China recognizes the bilateral level as the kind of foundation of its relations in Africa and everywhere around the world, China also engages in Africa on 3 other levels. One, the global level, right? The UN, World Bank, international institutions at that level. The regional level, and here I'm talking primarily about the AU, but we haven't talked much about the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, which is a China region or China whole continent engagement. And so China is engaging at the global level, at the regional level, and then in Africa, it engages at the sub-regional level. And this is because Africa has sub-regional organizations, you know, the ECOWAS in West Africa, the COMESA in East Africa, SADC in Southern Africa, et cetera. And so China has an opportunity then to engage these organizations as well. So you have 4-level engagement simultaneously and complementary. And when I say engagement, I mean China literally paid for and built the African Union headquarters. It is and has, I think, I'm not sure, you may know if they're finished, they're building the ECOWAS headquarters as we speak, right? And so that's a serious level of engagement. So China engages on all 4 of these levels, and these are kind of interlocking and overlapping. So we can see a person like the former foreign minister of Ethiopia, who is now the health minister, or excuse me, the head of the WHO, Mr. Tedros, right? He began his relationship with China on the bilateral level, and now he continues it on the global level. Right? So ultimately, I guess what I'm driving at here is that China's relations are about individual interpersonal relations and building interpersonal relations with people. There's a theory called relationality. I won't bore you with theory here today, but the point is what China is doing is very much building interpersonal relations and leveraging those interpersonal relations to serve its interests. And we could talk more about this because this is very kind of a very Chinese approach to engaging with other people, is to build the interpersonal relationship and then to leverage that in other forums.
Right. Great. Yeah, thanks for that, of course. So you talk about the infrastructure, especially at the regional level, but thinking about, you know, just the recently ended African Cup of Nations in Cote d'Ivoire. Some of the stadia were partly supported by the Chinese government, and those are beautiful edifices. And of course, the soccer games is very central to Africa for all age ranges. I mean, especially young people, when it comes to soccer, it becomes a critical piece. And so tapping into the soccer space is a huge deal. I do not think, you know, the U.S. in particular has a lot of interest in that yet, but I think that's a critical area for engaging. Beyond pop culture, I think, you know, soccer becomes the next key thing for strategic political engagement on the continent. I think China has seen that opportunity and they take advantage of that. All right. Anyway, I think we have talked quite a bit about, you know, there's the direct engagements with the governments in Africa. For people who have not studied Africa, are not plugged into China-Africa relations, we often think of China's engagements just at the economic level. So all that we've been talking about is, you know, economic opportunity and how, you know, China can engage in some of these spaces. But then you also write in the book how China is increasingly engaging with political parties on the continent and in the global south, if I should use that word more generally. Can you educate us a little more about that, engagement with political parties? Because for those of us who are not plugged into China, this is probably a new thing for us, but it's probably an old thing.
Well, it's something that I'm fascinated with and studied for a while. But I think your point about soccer is really interesting too, because you know, President Xi Jinping has said very clearly he's about soccer. He's a soccer guy, right? He's done a whole bunch of propaganda about soccer with him kicking the ball and saying that China has to become a soccer power, right? So this idea of soccer diplomacy is actually something that's built into now the propaganda, the official propaganda. Right. You know, just a point of clarification. My kids play baseball, right? And you look at places where baseball's big, in Latin America, in East Asia, these are places which have pretty fond views of the United States, right? So what you're saying is it's not on the side. It's actually, for a lot of people, it's up front and it's important. But getting to this, and we have an entire chapter in this book dedicated to the Communist Party of China's International Department's engagements with African political parties. Now, for those of you who haven't heard of the International Department of the Communist Party of China, you are not alone. I taught a course at Peking University a few years ago, and I had a friend of mine from the department come, and none of the Chinese students in the room had ever heard of it. And they're Chinese students, some of them are party members. They didn't even know that their party had this institution, right? And so this is an entire institution, a huge building, right, dedicated to engaging foreign political parties. And of course, China is run by the Communist Party of China, and the Communist Party of China, not surprising you, is a political organization. And its priority is politics. It has means, economic, military, and political means, but its ends are always political. always political. And the Communist Party's international department allows China to have a whole different set of engagements than your normal foreign ministry would. It's leaner, it's meaner, and it very much operates under the radar because we haven't heard of it and we don't have any equivalent number to it. And so the idea is that African ruling parties and increasingly opposition parties have influence broadly across a wide range of topics and deep from the president's office down to the localities. And so the Communist Party of China can engage those parties in order to have influence across the spectrum, build relations with them, and build the interpersonal relations within and among the political parties. In fact, Ethiopia, prior to the fall of the EPRDF, I was at a talk at Fudan University, and the minister said the core of China-Ethiopia relations is our party-to-party relationship. He said that 2 years before the EPRDF failed to exist, right? So just because they established the relationship doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be sustainable, but they put a lot of time and a lot of money into it, and they think it to be very important. And we have graphics in the book. I've used the IDCPC's website to create graphical displays about all their engagement. And this summer, in November, I got to go to China and meet the person in the IDCPC in charge of Africa. It was really cool. And I showed her my graphics, and I was like, "Is this right?" And she's like, "Yes, that's right." So I can tell you that the IDCPC has confirmed the data in the book to be accurate, which is something I'm tickled to be able to tell you. She was as interested in me being interested in her as I was interested in her, so it was an interesting conversation.
Great. Yeah, I mean, now that you just talked about China, I know this book was published in Chinese not long ago. Can you tell us a story about, is it this book? Right. Oh, there you go. All right. Yeah. Please say something about this one.
Yeah, so thank you for I really appreciate that. So this book is not actually this book. Right, this book, Ambassador Shin and I did a book in 2012, and then we did an update. So this book, if you read Chinese, brings you up to 2018. And this was published by the Chinese University of Hong Kong Press. And it was translated by Professor Wang Duanyong, who I co-taught at Shanghai International Studies University, a course on China-Africa last summer. And so I can tell you this took a long time to put together, and it was published a few days or about a month before the national security law in Hong Kong was passed. It is a completely uncensored book. And I went around China like Johnny Appleseed, handing it off to everybody I could. And they were as interested to get it as I was to give it to them because they were having a hard time receiving it. But I guess the importance of this book to me is that I feel like there's this dueling discussions, right? In China, they talk plenty about Africa, but they don't talk to Americans of the West about it. They have their own Africanists, and they're in many ways speaking to each other. And then we have our discussions. In many ways, we don't include the Chinese. And so this was an effort to engage Chinese scholars on issues related to China-Africa. And I was pleased to say that at the Beijing Global Gateway, the Keough School's Beijing Global Gateway, we had a book talk about this in Chinese with Chinese scholars. And we had a full discussion with Chinese Africanists about this book. And that was one of the coolest moments, I think, in being able to hear their responses and their views of our work, which often they don't get, and if they do, it's a censored version. In this case, it wasn't. So they didn't agree with everything, not surprisingly. But that's the beauty of pushing out books in other languages, is that you get to engage a whole different audience.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of scholarship, because you want people to engage with you and disagree with you so that you can have thoughtful debates ongoing on. I know that in the book, in some places, you have used a lot of the word, in many places, propaganda. Mm-hmm. And some critics might read this to mean, it kind of seems like you're getting out of the academic argument into kind of policy activism language. Mm-hmm. How do you respond to that?
Oh, it's a great question. In fact, for those of you who don't know, I did a report a few months ago for the USIP on China's propaganda in Africa, China's media propaganda. Now, in this book, we go into 3 different types of propaganda: media propaganda, educational propaganda, and cultural propaganda work. Okay, and what we did here is we tried to keep to the Chinese language, right? So in Chinese, the publicity department is called the propaganda department. They changed the English name to publicity department, but the name in Chinese remains the same. And so I don't feel any need to kind of propagandize the name the propaganda department. That's what their name is, and I'm following them and what they do. So to me, the kind of politicization would be to adopt this kind of reframing in English, right? So it's like the BRI. It used to be called One Belt, One Road, OBOR. In Chinese, it's still Idailu. They haven't changed the Chinese name, but the English name has changed, right? So ultimately, the propaganda work of the CPC is central to their foreign engagement, right? This is something that they put a lot of prioritization on, right? This idea that you're going to engage others through educational, through training, through cultural engagements. You've got this Confucius Institutes are a part of this, right? But why is it propaganda, guys? It's propaganda because it's funded by the Chinese government, right? What makes it propaganda is that it's not grassroots, right? It is a fundamental product of the Chinese taxpayers' monies, right? So the media-to-media engagement is fully funded by Xinhua or other state actors, right? So I think the word propaganda is correct, again, to get to your initial question for two reasons. One, the Chinese use it themselves, and two, this is government-driven. And we had quite a bit of discussions at this, and so what we ended up doing for the report was putting a disclaimer at the beginning saying, this is why we use the word propaganda and not publicity or other words, which in the English language are not a really good kind of translation for the word xuanquan.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I know you've had a lot of anecdotes in this book about how this propaganda actually plays out. I'm sure the audience might want to hear from you just one anecdote, whether it is a media or culture, one of them for our own education.
Oh, gosh.
If you remember.
No, there's so many of them, right?
Right.
I feel like, Emeka is going to be here in a few minutes, and he has done such great work on the media propaganda, so I'm going to put these questions to him, too.
Okay.
But I think that, ultimately, it's this idea that China, especially, I guess, in Kenya, where it has its hub of Xinhua,
Right.
is out there headhunting the best and brightest African journalists to hire them away and put them, on CGTN and to, in many ways, I kind of neutralize them, right? If these are investigative journalists, once you enter the Chinese media space, you no longer can do those reports on China anyway, right? So the idea is you find the best and brightest, you pay them well, you bring them on board, and you make them, you have them inside the tent. And then ultimately, as we all know, the propaganda of the Communist Party of China is determined in Beijing at the Propaganda Bureau, and then is transmitted outward. And so this way you kind of co-opt people into the system. And I think this is a really interesting attribute, and it really takes off after the 2008-2009 financial crisis, leads to all these cuts in Western bureaus, right, particularly in Africa. And it's at that very moment, by the way, that we are cutting back. When I say we, I mean Western news organizations. That China starts a campaign that it calls big propaganda, 大宣传. It starts this campaign, and it begins to open up more and more Xinhua bureaus. It begins to really move its French bureau from France to, I think, where is it? It's in Africa now, right? So this idea that you are really beginning to focus resources on bringing Africans to conceptions that are similar to China. And the final point I'll say is I think it has also to do with the fact that Africa remains, generally speaking, in not every country, a young place, right? So people who are younger tend not to have strongly formed ideas, tend to be more impressionable. And so if you want to influence a particular place, choosing a place with more younger people makes fundamental sense because there's more people that you can engage with. And then the final point I want to say about this is that China has become really good at putting together apps, things like TikTok and Opera in Africa, different ways to engage these new younger people through their cell phones. Star Times is another example of this, right? But through television, through mobile phones, to not just go to the old newspaper and the shiny glossy magazine, which are kind of fading away, but they're being very proactive in thinking of new ways to engage these new audiences.
Right, and of course, they do make their phones cheaper for most people to be able to have access to smartphones that you can tap on. And so I think that is one of the attractions of China, that you can get a product that somebody in my village can afford a phone and can also plug onto the internet or be able to communicate with their folks. And so it's a kind of attractive entry point. I'm going to tell the audience to start getting ready with your questions. I'm not sure how the mic situation is going to work, but if you do have a question, I think you can just raise your hand or call on you to ask Josh a question. But I do have a last question for you before I turn to the audience. On security diplomacy. I know you've covered this in one of the chapters, chapter 5, I think, very extensively. Can you just say a little about China's security diplomacy on the continent?
Yeah, I'll say a little about it because it's a broad topic, and maybe I should have said this at the beginning, but this book does not cover the economic relationship. This book is about the security relationship and the political relationship, because these are the areas that Ambassador Shin and I thought would be the growth areas in the future, so we tried to lead it a little bit. And so there's extensive discussion here of China's security diplomacy. And so China has begun to engage African countries multilaterally through these defense cooperation initiatives. They held several big affairs in Beijing where they brought defense ministers from all African countries to China to meet with them. And so you have a security diplomacy aspect of this. Prior to COVID, you also had a lot of ship visits. The People's Liberation Army Navy would visit port and do port calls. In fact, Joseph, when we were in Ghana, the PLA did a port call in Ghana. It was not covered by the Ghanaian press. We only learned about it because we were looking at China Daily. China Daily reported the port call, but the Ghanaian press did not, which is interesting in and of itself. But you know, one question here, and we haven't talked about this at all during our conference, is the effect of COVID, right? Because COVID, I think, had a really big effect on China's political and security engagement because China was closed. Right? And you can't do the kinds of interpersonal relationship building that you're really good at from afar. Right. Like you get online, you do it by Zoom, but look, as a professor who's taught on Zoom, I can tell you it's not ideal, right, when it comes to conveying information. And so China has slowly but surely started to kind of get back to this security diplomacy and party-to-party engagement, which I think is going to expand going forward. But that being said, as I said in my introductory remarks, I don't believe that this security engagement necessarily is going to lead to, say, like a proxy war against the US or that it's going to necessarily resound necessarily to the detriment of the United States. But there has long been a tradition of training African military officials in China, and that is continuing.
Great. All right. Thank you so much. I do have a few more questions to follow up, but I think I want to turn to the audience now, and they may have the harder questions. So I welcome your questions. I'll start from here, if you can keep it brief, and then we can come back to so I'll take a couple of questions. Then. Yes.
Thank you very much for the book talk. My name is Karen Drew. I'm a researcher working on the Belt and Road Initiative, so I am going to focus my question on this. So you mentioned that part of the
there you go. Thank you.
So you mentioned that the lots of the China-Africa engagement actually inspired the approaches adopted in the Belt and Road Initiative. But you also mentioned that Africa was later incorporated in the Belt and Road Initiative. So I'm wondering, to what extent has the approaches adopted in the Belt and Road Initiative impacted China-Africa exchanges and China-Africa relations? And since the book focuses on the political and security front of the discussion, I would be interested in how BRI has shaped the political and security cooperation, because BRI is primarily perceived as an economic statecraft, so I'm particularly interested in other aspects. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question.
Is that a second? Yes, I'll take two questions and then at a time. All right, second question at the back. Thank you. And if you can just introduce yourself briefly. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Lawrence Freeman. Been involved in African development work for over 30 years, and I'm also involved in strategic analysis with China and the United States. I don't know if you, Josh, in the book, if you have a section on the BRICS, but that plus the discussion we had this morning, the BRICS, to me, offers a different paradigm. So the Global South has meaning, because it's a paradigm. I believe the bank and the concept is based on development. And even though the bank is small, the IDB, the International Development Bank, it's going to grow with the membership growing to 10. This represents a different approach, even if it isn't near the size of the West. So isn't this something that we should see as a positive new dynamic for the Global South and for Africa? Thank you.
All right, so take those two questions and then go back to our audience.
Great questions. So let me start off by talking about an issue which was brought up earlier today, which is this concept of the debt trap. Okay, because it's funny. I see this; it's being used in two different ways. For people who want to label China bad, debt trap. You've debt trapped these countries, right? And for those who want to label China good, you just say the debt trap is malarkey. Forget the debt trap. So China's good. Right? And so I find that this has become a real problem, and I think maybe this term is problematic because a trap suggests you set a trap that people fall into. But having done interviews for this book, both before and after the height of BRI, I can tell you there was no intention that I heard to not get paid back. Right? Debt trap suggests you don't want them to pay you back so then you can get their stuff. You repo man. I do not believe this was the intention of China. The intention was actually lend the money, get paid back at a higher rate than US Treasury bills where you had been investing, and build the political capital in the process. It was a trifecta approach. The idea that you weren't going to get paid back was a kind of scenario they did not want to see. That being said, there were plenty of people in 2017-16 who saw the writing on the wall, who knew this was politically driven debt, knew that given the debt problems China has domestically, it was unlikely they were making good loans abroad. And so this idea of the debt trap has become a kind of caricature for both sides to use, and I think it's essentially a term we should all throw in the garbage. And we should just look at the truth. The truth is that, as we heard from the last panel, we've got countries which have too much debt. And so the idea of the US then getting into debt-driven lending, to me, China's getting out of that for a reason. I don't think we need to jump in there. So to me, the idea that we're going to follow China into BRI, to me, was a fool's errand, and I disagree with that. The idea of going small and beautiful is maybe, in my opinion, where China should have started, but it's too late. So the idea of small and beautiful suggests that you're doing more projects, but smaller. But guys, you got to do due diligence on all these projects, small and big, and they require effort. And I have to say, in the interviews we did for the book, people were very clear. It's not that we haven't hired enough people from Goldman to do the due diligence. It's just doing due diligence in 100 and something countries for how many projects is really hard. It's really hard. And so the kind of upshot of all of this, that the BRI produced a hell of a lot of non-performing loans, was not surprising to bankers in Beijing. They saw this. And so the upshot is I was in China, happened to be there for the BARF, the Belt and Road Forum. And when I was there, I happened to be staying in the Kempinski Hotel where the Pakistani delegation was staying. And I happened to, coincidentally, have breakfast with the minister of Pakistan in charge of Belt and Road. And he explained to me that the only reason the Pakistani prime minister had come was because the Chinese side said, you're not getting the rest of your Belt and Road money if you don't show at the Belt and Road Forum. So the Pakistani minister showed up, right? And so this suggests that he wasn't exactly excited to come, right? And so it suggests that Belt and Road may move on to 2.0, but it's still, I would say its fate is a bit more uncertain than we might be led to believe. But taking this then to the security and the economic side, the Belt and Road has now become a kind of a brand that had been stamped on everything. It is literally added to the Chinese constitution. So it's not going anywhere, right? And so the idea that you're going to have a Belt and Road media forum, which they've had, right? Bringing the Belt and Road countries together from the Global South to talk about media issues, right? Run by Xinhua. That you're going to have Belt and Road forums about training of, all measure of Belt and Road forums. It means that the kind of replication of this has become so big, you almost wonder what it means anymore. Right? When Belt and Road is economic, I think we can define it, but now it's kind of grown so, like it's kind of like the blob effect. It's grown to encompass so much, it's harder to define now. And so it's interesting they're trying to slim it down. In terms of the BRICS, let me suggest that I would be more pessimistic. And I think what we're seeing in the Red Sea poses a lot of reasons for pessimism. Here we have a situation in the Red Sea where one of the new members of BRICS, Iran, is behind the Houthi attacks, right? And other members, Saudi Arabia, China, India, are suffering because this is impacting their trade. Egypt is right next door and being directly harmed. I think 50% of Egypt's funds I read, external dollars are falling because of the traffic is down through the Suez Canal. And Ethiopia is right there. So this would be the case where BRICS should get involved. They're surrounding the problem. One of their members is fostering the problem. But is it? No. BRICS is nowhere to be seen. In fact, it's the United States that is trying, maybe not very effectively, to deal with the problem. And so if BRICS can't engage that problem, where their members are so intimately engaged in both the problem and being affected by it, to me this suggests that the BRICS is, at least at this moment in history, who knows what the future will hold, doesn't really have the cohesiveness necessary to deal with actual geostrategic problems. Now, if we look at the issue of banking, and for that matter, I'd also add the currency, this idea of creating a BRICS currency, I'd say, you don't have everybody on the same page here. The Indians came out and were very clear that they don't support a BRICS currency. I mean, heck, China's sitting on $3 trillion of U.S. I mean, they hold all of this U.S. dollars. What happens to that value if you create a BRICS currency? I mean, whose face is even going to be on this currency? Where's the central bank going to be held? I mean, there's all of these questions that surround it that I think haven't been asked. But ultimately, the way I see BRICS at this moment is a naysayers club. They're the group that says the West is bad, the U.S. is bad, and we are an alternative. But they haven't yet presented what I would consider a credible alternative to dealing with either the security or the economic issues. So at this point, they're a finger-pointing organization. All due respect, they kind of remind me of the GOP today.
Yeah, thanks for that. Any other questions? Of course, and talk about BRICS, and I have often argued that if for the African countries that are joining BRICS, the question has always come down to, is this going to actually further limit African voice in the global space? Because for the countries that are in there, to what extent can Africa really have an influence, even if it comes to decision making? Was it Morocco or Egypt or South Africa? And to what extent can they influence what goes on in the BRICS club? But I think that's probably consistent with what you're thinking about.
It is, Joseph. There's one other thing I would add, because this is a major theme of our discussion here, is it is hard for me to imagine BRICS becoming a very influential and important organization if the Chinese economy continues to falter. And so I think this is really important, because who's going to lead the BRICS? It's not the Russians, it's not the Brazilians, it's not the South Africans, it's not the Iranians, right? It has to be China, because China is behind the creation of it. And so if China's economy falters, it's hard for me to imagine that these economic issues, the banking and the currency, can really be realized.
But it's also exciting. I mean, somehow, the term BRICS, coined by some academic setting somewhere in Columbia University or somewhere, has become a major global thing, because this term was not coined for that purpose. I think the people have just taken advantage and said, okay, let's get together and form a club. But its genesis kind of has some. Sometimes I ask myself, why is it that the creation of an academic has just become such a big deal for people? Because what is the thing that is connecting you? Because this guy was only making his analysis, but what is it that is really connecting these countries that makes it a formidable force in the global space?
I think it was Goldman, right? A Goldman analyst who created it.
Right.
And the idea was these were the fast emerging countries, right?
Yes.
Of course, this was the petrol was really high, and Russia was soaring in terms of petrodollars, but things have changed.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, other questions from the audience?
I think we've answered all of them.
Anybody else? All right. I think people are fully satisfied with all the responses that you've provided. Anyway, so I'm just going to go back to the book and your co-author, Ambassador Shin. I know he's done quite a lot of work with you in the field, and you've visited several countries now putting this book together. In some ways, of course, I can see your fingerprints all over, and I can see Ambassador Shin's fingerprints all over.
Yeah.
How was the collaboration like? Was it the partnership with Ambassador Shin, but also in the work that you did in country? Was it kind of joint ventures? How did you go about that?
I'm really privileged to work with Ambassador Shin. I mean, he's 39-year State Department veteran, former U.S. ambassador to Ethiopia and Burkina Faso. And then he moved on and had a second career at GW, where he taught for over 20 years, taught African politics, and published more than your average tenured professor. So I'm really privileged to have worked with him, and we had a great event last night. But in working with him on the African continent, he is somebody who has studied Africa his whole life. But Africa is a very diverse place. So when we go to Ethiopia, people will stop him on the street. He is a known figure. He checks into the hotel, and people run to help him with his bags. In Namibia, nobody knows who he is. right? And he's as unknown as I am in Namibia. And so it really varies. I think this is something that's really not fully appreciated, is how diverse Africa is and how these 54 different countries have very different systems and cultures. And so in some places, working with Ambassador Shin together meant that all the doors were open. In other places, it meant nothing. Right. And so, but ultimately, it also meant a lot when dealing with the Chinese, right? Because we also went to China and we also interviewed the International Department of the Communist Party and the Foreign Ministry and all these other people throughout the system. And because China tends to meet people at the level of their seniority, traveling with your ambassador, former ambassador, can be a good thing, right? And so we were able to have a variety of different meetings in China and in Africa at levels that I probably could not have had, and get kind of direct insights that we probably wouldn't have heard otherwise. But I would say fundamentally, we ultimately decided that I'll do more of the politics stuff and he'll do more of the security stuff, and then we'll kind of engage it and try to work it through together. We also hired an editor who edited the book to try to kind of bring together our different writing styles, right? Different generations, right? That the invent of the computer means that he tends to write in a little different way, more linearly than I do. But ultimately, what was really helpful for me as somebody who has studied China my whole career and looks at Africa as a place where China is engaging, right? So, I studied Chinese foreign policy. I studied China in the global south, and to me, Africa is part of that. But he sees it as from a perspective of Africa, right? That this is the newest major player to show up on African shores. So he provides this fantastic kind of comparison. Of course, he's served in Africa since the 1960s, and so he's seen all of these evolutions. And so it was really helpful to kind of check each other. If I were to kind of overstate the case, he would say, whoa, not here, not there, and then, so it provided a lot of nuance. And I can't tell you how many times he kind of helped me to walk back some things that I might have tried to overstate, or he perhaps needed some help in understanding some Chinese concepts. And so this collaboration was, I think, it was really effective, in my opinion. I mean, you can read the book and tell me what you think. But I think it was really effective in making sure that everything that's in the book is a well thought out idea and is something that both he and I think is true, both for the African and Chinese perspective.
Great, thanks for that. So when do we expect the next book?
Well, Ambassador Shin is retired. He's been very clear that this, as he called it, his albatross. But now it's off. So he's retired. He's going to finish up his teaching career. But in terms of me, I'm happy to say that I did receive funding to do another book, and this one is about middle countries in China, not middle powers. That's a different thing. So beginning right now with defining this term, what is a middle country? And so broadly speaking, we've been talking. The word third world has been brought to our discussion, right? So this is, I don't know if you guys know, but Mao Zedong created these terms, right? The first world, the second world, the third world. And he said China is in the third world. And the first world is made of the hegemons, and the second world are these kind of the supporters of hegemony, the Europeans, et cetera. But we talk a lot about the third world, right? We're having a conference. And we talk a lot about great power rivalry. But what we don't talk much about is the second group in the middle. And I believe that it is arguable that the U.S. won the Cold War because of this middle group, right? That this middle group, the Europeans, the Japans of the world, the tigers in Asia, decided to side with the United States and not the Soviet Union. And so in this geostrategic rivalry the U.S. and China are engaged in, we're looking at middle as defined in three different ways. One is the economic middle, right? Middle developed, okay? The other is middle in terms of geopolitical heft, right? A middle country in terms of you're a regional power but not a global power. And then the third is the traditional Maoist way, which is to say in the middle between the U.S. and China, neither an ally of the U.S. nor of China. And so we're coming up with a list of these countries and then doing field work in these countries to understand how they use different tactics in order to either resist coercion or to enhance their own agency. And so the ultimate goal of this is to then produce a book about the tactics you can use to gain agency in engaging China. Right? How do smaller countries, almost all smaller rather than the US and maybe India, how do you engage China in a way that helps to enhance your agency and doesn't let you fall into these narratives of small country being bullied by larger country?
Great. I mean, this has been fantastic. Thank you so much for the reflections on this book. And as I said, this is a really great book. I think, if this were to get into classrooms, especially in Africa, students would have a lot to dig into this. And I appreciate you and Ambassador Shin for putting this together, really a foundational text for people who want to learn more about China's engagements in Africa. Hopefully in the future we'll get an updated version of it that kind of captures whatever trajectories we might be seeing emerging after you have published this book. All right.
Joseph, there's one thing I want to say that when I presented this book throughout China, I was in China speaking about this book in different venues, that I heard that is not in this book, but from Chinese friends, and I think it's worth mentioning, which is if there was a self-criticism I heard that the Chinese side said of itself, it was that while they do a lot of engagements, there is concern that their effort is an inch wide and a mile deep, which is when they engage an African political party, there are 4 or 5 people who they engage with, but the rest of the political party, they don't necessarily know them. And so there's a concern here about how to not allow particular actors on the continent to capture the relationship with the Communist Party of China, because their objective is to engage as many people in the party as possible. But you can imagine that some people gain much benefit from having kind of the China relationship and choosing who's going on delegations and things of that ilk. So if there was any criticism, self-criticism I heard was, yeah, we spend a lot of money, but it's the same guys coming again and again. And so, the gravy train kind of argument. And so how do we move past this and engage more broadly? So.
Excellent. All right. Thank you so much. Thanks, my good friend. And it reminds me back in our UCLA days in the cafeteria and, biting on sandwiches every now and then. It was a fun time, but really great to connect with you and to talk about this book, and look forward to the next book. Sounds like an interesting, twist to what you have here. So thank you so much, and we'll talk about that book when it comes out.
Yeah. Thanks, Joseph.
All right. Thank you all so much for your attention and the questions. Thank you. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this third panel at the conference on China in the Global South. My name is Johanna Gao, and I'm really excited to be moderating this panel. So far today, we have been hearing about China's geostrategic aims, as well as that really interesting discussion earlier on development and finance. And we're now going to focus on the impact of China's engagement in the Global South on those countries' governance and rights. I think the question here is not if there's an impact. I mean, we know that there is. So what we really want to dig into today is how those impacts are manifest, their consequences, and I think also get into the role that different stakeholders can play to raise awareness about or to counter those impacts. And what can be done to ensure that democratic institutions and human rights are protected. So to do this, we have a really incredible panel, expert panel. So please allow me to briefly introduce them. I will say I am doing very much a non-exhaustive summary of their achievements and affiliations. So please check out their full bios. So starting immediately on my left in the room, we have Victoria Tinbor Hui, who is an associate professor at the University of Notre Dame. Her research focused on the impact of war on the historical evolution of China, challenging conventional perspectives by asserting that fundamental citizenship rights emerged in China before they did in Europe, which I thought was really interesting. She also studies and teaches on global struggles for freedom, with a particular focus on her native and my native, Hong Kong. Going to the left, Bulelani Jili, who is a non-resident fellow at the Global China Hub of the Atlantic Council, as well as a non-resident fellow at the Council's Cyber Statecraft Initiative, and a PhD student at Harvard. His research focuses on China's export of surveillance technology in Africa and covers Africa-China relations, Chinese geopolitical expansion, cybersecurity, ICT development, internet policy, and privacy law. And then here to my right, we have Chris Walker, who is the Vice President for Studies and Analysis at the National Endowment for Democracy, where he oversees the NED's portfolio on analytical work. He has really been at the forefront of discussion on authoritarian influence on democratic systems, and I believe helped to coin the term sharp power to describe how authoritarian states try to manipulate the political environments of other countries. And then finally joining us virtually is Rana Inberen, who is the Senior Fellow at the Robert Strauss Center for International Law and Security at the University of Texas at Austin. Rana also serves as a consultant on a number of democracy and governance projects in Asia for NGOs and conducts research related to international human rights, Chinese foreign policy, the effect of human rights and democracy projects, and authoritarian collaboration in the UN. So obviously a great panel with some great expertise on this topic. So for this panel, we're going to have, I'd say, about 40 minutes of moderated discussions, and then have time for questions from the audience. As in previous panels, if you do have questions, please submit them via askac.org. All right, so to kick off, just as by way of introduction, I come to this topic through the lens of my organization, IRI, that focuses on how to support democratic institutions and governance around the world, right? And so our research, on authoritarian influence, I think has produced some pretty robust evidence of how China influences other countries' politics, and obviously our particular interest is on the impact on democratic institutions and practices. Now, based on that research and our field presence, there's some sort of top-line observations that I thought I'd share because I think they're relevant to today's discussion. So there's three I wanted to share. First, I think we've observed that economic ties are really the entry point for Chinese influence, and that those economic ties translate into other kinds of influence. Secondly, that China has moved very strongly to shape global opinion about itself. And has put a lot of resources into that effort by, pushing out sort of pro-China narratives as well as pushing out pro-China censorship. And then the third observation, this top line, is really that what we see of how China's growing presence in developing countries in the global south has really been fueling corruption among political elites in those countries. So with that, would like to now turn to our experts for a few rounds of questions. And so this first round is really for some scene setting from our panelists. And Rana, I'd like to start with you. We heard earlier about sort of China, how China sees the global south, how the global south fits into China's sort of geostrategic strategy. So specifically for you, how do you see the Global South? How does that fit into China's strategy in multilateral systems, like the UN human rights system, for example?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm sorry I can't join you in person, especially with such a fabulous panel. I'm great admirers of the other panelists. I would say that China has been playing a long game for decades and has courted and cultivated relationships with the Global South. China not only lavishes diplomatic attention on those countries, but has championed issues in the Human Rights Council that it knows will resonate well with the Global South, such as it has taken up the issue of a right to development, and it has sponsored resolutions in the Human Rights Council, including one called the Contribution of Development to the Enjoyment of Human Rights. China has also worked with a very particular swath of Global South countries called the Like-Minded Group. And this group coalesced around resisting robust human rights scrutiny, and they cooperate to shield each other from human rights tension, such as making positive statements for each other when they are facing Human Rights Council attention. And they have also voted for each other to shield each other from resolutions and efforts like that to spotlight human rights abuses. Since 2017, China has started to try to shape and influence the human rights regime much more conservatively. And the Global South countries have been key to China's ability to win enough votes to support some of China's resolutions. China's decades-long efforts in courting the developing South has also been paying dividends more recently with regard to the 2022 resolution that was introduced on Xinjiang. The PRC was able to marshal enough votes to prevail. But I do have a caveat about that voting. So the vote was very close. It was 17 yeses, 11 abstentions, and 19 noes. And China lobbied very, very extensively and aggressively to defeat that resolution. While the sponsors of that resolution, let's just say that their lobbying was not as vigorous and robust. So I think it's very telling that the vote was that close. And I should also flag that the Marshall Islands, Somalia, Honduras, and Paraguay did vote for that resolution. China also uses its statements in the Human Rights Council to garner developing world support. So, for example, when it objected to the Xinjiang resolution, it claimed that today China is targeted, tomorrow it could be another developing country, and that all country-specific resolutions are targeted at developing countries. I'll also say that aside from using its relationships with the Global South to protect itself from scrutiny, China is also using its participation in the human rights system to sow further North-South divisions. It does this through specific initiatives as well as rhetoric. And so, for example, it supported a resolution on, quote, the negative impact of the legacies of colonialism on the enjoyment of human rights. It also frames the right to development discussions around the Global North being obligated to provide aid to the Global South and does not acknowledge the existing generous development aid that has been provided. And so in sum, I would say that the Global South is central to China's goal in shielding itself from human rights scrutiny and also in shaping the UN human rights system. And it's a very instrumental use of the Global South.
Thanks so much, Rana. I mean, those observations, it's consistent, I think, with some of what the earlier speakers were talking about how China sort of casts itself as part of, leader of the Global South to sort of say what's happening to us is you know, you're next. But, you know, I want to turn to Chris because, you know, we know that China is active in the Global South through a number of different channels. And so, you know, I think we want to kind of dive right in with the question of, is China undermining democracy in these countries? You know, is that happening? If it is, how is it happening? And is it being done intentionally?
So thanks for the question, Joanna. I think the framing of this panel focused on governance and rights is so valuable because the principal frame through which China's engagement has been looked at over the years has been economics and commerce, which is okay to a point, but if it's done exclusively to the exclusion of governance and rights and all the values that fall under those, then it's inadequate. And I think what we've seen over time with great research done by many of the people in this room, so many other colleagues at IRI who've done fantastic work on these topics, is that the sorts of processes and engagement that China state entities, nominally autonomous private entities use come themselves with secrecy, opacity, and corruption. And so you have this effect at scale of non-transparent, opaque forms of engagement, not just in the developing world, but I would contend everywhere to the extent local societies are unprepared and not willing to resist or repel that sort of engagement. And so, for example, in countries as diverse as Bolivia, in the energy and mining sectors, in Ecuador, where the ECU 9/11 security and safety tech platform was put in place, and very notably in the south of Argentina, where a satellite tracking system was put in place in that country, all had the shared features of not having meaningful public discussion in advance of the adoption of these very significant initiatives. Standard Gauge Railroad in Kenya is another example where not only has the discussion, at least as I understand it, not been sufficiently fulsome and exhaustive, that even at this point when civil society activists ask for parts of the agreement, the local officials will invoke confidentiality and deny access to these documents. And this is a really important point. Groups like Aid Data have done phenomenal work on this. Others are starting to dig into it, that we're now seeing the use and application of confidentiality clauses and other secrecy instruments as just a matter of doing business when China and its entities do work, which has the effect of, I would argue, shifting the norms in the engagement with local governors in the developing world, but then also, in a sense, cutting off the society from a discussion of these projects. Final observation. So I've just alluded to a number of cases that are fairly high profile. I'd also mention work that my colleagues at the International Forum for Democratic Studies undertook on the Huawei-supported safe cities in Mauritius, as well as a Huawei engagement in Serbia, putting tens of thousands of cameras across the country. Similarly, with very few meaningful opportunities for civic engagement. And I would contend that part of the ambition here is to actually sideline civil society, independent media, the legislatures. This, I think it's worth noting, is actually the way that the Chinese state does business at home. They don't welcome any alternative voices, any media, any civic participation in decision-making. And as I say, to the extent this is possible where they engage beyond their borders, they will push the limits to keep things as opaque and secret as possible. But the last point I want to make on this is, I've just alluded to a number of cases that were brought into the public domain, fairly high profile. But in a way, the multitude of actions that the Chinese party state is undertaking around the world often doesn't get that much scrutiny. And so it's kind of humming across dozens and dozens of countries seeking to suppress openness and transparency, to limit the voices that participate in decision-making. And in the end, I think what we need to be striving for is the agency and empowerment of local voices to be able to more meaningfully understand the risks and rewards of engagement with China.
And which is something I think we'll come back to later. But I'm curious, given what you were saying about the sort of the opacity, right, of the approach that Chinese entities are taking. In the cases that you mentioned, are these places where in any other situation, any other kinds of investment, any other large development projects, there was more openness. So I guess the question is, are there situations where there isn't a lot of public engagement anyway, and so that's par for the course? Or is the specific involvement of Chinese entities changing the nature of how?
It's a terrific question. I think just answering at a very basic level, if China and its surrogates are operating in more politically authoritarian settings, which themselves don't have open media, independent civil society, political opposition, they're actually pushing on an open door and welcomed by the authoritarian governors in any number of settings where that would be relevant, both in Africa, Latin America, and elsewhere. I'm most worried about the middle performing countries, the swing states that are open and in a sense are in play, because as you're suggesting, Joanna, what we're seeing is kind of nudges and incentives that are at odds with open, transparent government, political participation, and wider participation by societies in these instances. And I think progressively over time, again with the research, good investigative journalism, we see more of the corrosive effects of this kind of engagement, which has the effect of nudging these systems in a way that's less friendly to democratic accountability and human rights.
Yeah, thank you. So Victoria, I want to turn to you. I mean, given Rana's description of how China sees the global south, right, as part of its overall strategy in multilateral settings, and then what Chris has just been talking about sort of the effect of Chinese activities in the global south. I kind of want you to turn to you to both expand on and maybe combine these topics a bit. When you're sort of looking from the global south, I know you've been doing a lot of research in this. What are some of the attitudes, within the global south on Chinese actions, both what China does at home as well as its actions in other countries?
Yeah, this is very interesting because this morning we heard a lot about essentially that we should not really see African countries as just like supplicants to China's demands, China's wishes, and that traps and all of that. What is interesting is that I see a lot of contradictions. So on the one hand, that people want to regain agency from the Western-dominated world, but on the other hand, that China does not give agency to its own people, its own minorities, and the people around. So on the one hand, it's like, they talk about quote and unquote democratization of the international order, but then they don't really promote democracy. They do not allow democracy. And at the same time, they also really stifle civil society at home. And then, and it is just interesting how the anti-Chinese, anti-American sentiment is like, in a way, really colors how we see China's influences in the world. And this morning, I think Gint Moore mentioned that, there's a blind spot, and I think that blind spot is literally everywhere. And then going back to what Rena said about the UN Council. So recently that there's this universal periodic review of China. So what China has been doing is not just to lobby other governments to vote against anything it doesn't like, but also that when it comes to civil society submissions, from out of Hong Kong, no one dares to submit anything. So it's really all the overseas Hong Kong organizations or IRI or Amnesty International, Freedom House, that basically could put in submissions criticizing the national security law crackdown and the proposed Article 23 even further crackdown. What they've done is to swarm the whole mechanism with their own kind of like Gongo governments, essentially government-sponsored NGOs, with their own submissions to swarm the picture. Oh, it's half and half. The situation's not that bad. Look at the civil society. If half of the people don't like you, half the people like you. This is like you're doing okay. But this is like, it's, do those voices represent the civil society? This goes to what I was talking about earlier, that they talk about democratization of the international order, but they really kill democratization. And then also that in the Hong Kong basic law, now I want to talk about Hong Kong in a way that, so Hong Kong was promised one country, two systems, just as, at the same time that there are all of these promises. But Hong Kong people like to say that Hong Kong is the new Berlin. If Beijing can manage to kill the freedom, the transparency, the responsible government that once existed and thrived and institutionalized in Hong Kong, what does it tell us when it comes to much other less free and less institutionalized countries around the world in the global south? So the basic law, Article 39, promises that Hong Kong should continue to be a signatory to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, and various labor conventions. So whenever there are these reviews, again, they also overwhelm all of these civil society submissions. And in this situation, then, it's like, the narrative is so hard to really fight back. So I know that we're going to have another a panel on that. So maybe I stop here.
Okay, all right, that's helpful. Thank you for that. So Bulelani, just turning to you, there's been quite a bit of discussion today about the control of the information space overall. And I really wanted to draw you out on how this has been playing out in Africa specifically. I mean, we know China has been quite systematically increasing its engagement across the African continent for the last couple of decades through a number of different channels. How, from your perspective, how is China shaping the information environment in Africa? And what is the impact of that on governance and rights, across the continent? Just generalizing across the continent.
General across the continent. Well, first, I'd like to say thank you for your time and consideration today, and I'm also very happy to kind of be with this panel. So before I kind of speak to the specific point in terms of thinking a bit about China's influence over cyberspace, I think it's partly important to somewhat historically contextualize its general involvement within building out the very infrastructure that allows the internet to be possible within Africa. If you kind of rewind back to about 1998, that's when, you see a tremendous growing demand for infrastructure building, specifically kind of cyber capability in Africa. That's in part because within the 90s, you see a growing decline of manufacturing capability to produce the necessary GDP output for African countries like Kenya, like South Africa. And so the internet, and specifically the industries and markets that the internet produces, was thought to be one of the primary vehicles in order to support this kind of new emerging interest and market. One of the main players in order to provide that kind of infrastructure was Huawei. When Huawei comes into Kenya in the context of 1998, it originally really comes in with about 10 people. And their main interest at the time was really to kind of get into lucrative tender contracts. Obviously at the time, in 1998, the kind of ICT environment of Kenya was somewhat dominated by mostly really Western companies. How Huawei was able to kind of beat out these initial kind of traditional partners of the Kenyan government was partly because the risk was distributed really between Huawei and the government. So effectively, the government was allowed Huawei to sell its products almost at half the price of the original kind of cost of the initial products at the time. And then if you kind of fast forward to about, say, 2013, 2014, is when you start seeing things like safe city products being a general commodity that's being sold by companies like Huawei. That initial product seems relatively harmful when you think about the leveraging of ICT infrastructure to produce efficiency outcomes for an urban environment like Kenya. The more malicious part of it is that you're introducing facial recognition capabilities without appropriate checks and balances. Appropriate checks and balances simply would look like effectively thinking a bit about more robust data governance models or privacy regimes that will ensure that biometrical data is not being misused or people are not effectively being identified unnecessarily by the police. China does not particularly promote that. Another kind of interesting part of it is that then China does not only effectively not speak to some of the challenges that go about using some of these technologies, it then actively trains the police in its own tactics surrounding effectively the leveraging of facial recognition systems within these kind of given countries. And so suddenly you're seeing also the normative exploitation of certain methods around the technology and policing. Now, of course, if you kind of take a step back and then you look into, say, the data governance regimes of, say, Kenya or South Africa or Nigeria, on the books, it looks a lot like effectively what scholars have been calling the Brussels effect. Effectively, one of the main proponents of data governance and privacy in the world is Europe, and they've been quite active in promoting a relatively kind of human rights-centered approach to governance. However, what is on the books is not actually what's being conducted by the police, in part because there's a huge gap between effectively the idea surrounding privacy and its implementation on the continent. And what the police are practicing looks quite different from what's being effectively promoted by civil society in the context of, say, Kenya and in the context of, say, Nigeria. And so in many ways, then, it's both about gaps, but it's also really about thinking actively about China's normative exploitation commitments, and not simply, exporting, but then also then trying to legitimate it. And so one other part of it is what, they've been kind of calling cyber sovereignty, which effectively suggests that the state should be the primary instrument to dictate what happens within your own given cyber environment. That means effectively that if the government here says the internet should be closed, the internet should be closed, and other parties shouldn't have the same level of say about how you should dictate the internet space. That in itself is effectively offered, coverage for more authoritarian-like thinking as relates to the maintenance of the internet, while simultaneously it presents itself as a general commitment to meeting African stakeholders where they are, i.e. we are democratic in terms of accepting all kinds of political expressions, including ones that may not necessarily accept human rights as the primary basis of political organization.
So you talked about sort of the gaps that exist between sort of what the law says, that this question of no safeguards being in place, and that civil society groups having a different understanding on sort of the meaning of privacy, for example. So I want to press you a little bit on that. For the civil society groups in Kenya who do have a different understanding and want to assert that, want to advocate for that, what has that experience been like for those groups who might be trying to push back on that?
Sure. I think one kind of a very important, and so I will try and kind of ground it in kind of context. So let's use 2014 as an example. So in 2014, effectively what happens is let's rewind. In fact, let's go to 2013. In 2013, Kenya suffered one of its kind of worst terrorist attacks in the kind of the Westgate Mall massacre, where effectively about 69 civilians were killed. Within that particular episode, the government thought that one of the main challenges surrounding that terrorist attack was simply about policing inefficiencies that resulted in the inability to adequately respond. And so the government then wanted to build out effectively a surveillance capability system that would, at one level, help them to identify the criminals, but also effectively increase their response time. So who are you going to go to in the context of Kenya at the time? You're going to go to Huawei. Huawei immediately comes and says, don't worry, we are going to provide you all the facial recognition capabilities that you need, and you don't even necessarily have to ask us questions. So how are you going to push this bill, or at least this ideational and then technical instrument ahead? They immediately start putting up a bill called the security law, which effectively says the government can use the surveillance system in any way they want, as long as it's for national security interests and purposes. That kind of arrangement has made it quite difficult then to actually track the misuse of the surveillance system. And so for civil society, who is actually interested in curbing the misuse of these systems, they consistently are battling, one, with a current policy arrangement that is not particularly transparent, but also a kind of technical partner that is very much fine with working with non-transparent parties. And then also a party that is willing to bankroll the further expansion of a surveillance system that is profoundly fine with kind of misusing the surveillance system, regardless of what civil society chooses to say and think.
Yeah, please go.
If I want to add to that is that what has been perfected in Xinjiang is something called predictive policing. So they arrest you before you've committed anything. They just look at the profiles. If you pray 5 times a day, you read the Quran, you grow a beard, that means that you are likely to be a terrorist. And so therefore, this is why so many people were put into concentration camps. And they are doing the similar things in Hong Kong now, is that essentially everything is about national security. Everything relates to national secrets. Now, national secrets cover not just foreign affairs, military affairs, but also socio-economic data. And this very, very expensive definition of anything falls under national security has been exported to the rest of the world. And I think earlier, Wang also talked about how even Bretton Woods institutions have been basically switching closer and closer to China's practices. So this is essentially the kind of trends that we're seeing.
So this is actually kind of a perfect segue into the next round of questions, which is sort of a question I want to ask to all of you, which is on this export of technology, the tools for surveillance and censorship that you've both touched on. So China's providing these tools, right, to governments, to fragile democracies. What are you seeing? How is this export of these tools affecting? Is it bolstering authoritarian trends? How are you seeing this play out? Chris, I'm going to kick this over to you first.
So I think at some level the patterns are not so heartening. I think determining with precision how much the technology is reshaping things is hard to say. And in a way, I'm more concerned about some of the issues we've already discussed in this session relating to both the process and the methods of the adoption of the tech, which themselves can be secret and non-transparent, which is problematic. I mean, one of the things that's becoming clear in many settings around the world is that technologies that are marketed as ostensibly bringing more security and safety don't in fact necessarily do that, but what they do is enable the authorities to surveil their population with greater ease in many respects. And that's where this idea of knowledge, awareness, meaningful public discussion is so important, because optimally what you want is, in any setting, irrespective of where it is on the planet, you want a society to be able to really have sufficient information to say, this is okay with me. Like, I understand there are risks involved. I understand that the purveyor of the technology may bring some corrupt practices with them, but I believe the benefits outweigh those risks. My strong sense, having looked at a lot of examples, and my colleagues have done a good deal of research on there, is that that level of awareness and the level of discussion is profoundly inadequate. And so the adoption of this technology is happening, I don't want to say in the dark, but it's at a minimum in the haze. And that's not a good thing for democratic prospects, and it's certainly not a good thing for the citizens living in these societies. And just one other observation on this: the people in positions of power are always looking for ways to find an edge and to push the boundaries. In middle-performing countries where there's a lot of tension between whether it's going to be more closed and autocratic or maybe a little more open and democratic, these technological tools, I would argue, almost by their design and lack of normative boundaries, can really help nudge things in an adverse direction. And so it's something that we all need to be incredibly mindful of, especially in settings where the institutional roots are not so deep.
Thank you. Victoria, you started touching on this in the last round of questions, but just from a perspective of activists, right, who are trying to advocate on various issues, can you talk about the impact of this export of the surveillance technology, and what impact is that having?
Yeah, so when it comes to technology, for example, I've cut off ties with people in Hong Kong. I cannot go back, and people in Hong Kong have to cut off ties with me, because the first thing when the policemen come knock on your door, the first thing they do is to ask for your phone. So people use all of these encrypted apps, but still, if the police actually control your your phone, then what do you do? So all of your content is basically exposed. And we should also understand surveillance technology, not just in terms of cameras. Now, cameras are very important because, for example, a lot of these scholars of state society relations would say that there's always some room for the society, for civil societal actors to push back, because you cannot put a policeman in every single street corner. The cameras are important because the same dollar can now go so much farther in repressing, in monitoring the population. And not just on the surface, but also now literally underground. No one can actually organize anything without getting into the regime's radar. I think this is why these technologies are scary. And then another thing too is that we should think of this kind of technology also in terms of financial data. So for activists, they need to raise money. They need to, and then what has happened with the Hong Kong diaspora is that a lot of people still inside Hong Kong, they cannot really engage in any activism. People outside, they engage in activism. So one group can do something, but they don't have money. One group of people can't do anything, but could provide financial support. But then now everyone inside Hong Kong is worried that if I support any group, and if the Hong Kong police, for example, ask Google for data, ask bank for data, and they now under Hong Kong's version of national security law, they have to do it if they want to survive. And HSBC has been complicit in following orders to close accounts of activists and NGOs. And these tools basically all enhanced by essentially very, very advanced technologies that have created the same cameras and also surveillance.
Thank you. Rana, I would like you to draw you in here on this question of sort of surveillance and censorship, and really drawing back to the point Victoria made in the first round about how China sort of drowned out alternative voices at the UPR in terms of not really enabling other independent civil society to make submissions. Interested your comments on all of that.
Well, I want to say that I agree with my panelists very much, and I've appreciated their comments. Victoria is absolutely right about China using gongos to drown out civil society voices, but there were other ways that China manipulated the UPR process. It encouraged many of its allies, including authoritarian countries, to sign up for speaking slots. That resulted in so many countries signing up that each country only had 45 seconds to make a statement. And because many of China's friends, and many also from the Global South, made very kind of weak or bland statements, that ate up time. And it gave less time for countries that really wanted to ask questions about Hong Kong, about the Uyghur crisis. So China definitely manipulated that process. China also used its gongos in another way that I've heard about, which was that they also physically tried to take up most of the civil society space seating. So China is in many ways trying to drown out both civil society and other governments from being able to express their views and concerns about what's going on throughout China, as well as in some of the other China regions.
So it's interesting then, the nature of censorship. It's not just, I mean, I think we hear a lot about the online, the use of technology for censorship, but the censorship can also be just old school, putting people in seats to prevent others from taking up space, and sort of the management, the manipulation, as you said, Rana, of the system. But sort of to close out this round, you started talking earlier about the technology that's being employed across Africa. Can you just speak a little bit more to that, of sort of what kind of impact do you think what we see, what's coming, right? Technological advances. What kind of impact is that going to have on the trends that have been discussed today?
Yeah, sure. So I'll try and structure at least my response by trying to, I guess, speak to some of the remarks about transparency, misuse, and then maybe some of the privacy law-related gap questions. So transparency. So for example, when Kenya was trying to get effectively a range of surveillance systems adopted, they effectively got Safaricom to say they'll be the primary contractor. I don't know if anybody here knows Safaricom, but Safaricom effectively is a telecommunication company that mostly provides either a money transfer platform or simply hardware goods like cell phones. But they were the primary contractor for surveillance tools. The question is where are they getting their surveillance tools from? They're procuring it from Huawei. Huawei selling it through the back door, but while ostensibly to the public it looks like Safaricom is offering the actual technology. And so the public in itself was not made completely aware of the source of the technology in itself. What exactly they were providing was generally a range of goods. The range of goods came from effectively an interest in clouding computing capabilities. It came in the means of both getting analog standard surveillance cameras. It came with an interest in also getting infrared-related cameras. It also came in an interest in getting facial recognition tools. Those tools effectively allowed the state, to be able to identify a person, of course, raising basic rudimentary questions around like the safety and the management of biometrical data by the state, but more importantly, exactly where did the state get this everybody's biometrical data? Effectively, people were asked to, offer their biometrical data, supposedly, for an ID card they actually never got. But, it's kind of a long kind of story about that part. But the point is that effectively, it was not particularly very clear how the data is being managed and whether or not it's going to be used for the initial intentional purposes that the people thought that they were signing on for. And then in terms of the misuse of the technologies, what is particularly quite striking about, for example, having a facial recognition system within your given city is that it's not particularly clear whether or not it's actually reducing crime and terror in that context. If you kind of look into some of the data that, the Kenyan police have offered us, is that all the areas that are supported by their facial recognition system do not seem to be reducing crime. In fact, crime has risen in some of the general areas, which of course, I think intuitively kind of makes sense, in part because crime is not simply the absence of surveillance. It's also partly contingent on other social and economical factors that result in the outcomes of crime within a given region. And then as it relates to kind of, I'd say, questions of privacy, if you kind of look quite broadly on the African continent, about half of the African countries have a privacy law in the books. For the countries who don't have privacy in the books, many of my interlocutors consistently tell me that we first need to have the infrastructure before we can talk about privacy regimes. For those who have the infrastructure and who do have privacy, there is a general anxiety about effectively let's say, the application of privacy, in part because they're anxious about what will those privacy demands mean for their emerging startup ecosystems. And so the slow take on privacy, in part, is also an anxiety about how it impacts a startup ecosystem. And then for those who are implementing and who are interested, in ensuring a robust privacy regime in place, many of the time it's really simply about a capacity question. And somebody, who has done extensive work, for example, in the context of Kenya, the data commissioner of Kenya is really about 10 people for the whole country. And so at one level, it's also simply about how do you support people who are trying to do good work. And so, there are multiple kind of challenges in terms of supporting the stakeholders. And those stakeholders will be different in terms of where they necessarily fall in some of these challenges.
Okay, thanks. So I've got one more round of questions for our panelists and then would like to open it up to audience questions. So again, just please submit those through askac.org. So I would really like to sort of start with both Bulelani and Chris, because you've both referenced in the context of China's operations in countries, in the global south, sort of the dangers of lack of information, lack of capacity. You sort of talked about making decisions in the haze. And so, there's also, as we've heard a lot today, there's just the reality of China being the major trading partner of most of the countries of the Global South. So, I mean, China is present. There is going to be activity, but what can host governments do? What can host governments do to balance their, economic development objectives with the protection of their democratic institutions, with the protection of human rights, protecting environmental sustainability, sort of all of those things? What, when they're dealing with Chinese investors, what are some of the things that they can do? Perhaps we can start with what? You want to kick off?
So maybe I would just tweak the question to say, what can the societies do? So I think part of the challenge we're confronting, and this was alluded to in the last session, the book discussion of Josh Eisenman's book, part of the challenge is that the governments that are engaged with China are not inclined to lean in the direction of greater openness, even in countries that are relatively open. So I think for the purposes of this discussion, it's probably better to set aside the authoritarian to authoritarian relationship. It's a very challenging set of circumstances. But if we talk about, in many of the countries in Latin America that are open countries, many of the countries in Africa, in West Africa, for example, Senegal, Ghana, and so forth, some of the countries that have been alluded to during the discussion, there's space there to not assume that economic and commercial progress has to come at the expense of transparency and openness. And we've almost kind of settled into that assumption. And we should try to guard against that and say, the costs that are, essentially the costs that are coming with economic engagement, the non-economic costs in terms of censorship, surveillance, secrecy, corruption, it's almost axiomatic. If you have more secrecy and opacity, you're likely to have more corruption. So if you have this much corruption and you add this much more secrecy and opacity, you're probably going this way with the corruption. Because you want to have more digging, more investigative journalism, more oxygen on the decision-making process. To the extent engagement from China and its surrogates is suppressing openness and transparency, it's bound to then shrink and suppress democratic accountability. I think part of what needs to happen is a cognitive reset about the expectations of engagement commercially with China. But then some very practical things to really supercharge awareness of not only the putative rewards, but the risks of engaging China. And it's really important to say that there are any number of cases where there's a lot of hype about the likely benefits and payoff of engagement economically with China that don't necessarily play out that way. But there's still a lot of elite relationship building in the meantime, which leads me to a second suggestion, which is we need a more forward-leaning approach to elite co-optation or capture. And I wouldn't limit that to any part of the world, because when the Chinese party state engages, they really target the executive branch of governments, and then they look for pieces of the business elite, possibly the media elite, as their pathway to influence and, in their view, control. So I think it's really important to have almost a fresh agenda to get at some of these issues. Part of it is, challenging some of the assumptions we've had about the things you have to give away to have economic advance, which I would not agree with, and then to start thinking about some more meaningful ways of communicating, providing more opportunities to guard against the capture of key elites. Once that happens in a given spot, it makes a lot of the other things we're discussing far harder to pursue.
Bulelani, can your thoughts on what Chris said and anything else on that?
Yeah, for sure. I think one particular thing that is important to stress is, again, this prejudgment that somehow development comes at the cost of, say, democratical norms is a preposterous claim that is consistently being promoted precisely as a way to offer greater demands for kind of democracy in Africa, in part mostly coming from the people. And so in many ways, to me, it seems as though that one possible through line is really about how do we actively engage more consistently with civil society organizations, but also ensure that all discussions related to, say, in this context, say, data governance, does have a multi-stakeholder approach to it that does include, civil society, the academic class, and the leadership. And to kind of, for example, ground this in an example is, currently, we have the African Free Trade Agreement coming up. It's going to be the largest kind of trading bloc, and there is no yet clear strategy in terms of how to effectively harmonize data governance across the continent. So that's where we can kind of best leverage the large market. How exactly is that kind of data governance harmonization strategy going to take place in terms of its inputs on values is going to be important. And ensuring that effectively civil society and other stakeholders who are thinking about kind of inclusion and democracy and a more inclusive economic strategy going forward need to have a kind of a seat in some of those conversations. And so platforming those people, I think, is the most important thing going forward.
Yeah, please.
I want to say that civil society has been, or if they were weak to begin with, they are even more weakened. And Hong Kong once had a very strong civil society. Now no one dares to say anything. So the solution then is really has to go back to governments. And I think some of the Hong Kong activists are really kind of like circulating that to push the U.S. Congress to revise the Foreign Corruption Practices Act to include not just literally bribes, but also human rights violations. For example, that Google cannot hand over data. HSBC, if you are going to have any businesses in the U.S. at all, you cannot freeze activists' account. And then if maybe countries in the Global South, if they want to really improve governance, then they can also follow this, because you also have their own version of Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. A lot of businesses, they claim ESG, so environmental, social governance, but they often greenwash their human rights violations and complicity. They just BlackRock, HSBC, Tesla, they invest in green stuff, but then they look the other way. So if we can have something to compel these investment companies to do something to help, that I guess would give the civil society a little bit of room.
So I think from Chris and Bulalani, really sort of the effort to try to clear the haze, right, means engaging societies, engaging this multi-stakeholder approach to really try and bring more information into the space. Victoria, I think you're referring specifically to advocacy to governments, not the host governments, but governments like the US government, on how they approach or how they potentially monitor activity of US entities as well. And I think this kind of brings us nicely to this last part, Rana. I'd like to kind of draw you in on this of really what is the role of international stakeholders? Whether it's Western governments, whether it's multinational companies, what role can they play in either enabling or confronting Chinese-led development projects, Chinese-led advocacy in multinational, in multi-state, in multilateral settings, that, when we're talking about violations of rights or environmental standards or the censorship that we were discussing earlier, what kind of role do you think different international stakeholders could play?
Well, certainly I think that international stakeholders should be playing a robust role in speaking out against that. I also think that the business community has sort of been the weak link on this for decades. I've been working on China long enough that there's been a number of turning points where the business community was, let's say, unhelpful. But I also think that there can be another approach that many of the panelists here have touched on, which is that I would love to see Western actors, international actors, building up the Global South to be able to articulate their own concerns about China's involvement in their countries. And I've noticed throughout my research that the amount of expertise within many of these countries on China, including on the kinds of standards that economic investment and development aid should be held to, is very weak. And this includes both academic expertise as well as civil society understanding of China. And so I think one very smart way is to just help invest in those civic groups so that they can be a voice in their own countries.
Victoria, did you want to jump in again on the question of other things that international stakeholders might be able to do?
Yeah, I agree with Rana. I think there is basically general acknowledgement that a lot of countries, I think also this morning, that talk about how China has trained so many African leaders. And so, and then they just adopt China's version of the mainstream narrative, and they don't think deeply under. And also, a lot of China experts also kind of think, just think about the U.S. and China, rather that, China itself also denies agency to Taiwan, to Hong Kong, to Uyghurs, to Tibetans. That message somehow basically is this big blind spot.
Chris, did you want to, any thoughts on the question of international stakeholders?
So maybe I'll answer it in the following way. I've been struck over the years the extent to which powerful international stakeholders have been willing to trim their sails or not speak candidly about evident issues in front of them. And I think over time that's had the effect of lowering the bar for our understanding on China, the Chinese Communist Party's ambitions, its behaviors, which is precisely what the leadership in Beijing wants. And so in a sense, free societies and independent institutions within open societies have been their own worst enemy in these instances. And that can be changed. There's nothing preventing people in most instances from speaking more candidly and openly on these issues. And that's something I think we would all benefit from.
Yeah. And last thought, any additional thoughts to you?
No, I think we've exhausted it.
All right. Well, thank you. Since we managed to incorporate the questions we'd received into that last round of questions, we can come to a close just a tad early. I would like to first thank our panelists for just some excellent, a lot of food for thought, I think. Hopefully will be a good contribution to the next day and a half here. And then my last job is to just ask everyone in the room to please just stay in your seats, because they will transition to the next panel after this. But thank you all for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this very exciting panel about China, Latin American, Caribbean relations as part of the China Global South Conference that the Atlantic Council is co-organizing in this very strategic moment. My name is Pepe Zhang, and I'm a senior fellow within the Adrian Arch Latin America Center at the Atlantic Council. And I'm very thankful for everyone's participation in this panel, both in our studio and virtually. And a special thank you for the 4 panelists that are joining us in this special event today. What a pleasure to have you guys with us. We only have 45 minutes, so I'll try to keep my opening remarks relatively short, including a quick round of introduction of our panelists, and then dive right into some very specific questions. I think China, Latin America, and Caribbean issues certainly in recent years and recent months are getting a lot of attention. When I think about what happened in recent months, specifically the last 3 months, there was already some pretty significant development. I think about, for example, in late November when the president of Uruguay, Lacalle, was visiting China and met with President Xi. I thought about the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi visiting Beijing early this year, and I think it was just a couple weeks ago, maybe it was last week, that the Ecuadorian government finally and Congress finally ratified the free trade agreement with China. So this is a space where there's no shortage of exciting activities. And we're very lucky today, once again, to have the 4 leading scholars in the space with us who have been very prolific in following and producing up-to-date analysis on this very dynamic relationship. Quick introductions of them. Victoria Chongqing, who is a non-resident fellow with the Adrian Arch Latin America Center within the Atlantic Council. In addition to that, significant experience on China, Latin America, Caribbean research, especially in the extractive industry, telecommunications industry, China-Peru relations. Other relevant experience. Victoria is a teaching fellow at the University of Southern California and formerly Universidad del Pacífico. So thank you, Victoria, for joining us from the studio. Next to Victoria, we have Parsifal de Sola, who is a non-resident senior fellow for the Global China Hub within the Atlantic Council. And Parsifal is also the CEO of Andrés Bello Foundation, one of the leading organizations in our region focusing, in Latin America and the Caribbean region, focusing on China, Latin America research. And he's had significant professional academic experience across Latin America and the Caribbean, the US, and China. And next to Parsifal, we have Dr. Evan Ellis. Evan is a research professor of Latin American Studies at the U.S. Army War College Strategic Studies Institute with a focus on China-Latin America relations and, of course, some of the other non-hemispheric actors. Evan is an impressive and one of the most prolific authors I've ever seen, has published over 480 works, including 5 books, many of them about China, Latin America, and previous relevant experience, including State Department, policy planning, and of course, Western Hemisphere and international narcotics and law enforcement issues. Finally, Margaret Myers. Margaret, what a pleasure to have you with us. And Margaret is the director of the Asian Latin America program at the Inter-American Dialogue. Other relevant affiliation experience include Department of Defense, Georgetown University, George Washington University, Johns Hopkins SAIS, Wilson Center, and the United States Institute of Peace. So with that, I'd like first to delve into the technical part of the discussion, which is a quick reminder to folks that feel free to engage with us throughout this event. You can submit questions via askac.com, askac.org, my apologies. You can submit your questions there, and we're hoping that we can save 10 minutes toward the end of the time, end of the panel to have our panelists to respond to some of these questions. And Margaret, I believe, have another engagement, so might have to step out a little earlier. But Margaret, we're very much appreciative of your time. And since you're leaving early, I'd like to throw the first question at you, and it's a big picture question. And as I mentioned earlier, this panel has produced so much relevant work, and I'm hoping that hopefully, as we discuss on these relevant topics, love to hear some of the recent work that you've been doing, the new insights that you found. So Margaret, the question for you really is a big picture one, which is what is and what isn't changing in the China, Latin American, Caribbean relationship. And perhaps I can put you on the spot to focus specifically on the foreign direct investment piece, which is something that I think there's a lot of truth and myth about what's happening on the ground, what isn't happening on the ground. So with that, Margaret, take it away. Let us know your thoughts on this very important issue.
Thank you so much, Pepe, for the introduction, and to all of the organizers for the very kind invitation. I mean, just to sort of be very quick about this, because I know you have a number of questions that you want to ask the panel, but we are at a moment of, really profound recalibration of China's overseas activity and overseas approach. And that includes as concerns the BRI, which has always been somewhat fluid, but is changing in ways that it hasn't in the past. And this is translating in the Latin American context in really interesting ways And looking at FDI is one sort of lens through which to really understand how dramatically some of the changes are manifesting, not just in Latin America, but in all parts of the world. What we recently at the Inter-American Dialogue put out a report called New Infrastructure, right, which is looking specifically at these trends in FDI. And what we found is that, in fact, we're seeing something of a tapering, right, if we're talking about greenfield investment, new projects, but we're seeing something of a decline if we're talking about acquisitions, mergers and acquisitions, right? And that has historically been one of the primary means through which China has engaged in economic activity in the region, especially in strategic sectors of interest. This is not because China is disinterested in the region, right? Instead, it's because China is focusing on smaller projects in just a handful of sectors, most of them innovation-related sectors, that Chinese officials deem to be absolutely fundamental, absolutely critical to China's own economic growth objectives. So what am I talking about here? In the context of Latin America, we're talking about electric vehicles, we're talking about high-end manufacturing, we're talking about ultra-high voltage transmission lines and other urban infrastructure, for example. Certainly, in addition to this, right, there's the entire range of ICT investments that we're seeing, not just in Latin America, but all over the world. That's everything from devices to services. You know, telecommunications services are certainly part of this, but so is e-commerce and data services. So, and that's only growing, right, and expanding in many parts of the region. And then beyond this, of course, a dramatic and growing interest, which I think it comes as a surprise to nobody, right, in the resources that support these industries, lithium, for example, and other critical metals and minerals. And so it's so dramatic. In fact, I mean, we anticipated growth, but we didn't anticipate the growth that we saw, that in 2022, 58% of the total value of investment was in these new infrastructure sectors. And new infrastructure is indeed a term that China has used to describe these sectors, right? And 60% of the total number of deals were in these sectors. And we would only imagine that this will grow over time. So what are the implications? I think yet to be seen, right? This will have profound implications for the region and for specifically, you know, certain sectors and certain countries that are deemed sort of worthy of these sorts of investments, right? But also for competitors, right? U.S. competitors, European competitors, others in the region that are looking to also be involved in these sectors and whether they can compete effectively in the medium and long term.
Thank you, Margaret. That's such a helpful overview. And once again, the data-driven work, evidence-based work that you and the dialogue have been producing has just been one of the reference points in this field. So we certainly appreciate you for that. And I think, you know, whether the steel size in the sectors, industry, then also this new infrastructure projects, the focus on that, that's all very much worth studying more. So I recommend folks to really check out this relatively recent report that came out in January, produced by Margaret and the team. Then, Victoria, I'd love to bring you in as well. You've also done significant research on Chinese investment in the region and just broader Chinese economic engagement with the region. Perhaps tying into something that Margaret mentioned, which is, you know, natural resources, and within that, the lithium piece. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Of course, if there's any additional reactions to Margaret has said so far, very much welcome your insight.
Organizers for such an excellent conference. So yeah, following up to what Margaret was saying, right, we are seeing this change from Chinese investments into the region into becoming more small and beautiful and what have you. And one of the key sectors is precisely lithium. So for those in the room who are not familiar with it, what in the world is it, right? So everyone has a battery. Everyone has a cell phone, right? So you use lithium to create some of those batteries. You also want to have an electric vehicle. So from the more economic perspective, not the nuclear perspective, which is the more security-oriented part, you have a region that holds more than 50% of the world reserves of lithium, right? So this is something that has gained track, especially as most countries are trying to move away to or depending on these fossil fuels and moving into more climate conscientious movement and what have you. So in this case, there are 3 countries that hold these 50% or more than 50% reserves, which is what I call the ABC, Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile, right, the lithium triangle. So something very interesting that we are seeing is that China is trying to enter to the game, into these investments, and it's not, I guess, as aggressive, if you will, as we many times listen about or listen in the news, right, that China is going to take over and whatnot. But rather what China is doing is playing a slow game, meaning that depending on the regulations that each of these countries present, not only in the kind of investments that they are allowing in the lithium sector for foreign companies, right, not only Chinese, China is mostly, for instance, trying to see whether or not it's going to not only extract, but also produce. For example, and they're very different scenarios. In the case of Argentina, right, we see a lot of private companies, and that's depending on the regulations that are set up in the country. And because they're private companies, so we are not only seeing Chinese companies trying to enter, but we are also seeing American, Australian, French, even South Korean, Japanese companies competing with each other, right? In the case of Bolivia, it's more centralized, it is state-owned, but we also see Chinese companies trying to get into these coordinated deals, right, with these SOEs or state-owned enterprises from Bolivia in trying to see how they're gonna extract. In the case of Chile, it's a mix as well, but it's also centralized. Why do I mention this? Because when you extract lithium, there are a lot of socio-environmental implications. So there is this movement about how can we move towards the most responsible mining? So one of the big questions right now is what role, right, China will play in helping these countries perhaps, right, trying to comply to this so-called responsible mining, or to what extent China may also play a role, right, in the potential race to the bottom of these countries. What do I mean by that? In the sense that because lithium has become such an important mineral that is attached to innovation, that is attached to industrialization and development, the fear is that some of the regulations that have been placed in these countries, right, might fizzle down or might weaken, right, in terms of governance and what have you, and that because they're pursuing these materials, we might not see the kind of accountability or transparency that sometimes we would expect. Again, what role would China also play there, right, in helping in strengthening these regulations, or the opposite, and not just China, but also all the other competing countries that want to play a role or take, let's say, a stake on this. So.
Thank you, Victoria. And I think, such a critical point about how Chinese investment and economic activities are interacting with, adapting to, and reacting to the local conditions and local regulatory factors. I'd love to come back to you in a little bit, if time allows, to you and Margaret as well, on more insight on the Chinese FDIs. But I do want to pick up on one point and perhaps move on to Parsifal. Towards the end of your remarks, Victoria, you mentioned the competition piece. And of course, we from Washington follow this topic very much closely. In Parsifal, I think the question I'd love to ask you is, if we take a step back and look at this at a higher geopolitical level, think about the U.S.-China competition, U.S.-China rivalry, how does Latin America fit into that? What is the geopolitical alignment, so to speak, from a regional perspective? Love to hear your thought on that, and I think that will be a good way to frame that to allow us to then dive a little deeper into some of the additional specific issues and topic areas.
Thank you very much, Pepe, and obviously thank you to all of you in the audience and the Atlantic Council for organizing this amazing panel. To your question, Pepe, so the predominant understanding is that in Latin America, geopolitical positioning when it comes to China-US rivalry is that most countries seek a kind of to maintain an equidistance or to be neutral when it comes to the rivalry, to take a step aside, not take sides, not they don't want to be put in a position where they have to choose a side that doesn't align with their interests, and this is the so-called preference for non-alignment, right? That being said, despite international commentary and the rhetoric coming out from Latin America, especially left-leaning countries, data and evidence doesn't seem to support this. Why do I say this? Overall, the regional response to rising tensions has been driven primarily by national interests, aligning with either the US and the EU, Western Bloc, so to speak, or with China, depending on the issue and on how that issue relates to domestic interests. I'm going to be citing a lot of data from a recent study published by it's a Spanish institute called the Real Instituto Elcano. It's a Elcano Royal Institute. So two key factors to take into account before I get into the data. The first one is that Latin America is by and far the most democratic developing region across the world. It is, when we compare it to Africa, the Middle East, Southeast Asia, democratic indicators are far higher in Latin America as a whole than they are in the rest of the world. And the second point is that the same can be said for human rights records. So please take into account these two factors for the following data. So the study, they do an overview of the resolutions at the UN General Assembly between 2001 and 2023. Which ones specifically? They have to fulfill one condition, that the West, meaning the United States and the EU, voted. They voted in bloc. They voted jointly and against or in opposition to China. They divided the resolutions into two very broad camps: values on one side and economic and development on the other. So they were able to identify 31 votes over the span of these 2 decades. 11 concerning human rights, 4 concerning sovereignty, 12 with commerce and development, and 4 regarding economic sanctions. So values, we would have a total over 14, and 16 when it comes to economic and development. What are the conclusions? With an important exception, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, the 3 dictatorships in the region. I'll get into this, but if we take them out of the data, when it comes to values, in these 31 votes, 86% of the time, Latin American countries aligned with the Western Bloc, and only 2% of the time aligned with China. This is specifically with human rights. When it comes to sovereignty and territorial integrity, 61% aligned with the West, 14% aligned with China. The rest, they abstained. Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, complete opposite. 85% of the time aligned with China, and usually Russia. It's important to point out that this is regardless of the political ideology of the government in question. Fortunately, throughout Latin America, there's been a lot of the pendulum has swung between left and right, generally speaking, with the exceptions of some countries. But regardless of the government in question, the statistics remain the same. And another important thing is that when you compare these results with other regions, Latin America aligned the most with the bloc when compared to Africa, the Middle East, Southeast Asia. The numbers on the economic and development side, we turned the tables 180 degrees. 90% of the time, Latin American voted with China on resolutions regarding to economics and development, with 97% in favor of China when it came to economic sanctions. The same can be said for Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua, and they aligned 100% of the time. So even Paraguay and Guatemala, so two of the countries that still recognize Taiwan, the tendency is exactly the same. They actually voted with the rest of the region when it came to values, with the Western Bloc, and they voted with China when it came to economics and development. So what are the conclusions here? Latin American, quote unquote, they choose a side based on domestic interests. It does not respond to geopolitical alignment with either camp. And again, with the exceptions of the autocracies in the region. So this is quite telling, and this is a recurring topic that has been going on throughout the day. Our colleagues who were talking about Africa, that the economics is at the center of this relationship, and with this. The main difference with Latin America is that, and I think, in my personal opinion, is an understated aspect of the relationship between Latin America and the West is this alignment in values. It's usually not something that is brought up. It's always geopolitics. It's always great power politics, and I think that's a huge lesson for people who are observing the region, and which is the right message to engage in the region.
Thank you, Parsifal. And again, I think we all appreciate these, data evidence-based insights to distinguish the facts and the myth and kind of understand, just make the value-based conversation and also the competition-based conversation a bit more precise and grounded. Evan, I do want to turn over to you. Parsifal kind of expressed, some of the regional perspective on this issue, and Margaret, in her comments, certainly talked about how the investment side of things really fit into China's global strategy, small and beautiful. But what about a U.S. perspective? Being based in Washington, we're certainly very much attentive to that. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on this very important issue, and specifically, why is Washington, and why should Washington be concerned about some aspects of Chinese engagement? What are these strategic concerns? And I'm saying this because we know that very high-level officials, including, the commander of Southcom, General Richardson, has recently and frequently mentioned some of these concerns. But I'd love to hear some of your thoughts. And if I could ask you to be relatively brief so we can make sure that we go to Margaret for one last round before she has to leave for another commitment, I'd be very grateful.
Thanks, Pepe, and certainly thanks to you and thanks to the Atlantic Council for this great panel, concurring with my colleagues. And just to emphasize that I'm not speaking for the official position of the U.S. government, but I think, first of all, when we talk about Washington's strategic concerns, you have to recognize that strategic doesn't mean just military. And so, number one, of course, the U.S. Concern, whether often we show it or not, with the conditions of the region to which we are connected by geography and commerce and family. And we've seen how politically what happens in the region impacts us here in Washington, D.C. And China, in many ways, impacts those conditions, whether in the pursuit of its interests or deliberately. So number one, obviously, the economic. The question at the end is China pursues very aggressively securing resources from the region and others, wanting to make sure that the region, through strong institutions, gets a good deal, so the region doesn't just end up exporting its commodities in soybeans and buying expensive Chinese products and services, with the Chinese realizing the value added and the region not reaping the benefits of that. Obviously, the related issue of environmental issues and corporate social responsibility and related things like IUU fishing and the taking of the region's resources without adequate compensation. In the broader question also of the future of democracy, it's not that China is trying Soviet style to overthrow democracy in the region, but certainly as China has funded over the years Hugo Chavez and Nicolas Maduro, dictatorships now like Nicaragua and others, it really frees the region up from not having to adhere to those principles of good governance that I think the U.S. ultimately believes is better for it. And so, how does the region preserve democracy if there is the anything goes as long as you take care of China approach? Of course, in addition to that, the notion of freedom of expression, that there are many politically and economically that, in the interest of their hopes for future benefit, are silent about some of the key issues that might be challenging from China. And even some of the very courageous, outspoken remarks of Argentina's new president, Javier Milei, about China and China very strongly coming back and cutting off Argentina's $6.5 billion outstanding credit line at a very difficult moment of fiscal negotiations. And so trying to make sure that the region is in good condition. But beyond that, of course, there are other issues that are more of a strategic technological and strategic military perspective. So number one, obviously, the issue of digital sovereignty, knowing that according to China's own 2017 national security law, that anything that is of interest and benefit to the Chinese people can be taken from companies like Huawei, whether they say they would never share their customers' data or not. So the question is that when you have such penetration, 20 years of Huawei presence in 3G, 4G telephones, Xiaomi, now in 5G, data centers, surveillance equipment with companies like Hikvision and others, how do you preserve the sovereignty of government decision in the region? How do you preserve the protection of intellectual property of the investors that you hope will operate there through clean networks? And then finally, from a military standpoint, number one, just recognizing it, and we hope and certainly are not expecting that there is going to be a war. It would be a horrible lose-lose scenario between the United States and China. However, those who are responsible for thinking of the defense of the United States have to think about what would possibly happen in the event we were in a war. And to that degree, even if there are currently no Chinese official bases or alliance agreements in the region, it would be almost unthinkable that the PLA would not try to essentially leverage whatever capability they have for global political, economic, and military leverage. And that might include leveraging assets through MSS or others to observe or even disrupt U.S. deployment and sustainment operations, going over to the Indo-Pacific from some of those commercial facilities, plausibly, deniably shutting down the Panama Canal, leveraging space operations to either listen to U.S. satellites, target those satellites, possibly even to support attacks such as what we saw with the Chinese hyperglide vehicle coming over the South Pole, and other issues that General Richardson herself has mentioned, dual-use commercial assets such as dual-use ports, such as the upcoming 15 berth port at Chancay that the Peruvians are building. It's not that Latin America would ever side with one or the other. Latin America clearly wants the business, but it's the risk that for those of us who have to prepare to defend our nations, thinking about what could happen if we find ourselves in the middle of such an undesirable war, and what are the conversations that we can have, and how can we prepare to be ready for that now. And so those are some of the issues. It's not just military, but there's a wide range of issues that inadvertently or otherwise China's pursuit of its own interest in an aggressive fashion impacts the region that we, the United States, and our Latin American partners all share.
Thanks, Evan. I think Margaret started off this conversation by saying that FDI is one interesting lens through which to examine China's engagement in the region, and always impressed by your comprehensive overview. I think we cover all the other angles, but we'll come back to you in a little bit, hopefully, for some additional details. Margaret, in the remaining time that we have with you, again, thank you again for your contribution. Love to hear any reaction you might have to other panelists' comments, but of course, if I can just badge you a bit more on the investment point. I think we talked a bit more about in your first round of comments what has happened, what isn't happening. Perhaps the why of it is also important. And specifically, I'm thinking about the policy and regulatory factors that might have led to this evolution that you just mentioned about 20, 15 minutes ago. So very much welcome your comments.
Thanks, Pepe. And I so regret having to leave this conversation early. It's been a fascinating one already. And I think, all of the panelists' comments just demonstrate how multifaceted and expansive at this particular juncture the relationship actually is, right? We are touching really on all areas of engagement now in ways really that we didn't even see, 6, 7, 8 years ago. Just on your policy question, and I'll be brief about this. I mean, it's a fascinating question, and I think we can look at it through a bunch of different lenses, right? And this is where things start to get really interesting, and where we start to see something of a co-production of the relationship, right? Which is something that is sometimes underplayed when we're talking about the China-Latin America dynamic. So first of all, I mean, there's China policy, right, which dictates a lot of what's happening. China's domestic policy. We're at a very pivotal moment in China's economic development, one in which China is grappling with wide-ranging challenges. And so it is incumbent upon us to understand what is happening domestically in China and how that will impact not just the BRI broadly writ, but all other forms of economic and political engagement, right, and with the global South and beyond. And so there, what are we looking at? I mean, a lot of different things, obviously, right? Just the overall health of China's economy, but also what is China's insurance industry doing? Are they funding major infrastructure projects or not? Are they withdrawing from certain areas or not? I mean, this is a huge a really critical means by which to understand maybe where some of China's state-owned enterprises and other industries are heading, right? How are the banks being regulated? Are they being infused with new capital? I mean, China Development Bank is focused 80% domestically now, as opposed to, issuing major loans all over the world. And following those trends is fundamental to understanding the types of projects that we'll see overseas. And then, I mean, the list goes on, right? There's so many different policies, and even in the defense realm, right? The understanding what's happening in terms of defense policy in Latin America obviously has, or rather in China, has implications globally and presumably for cooperation and engagement and all sorts of other potential interaction in the Latin American region. But in addition to this, we have to understand, sure, that China has, these new strategies. There's obviously this new infrastructure focus, right, that we've talked about, small but beautiful, several have mentioned, projects as opposed to large-scale, BRI-esque infrastructure, 2015 BRI-esque infrastructure projects. But that doesn't mean that everything that China is going to attempt to do in Latin America is going to happen in the way it may be intended. And I think one really wonderful story here, or exemplary story, right, is that of Cauchari, right, which is a very large solar park, the largest in South America, that was financed 85% by China Exim Bank, which gave a loan to Jujuy province several years ago to build this facility. And this aligns perfectly with China's strategy, which is focused largely on innovation, and indeed, renewable energy is a very big part of that. It's also very critical for Argentina, or at least has been, is considered quite critical by Jujuy province and a number of different politicians and actors in the government. And so I've been waiting now, especially during the Fernandez government, right, for how many, 3-4 years, for there to be an expansion of Cauchari, right? We did Cauchari 1, 2, 3. Now 4 and 5 are sort of on the docket, and evidently all of the plans have been, laid out. There is, an understanding of what it would take to finance this initiative, and there's a proof of concept there, right? It's established, it's connected, and it's producing energy. So why didn't it happen? It did not happen under the Fernandez government, when there were friendlier relations with China, perhaps, than during the previous one. And there are many different hypotheses, but the story one hears is that, the governor of Jujuy province, who is of a different political persuasion than Fernandez, did not want to give Fernandez a political win at that particular moment. And so, these are the dynamics, right? These political economy considerations that we have to understand that affect really so much of this deal making, and really across the board, across all sectors. And so these sorts of, it's politics and it's policy, right, that are influencing a lot of what happens, and the shape and the nature of this relationship in so many different ways. And then beyond that, obviously, if we're talking about emerging sectors, and this is something we're all grappling with, right? How do you regulate these things? How do you achieve best outcomes in lithium? This is new. This is all new, right? ICT also. It's upgrading so quickly that, here in the US and in Europe, and really across the board, we're seeing efforts to begin to think about what policies need to be in place to ensure that consumers have the best overall experience, but that many other rights and protections are in place. And so there, it's a matter of ensuring that foundational legal and regulatory frameworks and mechanisms for consumer protection and privacy.
Sending the China's Navy political commissar over to meet with the heads of the Brazilian Navy, participation in Venezuela's recent sniper exercise by the PLA, among others. As I mentioned before, the advance slowly but importantly of private security companies in Latin America, and frankly, engagement on public security training in China, especially as we saw talked about during China's Global Public Security Forum. Dimension number 3, organized crime. Certainly there's been a lot said about fentanyl, and of course China's supply of fentanyl to groups like Sinaloa and Jalisco Nueva Generacion continues to be a problem. However, Chinese money laundering, the use of Chinese triads and the use of Chinese financial institutions to do money laundering that's much more secure and rapid without crossing borders. This has been a major deal in Mexico and a major deal in other places. A very good case put out by Florida International University called Flying Money. A Chinese by the name of Li Ziji is a good example. But also China in illicit supply chains, gold. purchasing, being the consolidators, being the supplier of shops in the illicit gold industry across the region, wildlife trade, just to name a few. And then, of course, finally, in the space sector, it's not that just China is engaged in space, but China is evolving and expanding that space engagement. You have some possible setbacks. I mean, certainly with the Malay government in Argentina, you'll see probably at least a harder look at the Neuquén space facility, as well as the other that always seems to get short shrift, which is the very important facility under construction in San Juan at the Felix Aguilar Observatory. But in addition to that, of course, the observatory in Chile, the Santiago Space Station, that seems to be on its way out. But on the other hand, important new space projects with Brazil, with Venezuela, including the invitation to participate in the new lunar space station that they hope to have online, initial capability by 2028 and others. And so strategically, China, I believe, is becoming more confident. A lot of setbacks, but at the same time, a lot of learning and a lot of advances that come with, I think, the increased confidence and boldness of the Xi Jinping regime in China.
Thank you so much, Evan. I think your comments was so perfect in just demonstrating what this panel has offered. You know, for myself and for the audience, we'll learn a lot. Just the multifaceted nature and the constantly evolving nature of Chinese engagement across different domains in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we thank you for that. Dr. Ellis, Dr. Chongqing, Parsifal, appreciate you coming into the Atlantic Council's studio to do this in-person event. And of course, Margaret, for having joined us earlier. And I think, you know, a lot of the studies that you referenced, whether that's recently released or to be soon released, we'll be following that very closely. Feel free to share the information with my colleagues at the Atlantic Council. We'll make sure that the audience here and also beyond can receive a copy of that. Finally, just a quick thank you to the Atlantic Council team and the University of Notre Dame for co-organizing this conference, of which this Latin American Caribbean partner is a part of. And a huge shout out to the Global China Hub team for colleagues for organizing the logistics and the details of this panel. We ran a little over, so apologies to the audience in the room, but hopefully we'll be able to cut the break short a little bit, perhaps 9-10 minutes, so we can return to the programming at 4 p.m. ET. Thank you again, everyone.
Hi, I'm Joshua Eisenman, co-host of today's discussion on China and the Global South. And we have reached the ultimate panel of the day, the one I've been looking forward to, the discussion of China's discourse power. And I have an all-star panel here. I'm going to introduce them quickly. To my left, I have Sarah Cook, Senior Advisor for China, Hong Kong, Taiwan at Freedom House. She's been the author of several reports about China's discourse power and media engagement. Next to her is Emeke Umanje, who is an author of at least one, if not two books on China's media engagement in Africa. A big fan of your work, Emeke, welcome. And then to his left, we have Kenton Thibault. Thibault, okay, great. A senior resident fellow for China here at the Atlantic Council. And she serves as head of the China Research and principal investigator for projects examining China's role in global technology ecosystem. So welcome to you all. It's great to have you here to talk about China's discourse power. Well, you know that throughout the day, topics relevant to this panel have been discussed. And so in many ways, they've kind of done a great job to set the stage for us in our discussions here today. But before we go any further, I just want to start with a kind of preliminary question for you. And this is a question for all of you. I guess perhaps we'll begin with Sarah here. And just to explain, what are the elements of discourse power, and how does this differ from the media environment that we might be familiar here in Washington or in democratic or liberal democratic countries?
Well, that's a really good question. It's really just a pleasure to be here. I mean, I think it'll be interesting to see the different answers that we each have, because I think we've looked at this from different aspects. Look, within China, the discourse power of the Chinese Communist Party is that they basically control the information environment, and that's very different than what we're used to here. I think when we look at the transnational dimension in the Freedom House report and the work we've done in terms of looking at Beijing's global media influence, it's really a constellation of a lot of different aspects. So we've kind of included under that a number of different buckets in this toolbox. One is the propaganda dimension, which is often more overt, but not always. Another is the disinformation, which has been a growing space where the PRC and related actors have been operating. But then there's the censorship dimensions, the control over content infrastructure. So not talking about some of the surveillance elements, but just that companies based in China with close Chinese Communist Party ties control the information flow infrastructure in other countries. And then lastly, this element of trying to export China's model. So I think when we're talking about the different ways in which the Chinese Communist Party attempts to influence the media environment, and in many ways does in other countries, that's kind of how we look at it.
Excellent. Emeke, maybe you could hone it down into Africa and how you see this discourse power is happening on the African.
I think what I've seen over time is that the Chinese have tried to win over the African people through a blend of trying to excite the people locally. I'll give an example. There's what is called content sharing agreements, which is very, very, which the Chinese people they do a lot in African media. So you have, for instance, Xinhua news agency. You also have the local Chinese embassy in each of the African countries. They get into partnership with media organizations in Africa. So what happens is that they give them some form of advertising, revenue they get from the Chinese embassy. Then they share content with these people. So by sharing this content, the African media organizations, they get free, content from Xinhua, and as well also get, advertising revenue from the local Chinese embassy, which makes it very, very attractive, So, for instance, if you're coming from the West and you're saying, okay, but why are you doing this? They tell you, well, you can see we are gaining free content for this. We're also getting advertising revenue. What are you bringing to us? You say you want to bring investigative journalism. How much is it going to add to the bottom line? It's not going to add anything. So, I mean, this disadvantage the Chinese will bring, Then, in addition to this content sharing agreement, you have media exchanges. Yeah. So, they don't just give you media exchanges. They give media exchanges to media organizations where they have partnership with. So, for instance, if they have opportunities for, say in Ghana, for instance, they want to send like 10 journalists to China, they will give to media organizations they have media content sharing agreement with first, before they will now consider another media organization. So these are advantages that they play with, It makes it very, very attractive. So most times they are not struggling, It's not what they struggle for. I've done field work on media exchanges, and some of the journalists say, well, in order to gain opportunity, to gain advantage, we tend to write, propaganda over a period of time. So when you write this propaganda story, a very, very positive story about China, the embassy takes note of you and say, okay, oh, don't worry, we'll put you on the list, So it makes it easier. So it's not, they are not struggling any longer. Now the African journalists are struggling to get on, to be part of this bargain. So it makes it very easier for propagandas and, anything they want to do to move, Yeah. Recently we did a work that was funded by Freedom House, the Chinese digital satellite in African villages. And we saw how the people were so excited about it. So it's very easy to, to now use that as a channel to send misinformation to the local people. No, but nobody knows that, because the problem we have here is that the government agencies in these countries, they're not up and doing. The media is not even aware of what is happening. Political actors, policymakers are not even in the space. So the Chinese could do whatever they want to do. So you see, it's a whole lot of package. So they sell this into the African media, and they're buying into it. So I don't know. Maybe we'll get to that stage where we say, what do we need to do? How do we countervail it? But for now, this is what it is, Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Ken, do you want to add anything about this concept of discourse power?
Yeah, sure. So just kind of taking a step back from all of these, this kind of the great granular detail that we've gotten so far. The kind of idea behind discourse power is if you have the ability to set a narrative agenda, then that becomes fungible into a material power, right? And so the reason behind this, this isn't a new concept in China, but there's, the confluence of several different events have kind of made discourse power and the pursuit of discourse power be kind of higher on the agenda. So the idea behind it is that, for example, the discourse dominance of the United States, its ability to set agendas on the world stage, has led it to be able to structure the international system in such a way as it perpetuates U.S. values, and it results in institutional arrangements that are then designed to kind of perpetuate U.S. leadership, U.S. interests. And as an example, so values, the universal human rights, right? Freedom of speech, freedom of the press. These things are encoded, for example, into different governance standards that become the thing that you have to reach as a country if you want to get a loan from international institutions. So different values and the way that you kind of set the agenda is fungible into material power and influence, and that's the idea behind it. And China started to see, they're in a discourse deficit with respect to their status. And this especially in the context of, Xi rising to power, China's market power being able to kind of support this idea that they want more influence, but also in the context of this kind of China threat theory that they saw promulgating in largely Western contexts. This idea that the West has started to believe that, China's rise is a kind of existential threat. And that there's going to be no space for them to participate in the international system short of being able to shift the center of power in the international system away from the U.S. as much as possible to make room for their rise. So these are kind of the structural context that from which this kind of discourse power push and desire came about. And these kind of different factors came together really it can explain the urgency with which this is kind of being pursued, and then kind of the opportunity that China saw with its market power, its ability to kind of spread its message. So that's kind of the broader, I'd say, context for this.
Great. Well, let's build on that for a second. So the way you laid it out was actually quite similar to the way Nadège Roland talked about things earlier, in almost a zero-sum game here, that there's X amount of discourse power in the world, the U.S. has X minus whatever, and that if China gains, it does so at the expense of the U.S. and vice versa. So I guess one question is that true? Is that the way that that you see it? And then the other is, where is this approach that you've all three defined the most effective in the global South? Where is it resonating, and where is it not resonating? Maybe we could, I don't know, we'll go the other way. So we'll start with Henry first, sorry.
Yeah, so I'd say that despite China saying that it's not a zero-sum game, I think that their perception is that it is. And this is also related to China's national security concept, which basically puts the political security of the CCP kind of at the core, and all other kind of domains serve to flow into ensuring the political security of the
Holistic
CCP.
security, I think, is the term.
Right, like comprehensive, holistic, that kind of idea. And so part of that is that internal security and external security are mutually constitutive, right? If you don't have, first you need a secure internal environment. You need to control your population ideologically. You need to have a strong economy. The military needs to be, meet certain standards, et cetera, but also the external environment needs to be secured in order for that internal environment to really stabilize as well. And so discourse power kind of functions in this external environment mode. You need to set the agenda, decenter U.S. power as much as possible so you can kind of create obstacles in the way of mobilization of Western powers that are aligned against your interests from the Chinese perspective. So discourse power kind of fits into that mode. And I think that China's operating as if it is zero-sum because they do see the structure of the international system as, not being amenable to currently accommodating it and where it believes its status is.
Oh. Emeka, would you like to build on that?
Well, I think for China, most times it is a zero-sum game because they want to be in the lead, they want to, and they see Africa as a space where they could, where they could take off. I've always seen from my research, I realized that for China, Africa is a learning curve. So if it believes that if it makes mistakes in Africa, it will be able to correct itself in Africa. But if it does so in the global north, it won't be able to correct itself. It will lead to some form of mockery and sort of international disagreements. So what it does in Africa is to come to Africa, try out this model, then export it elsewhere. So in terms of effectiveness, the model that is at play as we speak now, it's a model that combines both Chinese media and local media in Africa. So you don't have, at the outset it used to be Chinese state media, expansion to Africa, but it's no longer what it is at this moment because now you have Chinese state media organizations in partnership with local media organizations in Africa. But the messaging is being done by local media organizations in Africa. So most likely, you're not going to see most of the messaging happening on CGTN, or you'll see it through the African media organizations. Because why? It is more effective if African people see it on African channels. It means that it has some credibility. But if it's coming from a Chinese platform, you could say, oh, these guys are propaganda. So so you have this kind of partnership model that's been tried in Africa, and it's become effective in Africa. Then it's been exported to Latin America as we speak. So you have the effectiveness of this Chinese model is in Africa. Africa is where it is most effective, then Latin America. For the global north country, they don't bother about us so much. If they get Africa, get Latin America, that's okay for them. They can start from there, then push into the rest part of the world. Asia is their base. Middle East is not something to bother about so much. They always get it because mostly dictatorship, so it makes it easier for them. So I think that as they perfect this model, and get it more engaged in Latin America, maybe someday we could see it in somewhere like maybe in Italy or Spain. Nobody knows, but anything can happen here. But even at that, we have some media organizations in Italy, in Spain, that are also part of the Belt and Road News Network.
Yeah.
So it's going to grow someday. Yeah.
So Sarah, let me hone on this question a little bit. So it seems if Africa and Latin America, two of the places which had to deal with colonialism the longest and the most intensely, is that where Chinese discourse power is the most effective, as Amika says, because there's this fertile ground of resentment that they're stoking? Is that how you see it, or are there other places, Italy, wherever that it's also effective?
Well, I would say, I mean, I think on this question of what's more effective, I would go with the tactics, and I think, agree with Emeka, but that it is really global. When the news consumers do not know that the information is coming from a Chinese state source, that's when it's most effective. And it's not limited just to Africa and Latin America, whether it's in terms of paid inserts or content agreements or paying commentators to write op-eds on the behalf of Huawei without saying they were paid by Huawei to do that. That came up in a good number of countries, or social media influencers who are very eloquent in local languages, but it's not clear necessarily that they're part of the China Radio International Network. So I think just in general, whether it's the fake accounts and disinformation, the social media, the partnerships with local media outlets. Whenever you have a situation where news consumers don't actually know that this information is coming from Chinese state media, it just tends to be more convincing, just like what Emeka was saying. I think the other element in terms of the behind the scenes is the censorship side, because a lot of times you don't know what you don't know, right? And I think that's where you really see this activation of the broader elite co-optation and the economic ties. So for example, in the 30 countries that we examined, in about half of them you had a situation where a Chinese diplomat picked up the phone and tried to put pressure on a local journalist or an editor. And this was actually also, again, in the global north. It was in the UK as much as it was in places like Nigeria or Israel or places like that. It was in a variety of different countries. But it was actually in more countries, in 17 out of the 30, where it was a local media owner or a local government official that tried to suppress the coverage. And that's actually much more effective because in many countries, even though China is a global power and an authoritarian one, it's still a lot easier for a journalist to say to the Chinese embassy, what? No. And then to tweet about it and make a big uproar. Whereas when it's their local official or it's their boss or it's their editor who's changing the content of their article because the editor has been wined and dined by the Chinese embassy, and Emeka can give a lot of stories about that. But it's not only necessarily in Africa or the Coast. Then that's much more effective. And I think in the Latin America context, you do see this increasing, how would you say, not currying favors, but I would say trying to bring in the media owners of major media conglomerates, especially because there's a high level of concentration of ownership in countries like Brazil or in Argentina, and just increasing ties, and that funnels down. So now in Brazil, you do have a daily night show that's a partnership between CGTN and one of the major media outlets in Brazil in Portuguese. And sometimes it's Portuguese journalists who are being the anchors, and sometimes it's ethnic Chinese who are speaking Portuguese. So I think that element of how the other forms of elite co-optation and other forms of economic incentives that can be provided. So for example, if you're a media outlet that's trying to get dramas into China, that can then be used to be able to create some kind of other partnership that generates the content to the Main Street audiences. And that's what we found, just country after country. In just 30 countries, we counted 130 outlets that had these kinds of partnerships that were funneling basically some kind of Chinese state-produced or co-produced content to local audiences via the mainstream media. So that's very effective.
So 130 countries around the world.
130 outlets in just 30 countries.
In just 30 countries. Wow.
And it was across the political spectrum. I think this is again where they've really expanded, where they tried it out in a few places, and then they started, and in one country you get one media outlet, well now you're going to go to the competitor. And you're going to be like, well they're doing it, well why don't you do it too? And so then, but then in terms of, again, especially places where politics are somewhat polarized, they really do reach across the political spectrum, and then you start to get these more specialized publications that are for more niche audiences. So in 16 countries, just from 2019 to 2021, you had some kind of new partnership agreement. So that's really just an area of expansion that to their credit, it's very effective.
One thing I'll just say, broadly speaking, is that this is something we've seen the Communist Party do since it was created, which is experiment with things. If it works, expand it. If it doesn't, dial it back, and then find other ways. And so they've been very effective, even in terms of agricultural reform. Similar.
The little pilot projects at the local level, and then
and then these different model of special economic zones, et cetera. So, what you guys have said is really fascinating, because on one level you're saying China is not credible because when the voice comes from China, local people don't buy it. So at one, it's kind of belies the fact that nobody wants to accept what they say, but at the same time, you're also saying, all three of you, if I'm understanding, that China's gotten really good at what we call astroturfing, right? Taking a message, making it seem like it's from a grassroots organization, and then pushing it out there into the audience. And we've talked quite a bit in this day about training. And so media training becomes an important venue. Emeka, your work goes into this quite a bit. So I wonder, maybe we can start this question with you, and then if either of you want to weigh in and say, how effective do you think China's training of African media is? And of course, feel free to enter the entire global South. And why is it effective? If it is effective, why is it effective, and how is it effective? And is there anything that we here in the United States or other Western countries should do to compete with it, or is it a kind of Chinese specialized thing that we shouldn't compete with? How do you see this?
Okay, I mean a bit of historical background. Media exchanges was started by the Russians in the 1960s. I think it was at the University of Nairobi. So that was first by the Russian people. Then before the West took it over, then bettered it over time. Then the PRC just came into this thing not quite, more than maybe 10, 15 years ago. But what has happened is that because over time there's been no media training for African journalists. I was a journalist for more than 1 decade, and there was no. I didn't go for any training. So usually a media organization is supposed to send the journalists. So go on. But for over 1 decade that I was a journalist, nobody sent me on any training. So if I had had the opportunity for the Chinese embassy to say, okay, come, there's an opportunity for you to go to China, I would have had it, I'm just trying to be sincere to you. So the first problem is that lack of training opportunity for African journalists. So, and then the PR sort of fills that gap, and says, okay, we have training opportunity for you. Now, the training opportunity is not very much, it's well paid. The remuneration is very, very attractive. So, I give an example. As a journalist in Nigeria, maybe you are paid, your salary for 1 month is about maybe $100, Wow. Yeah, if it's up to that, Now you have an opportunity to go to China, you are being paid $1,000 per month, flight, So you come back, when you come back, maybe in 4 months, if you go for 4 months training, you come back with about $2,000 to $3,000. That's a whole lot of money. You can build a house in Nigeria. So it's very, very attractive. Number one, even if you don't think the money is much, so it's attractive too. So people want to go. And people are struggling to go. It's not the Chinese people. People want to go. Because I interviewed journalists who had gone from around Africa, and they tell me, well, when I came back, I was able to build a house. Yeah, I came back, I was able to buy a land. I came back, I was able to buy a new car. So anytime I look at that car, I remember, this was what I got from China. So that keeps on reminding them, oh, this is what China did for me when I went for this training. So that's something they keep on look up to. So I think the only way, one of the ways that the West and other people could get into this thing is organized training for African journalists. Then there's also the problem of visas. When African journalists get these opportunities to go to China, they are given visa, they don't get denied visa. Yeah. So the next problem is visas, African journalists sometimes get fellowship to go to, especially EU. They are denied visa. I remember recently was at the GIGC workshop in Sweden. Most of journalists were denied, most of them from Nigeria. I remember an editor was telling me, because I had to interview them, was telling me that, that if he gets an opportunity to go to China, he would have at it, he would jump at it, So, so these are some of the things we're talking about. So the only way, one of the ways that the West could get into is to also organize trainings for people. Yeah. Then, try to make this training, let it not be in Africa. Sometimes take these people out, because they also gain social capital, by saying, okay, we went to China. So because what I saw from it, when they return back, they become this kind of official propaganda exponent for China. So for the peers, oh no. So when their colleagues say no, this is, they said, no, you don't know, you have not been there, you don't know China. We have been to China. You know, I went there, I saw myself. Don't worry about what these people are telling you, you know. So they become, you know, unofficial spokesperson for the PRC in the newsrooms.
Yeah.
So you see, so the only way you could also counter this thing is to also take some of the journalists from Africa, take them to the West. So they undergo a few training, they come back and say, no, we're also gone here. This is better than what you have gone to. I think that's what I think myself, yeah.
Well, I'm happy to hear you say that because that was one of the recommendations in my USIP report.
Okay.
So hopefully the USG was going to pick that one up, right? Expand the Monroe program, begin to actually, and obviously if the State Department and others are engaged, well, who controls the visas, right? So you would hope that there would be.
You would hope.
You would hope. But, you would hope. One would hope. Kenton, do you have any thoughts about training, whether it be in Africa or other places in the Global South?
Sure. We did a study on media training in Pacific Island countries and comparing, you know, coverage of China before and after, and noticed that for about 6 of the newspapers we did several case studies of journalists who went and we tracked kind of like what they were writing, that not only was it, you know, exclusively positive about China post-trip, but also news that was local news content that journalists would cover previously had been supplanted with news about China, right? So you're not only getting more positive news coverage of China, for example, or a skewed vision of you know, China in general, but also a crowding out of a space for resources for journalists to cover issues that are of interest to their own local populations. So that was something that we noticed in the picks. I also want to bring up we partner with this amazing firm called 26 Technologies on some of our data scraping. And they did a study where we gathered about 400,000 articles from traditional news media websites from about 2023, 40% of which were in English, from dozens of countries. And found that China tended to be much more effective when covering China priority events in English versus when it's competing with other you know, outlets like BBC, et cetera, like for coverage of any other international event. For example, in the 2023 Asian Games in Hangzhou, 3/4 of the English language news articles published, and this includes Global South countries, Global North, like all across the world, 3/4 of the English language news articles published outside of China came from PRC state media. Another example was the Third Belt and Road Forum. 16 of the 20 top countries with the highest percent of PRC state-authored English language content published about the Belt and Road Forum were in the Global South. The highest was Namibia, with about 90% of articles about the Belt and Road Forum being state content, and 3.3% of all English language news in Namibia, for example, was from PRC state-authored content. And again, as Sarah was saying, it's not just the Global South, but in the U.S. as well, 33% of all English language news about the Belt and Road Forum, the Third Belt and Road Forum, was from PRC state-authored content. At the same time, you know, in the sample survey, just 0.13% of English language news published in countries besides China was PRC state sourced. So they are competing with, you know, the media environment they're competing with is really strong, and they don't do super well with like, you know, traditional, more established and open news organizations for more open societies. But when it's that specific thing related to PRC interests, there is an overwhelming you know, amount of coverage that comes from state sources.
Can I say something on
Of
that?
course,
training?
yeah,
I think one thing that the Chinese government is very adept at is the content of the trainings. Well, first of all, there's a lot of different kinds. There's like just the junket to go for a couple of weeks. And then there's these longer term ones. And I think that especially that investment in the longer term periods is what can really, provide the professional development advantages to African or other journalists, but also can really change people's minds. I think, and some of the people that our Ghana analysts spoke to who had gone on, I think it was maybe some of the shorter ones, you know, they came back and they were like, honestly, their views of China were kind of, you know, more negative. They're like, oh, we hear about China being oppressive, and now we saw how oppressive China is, right? So I think it varies. But the other element is that there are often very real skill set dimensions to the training. So it's not all just propaganda. So there's elements related to how to use digital technology. Like there are actually real skills that journalists need in addition to the language elements and all of that. So they're all real benefits. And so of course that gets very complicated because you end up with both benefits and risks and things like that. So I think that's also one thing to keep in mind in terms of training opportunities to make sure that they have actual real skills for journalists to acquire and to bring back. As well as part of the programming, maybe if you're, to allow people, say, to meet with refugees or torture survivors from China or dissidents from Russia or some of these other governments that are engaged in these countries and, trying to give them an opportunity to meet with other voices from those countries. So it's not me as a Freedom House person, researcher saying, oh, you should, this or that, but somebody who's actually, lived through the darker side maybe of the CCP's rule and can speak directly to that to round out the, the narrative, to at least balance it out, because those are voices that otherwise they wouldn't hear, and they're certainly not hearing when they're going to China.
Yeah, one thing that we've been talking about, and I want to say, is that this engagement with people, building relationships with people is so important. It's it goes back to Confucius, right? So this idea that it's an essential part of foreign relations to build relations, right? It sounds almost axiomatic, but for China, it's really a priority. Now, I want to drill down on some of the, Kenton had mentioned some topics, and I want to ask you guys about China's discourse, power, approach to certain topics. I've noticed, for instance, that when it comes to the way that China's discourse vis-a-vis Europe tends to be something like, Europe is good, America's bad, don't work with America, strategic autonomy. Now, of course, as we know, the effort, or the Russian invasion of Ukraine and China's support for Ukraine has kind of put the European-China relationship in a difficult place. But if you look at this compared to the discourse in Africa or Latin America, where it's the West is bad, right? So it seems that you've got a kind of double narrative going on here, both in English, but targeted at different places. So how does this work? I mean, and how effective is it to have this kind of double narrative, one where you're like basically linking the U.S. to Europe because Europe's the bad guy, and in the other, you're trying to say that America's the bad guy. How does this particular narrative play?
Well, first of all, you're looking for consistencies within CCP propaganda, and that's just not going to happen.
Well, I'm highlighting inconsistencies.
Because, well, look, first they said that, that COVID was from Fort Detrick, and then they say it's this fake Swiss, scientist, and then there's this like Italian thing. So sometimes they're like just going to come up with a bunch of different things to see kind of what sticks. So I don't know that there's necessarily there's a lot of thought. First of all, even though it's a massive propaganda apparatus, it is very decentralized in many ways, and so there's sometimes coordination, like on something like the Belt and Road or the 100th anniversary of the CCP. Like that's very clear that there's coordination. But on other things, there may not be, and so you might have one part saying one thing that contradicts the other. I would still say that I feel like the U.S. is the big boogeyman, even though they're like, they're anti-West and building on kind of the colonial history and things like that. I still think when you look at the propaganda, the narratives, especially again during this period that we were particularly looking at, where you had the crisis in Xinjiang really coming to the fore, the protests in Hong Kong, and COVID-19, a real effort to just blame the U.S. And this was across both the Trump and the Biden administration, and so I think like it was just really very focused on the U.S. more so than necessarily Europe, at least in the.
Let me build on that and ask Emika a question based on this. So, Joseph Asunka's organization, Afrobarometer, puts together some great work. And one chart that I saw, it really made me scratch my head because it seems to contradict this idea of this kind of zero-sum game. And what it was it suggested that there is a correlation between negative views of China and negative views of the U.S. In countries where there are negative views of China that are high, these countries are more likely to have negative views of the U.S. In countries where they are low, the same. So this is interesting. China is looking at a zero-sum game, but at least in the African countries, according to the Afrobarometer, it seems that people might say, look at this negative and say, you know what, a pox on both your houses, or, and I wonder, I think of in the United States, we have people who are more globalist and people who are more kind of nativist. And is that what's going on here, that China and the US are misunderstanding that it's not really a zero-sum game, that when they say negative things, that's just leads people to think negatively about both of them? Or how should we understand this correlation?
Well, I think in Africa, I think from my own experience, I think it's very, very complicated. It's complex. But what remains is that in some parts of Africa, the U.S. has certain advantages because, one, the English language, the long history, So there's this problem of trust, Even though people love the Chinese, the Chinese have built roads and built, but the trust is also not there. So they are more likely to trust the West. I mean, I'll give you an example. I remember when I was conducting my fieldwork in Kenya so many years ago, one of the journalists was telling me that they went to China. They went with some Kenyan politicians. So when they got to China, the Kenyan politicians were telling him that, please, we don't even know what we are here to do. We don't even we don't even know what is happening here, but we just say we should come and see what is happening, So there's this problem of trust actually with the PRC. Even though African political actors believe that they will have access to, financial resources to fund infrastructure projects in Africa from the PRC, but trust is not there. Trust is a big factor. They are more likely to trust the West because they believe, okay, we know this is what it is. If it says like this, what it's going to be. So I think those are factors we should consider when we look at this whole issue of, how they consider both the U.S. and Africa. It's a complex actually. I don't think it's not a very straight thing, but trust is a very, very critical issue. I mean, I remember in the fieldwork I did recently. I mean, people were saying, well, people here, our people have made money from the U.S. Our uncles, they went to the U.S. and they made money, they prospered in the U.S. So, I mean, we prefer the U.S. So those issues come up too. People tend to prefer the U.S. because of, long-standing history of people who have known over time, people you could also trust. But average Nigerian, the problem of trust with the PRC is always there. We don't trust them. Even though they fund the projects, we know, but in terms of trust, we don't trust them. And so that's a factor we have to consider.
Interesting. So Ken, I want to turn to you, and you can feel free to touch on any of these comments, but I want to ask you, recently, I happened to be in China at on October 7th. And so we kind of watched in real time the evolution of China's policy. The Notre Dame, along with Dave, we were in Israel a couple of years before, and we had a meeting in Israel, and the Israelis seemed very positive about the China relationship. But it seemed that after this, we've seen that China has essentially taken a hard position against Israel and has kind of leveraged sentiment in the global South to its advantage, basically suggesting that the U.S. is the supporter of Israel and Israel's apartheid state, yada, 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 and we're on the side of the oppressed nations and the victims, et cetera, the Marxist narrative that we're all familiar. So let me ask you this. How effective is that, do you think, in the global South? Is it resonating as they would want it to? And are there any consequences for this kind of approach?
Yeah, I think first to kind of get to that, we have to kind of think about what's the ultimate goal in all of this, with China's discourse power strategy. And at the very, very core, it's about decentering U.S. leadership, primarily focused on U.S. leadership in the global stage so that China feels like it has the space it needs to, accomplish, to secure its interests, to rise like it believes it should. This is an existential thing. Like, this is kind of at the core of what discourse power is about. And so from that, there are some general goals that they do have broadly that you can divide kind of by region. So, for example, if you think that you need to decenter U.S. power in the international system, you're going to want to drive a wedge in the alliance system. That is probably the main goal of China's tactics that are focused on EU, Australia, UK, U.S., Canada. Let's think of ways to drive wedges in the alliance system. In the Global South, for example, it's going to be disparaging U.S. leadership while coalition building with the intention of mobilizing the support that they get from elites in different international fora, for example, like the UN, that can convert into votes for China-sponsored proposals, because of then again, going back to agenda setting, if China's proposal is adopted in international fora, that then, in their minds, starts to structure, how states are able to engage in different activities, from economic to security, et cetera, that pays dividends that way. And then lastly, another goal is always to defend China's core interests, and that's kind of global. And then the tactics are kind of derived from the goals, and the tactics are much more kind of tailored to specific environments. So for example, if you want to drive a wedge in the alliance system, you're going to message a lot to France about how the UK and the US and Australia stabbed it in the back when AUKUS was signed, for example. You're going to kind of approach different countries in Europe to try and divide and conquer, to kind of promote that strategic autonomy narrative that will, in their minds, weaken the alliance system by having Europe divided on how close to be with the US, for example. And then to this question of kind of public opinion, that is not necessarily the goal of discourse power, right? Talking about all of this, it's about coalition building that then can be converted into mobilization in pursuit of China's interests at a multilateral level. You don't really need public opinion in some places to be on your side, to be able to convert, elite support for votes in the UN, for example. The last thing, so for example, the different events, China's gleeful critique of the U.S. And Israel in the gleeful critique of how the U.S. And Israel are kind of isolated in the UN, for example. This goes back to kind of this overarching aim, and it is, I think, primarily targeted at the U.S. U.S.'s leadership is declining. The U.S. does not represent the interests of all countries. It's on the wrong side of history. Look, it's completely isolated. Other countries are not on the side of the U.S. and Israel. China's a friend to all, and this kind of goes back into those core messages that we've really been seeing them kind of push forward. And just one last note, that over the past year, there's really three main propaganda messages that they've been really pushing on the global level. China's a friend to all. China's a leader on the global stage. You can trust in China's leadership. U.S. leadership can't be trusted. So this kind of all fits in with that.
I mean, I would say, I think part of it is that if you look at the political landscape and media landscape in the Middle East, it's all very much not often driven by public opinion, right? So if you're trying to get votes that are looking at various advantages and elite, then siding with one side of this conflict becomes. But then again, this isn't an area of Chinese foreign policy I necessarily study, but that can make more sense. I mean, I think you see on the Israeli side a tremendous amount, including people in Israel who worked with us we had Israel as one of the case studies, a tremendous amount of shock and disappointment. And not only the statements from the Chinese Foreign Ministry, but the level of anti-Semitism on the Chinese internet. And of course, then you get the whole manipulation on the Chinese internet, what's allowed, what's not, what nationalist voices are allowed to speak, what human rights groups and voices are not allowed to speak. So I think I think in terms of Israel's perspective on China, including the people in Israel who have spent a lot of time working on China, I think it's been a real shift.
So let me ask a question, all three of you, and we'll let you decide who wants to answer it first, right? So one of the meta-narratives is certainly this idea: China is a global South country. China has lessons that countries in the global South can learn from, and specifically a lesson on development, right? That China pulled itself up from its bootstraps and developed, and you too can do so if you follow us. And then and this is juxtaposed, well, not juxtaposed, but it's linked with a political argument that says Western liberal democracy is just one kind of democracy. We've got a better form of democracy, right? So we can develop better, and we have a better political system, so follow us. And we understand the global South because we are one of you. So the question I have for you is, we are now living in a world where the Chinese economic model is faltering. No one knows the future, but at this point, systemically, it looks pretty bad going forward. We're looking at a time when Xi Jinping has maxed authoritarianism, and we talked about the cameras. Victoria Hui has talked about the cameras, and we saw the treatment of Africans in China during COVID, right? The authoritarian state reaching down, literally picking people out of their homes, and this spreading virally on the media, even that the Nigerian minister spoke directly to his Chinese counterpart. So the meta-narrative China puts out there seems to be in stark contrast with a lot of the headwinds it's facing now. So if you're sitting in the propaganda bureau in Beijing, do you think you've got to change your narrative? Is your narrative in jeopardy? Because when you bring your African delegations, they're going to see unfinished projects. They're going to see that China is not what it's saying it is in its propaganda. And so is China facing a messaging problem, a discourse power problem on the horizon because its narrative is going to be disjointed from the reality?
Can I just chip in a bit?
Yeah, of course. You
I don't think so exactly. You know why? Because even if Chinese economy is going down, even at a greater speed than it is now, the Chinese will do everything humanly possible to continue to fund African countries. So it will never compromise that massive funding for African countries. Because if it does that, that means it is gone already. Because most of its power comes from its engagement in Africa. So it will continue to sustain the engagement in Africa, funding infrastructure development, just name it. Because as far as China is concerned, Africa is like, how would I put it? Africa is like, that's where the glory comes from. If it's doing well in Africa, it gets the whole attention. Everybody's, oh, that's what China is doing in Africa. And then it goes elsewhere. So it will never make the mistake of just leaving Africa to flounder. No, it will not do that. So it will continue to fund projects in Africa, despite the challenges it's having in its economy in China. So what will happen is that most African political actors will not see what you are seeing because you are based in the US, right? So you see it from this lens. But because they're in Africa and they're still getting the same funding they're getting from China, they will never feel that, they will never see that.
So in the global south, do they understand that the Chinese economy is facing headwinds? Do they understand that Xi Jinping is a new type of leader? Has this?
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, a lot of the China coverage, except for things like Belt and Road, there's still, I mean, you talk to editors and look at some of the content, a lot of it is still from like international news wires. Like they'll use Xinhua for sports and culture and things like that, or for Pan-Africa stories, which Xinhua and the state media cover very well. But for some of this hard news, financial stuff, like people know where you're going to get accurate information. I mean, I think the question of the CCP's actions undermining its narratives, that's not really anything new. That's what they're constantly fighting against. So, but I think that's why they're turning more and more to the other tactics, to the covert tactics, to the disinformation, to the using the economic power to create the incentives for locals either to magnify their own messaging or to censor and suppress other voices. And I think from that perspective, I mean, Kenton was talking a little bit about what is the party's goal. First of all, yes, it's to make the world safe for the CCP. That's like the #1 goal. But I think it goes more than beyond being pro-China or anti-US. First of all, it's anti-criticism or anti-alternative Chinese or diaspora voices that might represent a view or a voice of Chinese people that is different from what the CCP presents. And we haven't talked much about the Chinese diaspora, but that's really where, on the one hand, very effective in controlling media, but very brutal and ruthless in terms of investing resources to crush or to counter even artistic initiatives. So you had an Australian a Chinese-Australian artist who's trying to do a gallery who's very irreverent in his artwork towards Xi Jinping in Poland, and the embassy went and tried to stop it. You saw there's a new Tiananmen, I think, play in Texas, I think, and some of their actors and cast and crew were from China were targeted. There was one report about the Shenyun Performing Arts Company. Something like 81 incidents of Chinese diplomats trying to stop the shows and that was in different countries around the world. I think what's interesting is the flip side, which is the pushback and the resilience. And so like in that Shenyun example, there was something like 40 cases of pushback, including in places like Mexico, Peru, the Dominican Republic. They don't perform in Africa, but I think you see like and in Poland, that case, the embassy, they pushed back, right? So I think you also see the situation where some of those diplomatic engagements and activities, when you have certain level of whether it's norms or democratic institutions, again, face pushback. So then what do you start to see? You start to see more of these covert, the disinformation. And so I think that's what we're seeing now too, increasingly. So far it's been more targeting places like, well, Taiwan obviously, but the US, Canada, Australia, of disinformation networks with fake accounts that are meddling in domestic politics. And it's not necessarily partisan. It's more about undermining the trust. It's about amplifying partisan divisions and undermining trust in the local government. And so I think that's where you're, again, maybe their actions undermine their narratives, but the propaganda apparatus or well, it's all kinds of different parts of the party. There's like the PLA getting involved in these things too, right? But like that's why it's so important to look at the broader set of tactics and how they actually exert the discourse power, because actually it is very sharp or even hard sometimes in the sense of mobilizing the economic incentives and sometimes even physical threats. And we're talking about say Chinese diaspora and transnational repression.
Yeah. Kenton, did you want to add anything to this discussion?
Oh yeah, just to Sarah's point of this is kind of you kind of have to look a little bit bigger picture than maybe just like one-off events, and to kind of keep in mind that the aim is really to change ecosystems for the long term, to change I study internet governance more and more, like how China builds coalitions around, in G77 countries that are then deployed in different forums that deal with internet governance. And the goal there is really to kind of, pull all of these different levers, mobilize the, groups that they've been cultivating in different countries to really like push forward proposals and get support for things that will actually kind of restructure how the internet is governed, for example, trying to sideline civil society organizations that have long been, determining, governance and technical protocols of the internet to more multilateral fora, which we think of as like kind of the UN and UN processes. And the reason for that is, one country, one vote. China can kind of divide and conquer. It kind of prefers to engage state to state level. It does not like civil society involvement in these things. And this is really kind of the bigger picture. Discourse power is about restructuring global ecosystems. And that's the kind of the thing I think to
And these key nodes in the information flow.
Yeah.
I think that's where you get to this question of some of the content infrastructure, the digital television, it's, and social media platforms like a WeChat, that it's not necessarily then that Chinese state media are one voice. It's that you have actors that have very close ties to the party or their own, potential threats they or their family could face, who are now the gatekeepers, right? And so then they can actually decide who can actually channel information to local audiences. And that's, I think that's where, in terms of response and safeguarding and trying to ensure diversity and best practices and supervision over, becomes very important before that gets activated in a way that at that point it's maybe too late.
This is great. Now, I've got two questions. I'm going to put them both on the table, and you guys can scrum it.
Okay, we got 3 minutes.
Okay, we have three and a half. So, okay, so the first is, whether you look at Pew, or you look at Afrobarometer, or you look at other surveys, in Africa, in Europe, views of China are falling around the world. So the first question is, does this suggest that yes, they're trying to change the ecosystem, but they're not succeeding, that they're continuously, the social media and the cell phones and the traditional stuff, but ultimately, is the wind blowing too hard? That they're kind of blowing against the wind, and the wind is just, such that even their best efforts are not enough to overcome the fact that there is this negative sentiment out there, perhaps born of the political and economics or other issues. So that's the first question, right? Is why, in amidst all of this effort, they're still facing negative perspectives. And the other, and maybe this one is more for Emeka, but others can jump in, is we've just seen the creation of the Tanzania Julius Nyerere School. okay? China has now created a school in Africa to train Africans. It's never done this in any other place of the global south, and I've never heard of any other country doing it anywhere. So we haven't mentioned this school, so I wonder if we can touch on these two questions, these negative trends, and then, you know, the Nereri school and what we think that's going to turn into. Feel free to
Well,
You want to go?
I will start with the school. Is that fine?
and we only have
Yeah, I will start with the school. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, the essence of the school is to create, you know, political leaders that will, you know, help implement the PRC's leadership model or government model in Africa.
Yeah.
And so when political actors from that South African countries go to that school, they come up with that idea. They have these communist ideas of what, you know, government should look like. It should look like, you know. So that helps the PRC to, I mean, sort of enhance the kind of legitimacy for their own model in Africa, in those countries over there. So I think it's just trying to, I think they're aiming for the future of trying to influence the political leadership in Africa. And that's what it is, yeah.
It's pretty amazing to take the host diplomacy and bring it to the continent.
Yeah, so.
Right?
Well, but that's the element of the local agency because they're doing it in partnership with 6 local countries
six
and
countries,
dominant political parties. And when I was looking at them, I was like, all right, so where do they rate on Freedom House's freedom in the world? But it's actually because 2 are free, 2 are partly free, and 2 are not free. So it's something that's cutting across different aspects of democratic development. And you see these dominant political parties that are interested in this kind of party-to-party training. Yeah. So I think that's, you know, that's actually a really important dimension of it. I mean, I think to your question about the, yeah, I mean, their actions are constantly undermining their narratives. And so, and then global media cover it. But again, I think just to go back to the question of then using other tactics that end up influencing people's opinion when they don't know that their opinion is being influenced, become a greater investment. The other thing is that, especially Afrobarometer and others, you know, you have more nuanced questions. So you have a lot of people in these countries who will recognize that the political system in China, they don't like it, the human rights problems, but they still want economic engagement. So you have local audiences with sometimes nuanced and sophisticated perspectives about, you know, the bilateral relationship.
Kenton, why these negative trends if they're investing so much?
I guess I kind of always go back to, is public opinion really like the thing that they really care about in a lot of places? And I'd say for a lot of this stuff that maybe not. But I think that public opinion always kind of goes up and down with China and the US as well. So I don't know, I think that maybe the goal is, yes, to an extent, positive views of China, but also drowning out other voices. There are negative goals like making you too afraid to kind of report on anything else, making you too afraid to report on negative stories about China. So the public opinion numbers to me don't translate directly in a one-to-one to the impact China's having. So I would think that maybe we should kind of look a little bit more at how is China penetrating an ecosystem from like what levels and to what extent to better understand the impact maybe that they're having in a particular information
And
environment.
just to add to that very briefly, that so in 16 out of the 30 countries, we found people, journalists or commentators reporting about self-censoring related to China. And that's not only events inside China, but also Chinese investment or engagement locally, which arguably would be of more interest to local audiences. So I think that's exactly what Kenton's talking about, where there's this element of creating incentives that disincentivize against certain types of reporting that they don't want to see.
You know, it's fascinating because in spite of all this, the numbers are still falling. You would think that there would be, but one could always argue we don't know what we don't know, and there may well have fallen harder and faster had there not been these efforts, right? So it's a kind of known unknown, as one man once said. Well, this has been a fascinating discussion, and I love the work you guys are doing, and I can't wait to read more of it. So thank you all for staying from the beginning to the end. This was a fantastic panel, and before we applaud our panelists, I just want to say, tomorrow, 8:45 a.m., we're going to start again, and we're going to continue our discussions on China and the Global South. So please join me in thanking our panelists.
Thank you.